Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
One Hot Daddy. A Secret Baby Second Chance Romance Audiobook. Book 6 of the Accidental Love series. By Jessica F. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Blurb.
The cute neighbor next door is precisely what any single man would want. She's young, attractive, and great with kids. But I can't just let her in. I'm protective of my son for a reason. And now I'm sharing him with her, a complete stranger. She only wants to be with him, not understanding her place. She should be out enjoying herself, not pretending to be a mother. I tried my best to warn her to stay away. But her intense gaze made me reconsider, and we ended up making love without having any control. I want to give myself another chance at love. But first, I must find out the dark secret she's hiding.
Chapter 1. Benjamin.
No. I screamed as I sat up in bed, tears rolling down my face. Then reality sank in. It was just a dream. Only it wasn't just a dream. That horrifying day had been real 2 years earlier. My wife, Lucy, had been in a hurry to get our 5-year-old son, Devin, to his taekwondo class. We just left the hospital where she and I worked. Lucy was a medical assistant, and I was a doctor working in the emergency department. I wasn't too far behind them. "Benji," she shouted, without turning back to look at me. "Hurry up. We're already running late." "I'm right behind you, Lucy." I pushed the button on my key fob to unlock our SUV that was parked on the other side of the street. "The car is open. By the time you have Devin strapped in, I'll be getting into the driver's seat." Devin had been keeping up with his mother's fast pace, but as they approached the road, she reached out, grabbing his hand and holding it as they stepped onto the asphalt surface. From the corner of my eye I saw it, a black car, a Cadillac XTS. The windows were the darkest tint I had ever seen. The car crept along the road that separated the hospital from the park, on the other side of the street. It wasn't a busy street by any means, one of the reasons I opted to park there most days when we were at work. There were no other cars around at all, but for some reason the black car began to speed up. I heard the engine rev as it moved from the outside lane to the inside lane, the lane Lucy and Devin were in. They were only a few feet from our car when the black Cadillac sped up even more. "Lucy!" She turned her head just in time to see the car. Throwing Devin as far away from her as she could, she had no time to move. The car struck her, even as I was in a dead run to get to my stunned son, who had fallen on his butt in the middle of the street. "Mom!" I picked up my son, carrying him over to where my wife lay on the soft green grass of the park, not 5 feet from where our car was parked. Something made me look at the Cadillac before it had completely disappeared. The license plate was missing. There was no way to identify the driver except by the make and model of the car, plus those darkly tinted windows. Even then, I knew it wouldn't be enough for the authorities to find whoever had done this to my wife. I had an ambulance on the way without even realizing I'd made the call. The sound of the sirens that were leaving the emergency department less than a quarter-mile away was distant, dulled by the fog that surrounded my traumatized brain. "Lucy," I whispered as I leaned over her, cradling our son in a way to make sure he didn't see his mother like this. Placing my fingers on her wrist, I found the weakest of pulses. Hope sprang up inside me. "Lucy, I love you. You hang on now." Devin gasped as he'd pulled his head off my shoulder. Mom! Don't look, buddy. Sobbing, he couldn't seem to look away. Mama! No. 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 The ambulance parked just behind us, and I knew the paramedics could do more for Lucy than I could at that moment. Our son needed me more than my wife did at that point. A car hit her, I told Mandy, who worked with me at the ER. She looked at Devin, who had lost it, and was sobbing uncontrollably as I held him. You can trust us, Dr. Brown. Tend to your son right now. He needs you. Nodding, I stepped away, stroking my son's back as I hummed gently, the way I always did when he got upset. I've got you, buddy. In a stupor, I walked with him all the way back to the emergency room where they'd taken Lucy. As soon as I walked through the sliding glass doors, I was met by the doctor who had just taken over for me. You need to sit down, Benjamin. I knew right then that Lucy hadn't even made it the short distance from the street to the ER. Why? I couldn't understand it at all. Why her? I barely felt him patting my shoulder. Just take a seat, Benjamin. We'll clean her up so that you can see her one last time. My wife, a woman who had been breathing just minutes ago, was about to disappear from our lives forever, and the person who had ended her life was somewhere else, living and breathing, and would never be found. That was the hardest part of losing her, was that the person who took her from us had gotten away with it. The authorities weren't as sure as I was that it had been an intentional hit, no accident at all. I was told that the driver had most likely been distracted while using a cell phone when they sped up and hit Lucy. Worried about what would happen to them, they fled the scene. Of course, I brought up the lack of a license plate. The cops had an answer for that too, saying that car wasn't the first to lose a license plate without the driver being aware of it. I knew better though. I knew it was intentional. But I had no idea why anyone would want to kill a woman like Lucy. She was as close to an angel as they come. She had never hurt a single soul. She didn't deserve what had happened to her. And she had left behind a husband and son who both adored her. Dad, I'm ready for school. Devin shouted as he came through my bedroom door. Can you get up now so you can take me? My friends are waiting for me. Devin was the only kid I knew who actually loved going to school. I was a lucky father, and I knew it. Yes, buddy. I'm getting up. There's a plastic bag with nuts and cut-up fruit that I prepared for you before I went to bed last night. How about you go chow down on that while I get dressed? Okay. Thanks, Dad. You're welcome, son. It hadn't been easy, learning how to parent all alone. But I'd figured out how to make it work for both of us. 2 long years had given me plenty of time to find out what worked. The hospital administrator was a good friend of mine from college. She was nice enough to change the shifts at the ER to accommodate me. Working a 12-hour shift wasn't easy for any parent. But Lorena had made it as easy as she could for me. After taking Devin to school, I was able to make it to my shift, which started at 8 each morning instead of at 6, the way it had always been before. Of course, that meant that I didn't get off until 8 at night. At first, I had taken a break to pick Devin up from school, then he would stay in my office until my shift ended. But then I found a house on the market that was located close enough to the hospital. Now I could pick up my son and take him home, where we would stay unless I was called in to see a patient. When that happened, I would take him with me, and we'd go back home as soon as I was done. It worked out well for us, and I was appreciative of my boss and friend for making things easy for both of us. Maybe the reason Lorena was so considerate of our situation was that she'd been there when Devin was abandoned at the hospital. It was her who had found him, wrapped in a blue baby blanket, snuggled into a corner in the women's bathroom. When she walked out of the ladies' room, my wife had seen what she was holding and instantly took over, cradling the baby boy to her chest as they headed to the pediatric intensive care unit to have the baby checked out. It was love at first sight for Lucy. That same day, she'd started calling him Devin. I had cautioned her not to get attached. But my words fell on deaf ears as she soon spent the majority of her time in the nursery, feeding him, rocking him to sleep, or just cuddling with him. Lucky for her, the parents were never found and we were able to adopt him. As soon as I knew he was going to be ours, it took me no time at all to fall in love with the tiny baby with dark hair, big brown eyes, and caramel-colored skin. Since Lucy had come up with his first name, I was allowed to come up with his middle name. Devin Matthew Brown became our legal son when he was only 6 months old. Lucy and I had a family, and we were both happier than ever. Until she passed away. "Dad, I'm done eating," Devin said as he ran into my bedroom. Pulling a t-shirt over my head, I grabbed one of my many white coats and headed out the door to take him to school. "I am right behind you, son." "Good. We've got show and tell today. I'm bringing the stuffed rabbit Mom gave me when I was 4. He held it up by one arm, wiggling it in the air. "I'm gonna tell the class how I had thought I was getting a real live rabbit, but I got this instead. And I'm gonna tell them how this rabbit is way better than a real one because you don't have to actually take care of it, or pick up its poop, or feed it or anything." "That's good." Opening the car door for him, I let him get settled in his booster seat before strapping him in. "I'm sure everyone will agree with you that taking care of a real animal is a lot of work." "Yeah, but I still want a puppy." "I know that you do." He'd wanted a puppy for the last year. But I wasn't ready for that responsibility. "I think you're too young to take care of one yet. We'll have to wait until you're older." "But Logan has one and he's my age." "Yes, I know. Logan's mom takes care of his dog. And I don't have time for things like that." Closing the door, I hoped the conversation was over. But after I got into the driver's seat, I heard Devin say, "Why don't you have time for that, Dad? We come home after school and we could feed it then. We never know if we're going to be coming home or not. You know that I could be called into work, and then what would the poor puppy do?" I knew what it would do. Tear up the place. Even if we kept it in the yard, it could chew through the fence if it really wanted to. Dogs were great. But only if you had time for them. When you get older, I promise you that you can have one. Just not now. His eyes glued to the back of the seat in front of him, he said quietly, "If Mom were here, she'd let me have one. She'd help me take care of it." Guilt shot through me. "I know she would, buddy. But she's not. And you don't have time," he said. "That's right. I'm sorry it's that way. I'm sorry that she's not here anymore. But that is just the way it is," he said as he turned his eyes to look outside the window as we pulled out of the driveway. "Will I ever stop missing her, Dad?" "No, you won't. I knew that neither of us would ever stop missing her. And she will never stop missing us from her place in heaven." "Do you think she's got a puppy up there?" he asked with a smile. "I bet she does. Yeah, she probably named him something silly like Train Tracks or something. She named this rabbit Sloppy Joe." He looked at the stuffed animal, and his smile faded. I wish I didn't miss her. I wasn't sure what to say to him about that. I had the same thoughts at times. It was hard to deal with the pain of missing someone you were sure you would never see again. There was no hope to be had. And that was one of the hardest things to deal with. I'm sure that with time, we'll get used to this feeling of missing her. I hope so. It hurts. Looking out the window, he shouted, "Hey! Someone's moving in next door." Slowing down, I saw the moving van parked in front of the house next to ours. It had only been on the market for a couple of months. Wow, that sold fast. I hope they have kids. You'd like someone to play with, huh? Yeah. His chest heaved as he sighed. A boy my age would be nice. But I'll be happy even if it's just a girl my age. I'll take anything. Not picky at all, are you? I had to laugh as I saw a couple of men taking a sofa into the house. I hope they have kids for you to play with too. Maybe we could take a basket of fruit over this evening, if they look like they're settled in by then. We don't want to get in their way while they're trying to unpack. I bet they'd like some fruit, even if they're not done unpacking. His eyes were brighter than I'd seen them in a long time, as the hope of finding a friend nearby sparkled in them. Okay. We'll pick up a basket after I pick you up from school, and then we'll walk it over to them. As long as I don't have to be at the hospital. Good. He was all smiles once more. This is gonna be good, Dad. I've got a good feeling about this.
Chapter 2. Jenna.
In a new home, with my hopes high for the first time in a very long time, I carried a box of dishes to the counter and began unpacking them, placing them in the cabinet overhead. Standing in front of the window over the sink, I saw a white SUV driving by slowly. A young boy looked out of the back passenger side window. I knew he couldn't see me, but I could see him so clearly. Hi there. Just seeing him made me think about the playroom I'd been buying so many toys to fill. I left the half-unpacked box of dishes behind to go look for the boxes of toys. Every box was clearly marked with what was inside. I found a box that said toys on it and picked it up, carrying it to the room the realtor had described as a den. 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 2 living areas, 2 dining areas, plus a breakfast bar in the large kitchen. I'd broken the bank to buy this house. It was going to be well worth it, though. I just knew it would be. One of the movers I'd hired came into the room with more boxes of toys. I saw you get that box and thought I'd bring these in here for you. I didn't know where they were going until now. He put them on the floor, looking around the large room. So, when is your family going to be joining you, Miss McCarthy? Soon, I hope. Pulling out one of the toys, I looked around the room, wondering where I should set it up. Boys love to play with model train sets, right? Mine do. So do I, if truth be told, he said as he looked around the room. I can bring in that big table and put it in here. You can set up the train on it. Thank you. That would be great. There was a large window on the far side of the room. I think by that window would be nice. I'll put it there for you. He left the room, and I moved the box closer to where he'd be putting the table. By the time he came back in carrying the bulky table with his partner, I had unpacked the rest of the toys. They were stacked all over the room as I looked around to find the best places for all of them. This is all the boxes marked toys, right? I asked. Yes, he said. This is all of them. He looked around after putting the table in place. These are all boys' toys. You got all boys? Nodding, I thought about a shelf unit I owned. Can you bring in the cherry wood unit for me? I want it to be put up against that wall over there. And can you secure it to the wall for me too? I don't want it falling over if someone climbs up on it, for some strange reason. Kids do things like that sometimes, so I want anything that might fall over if someone climbs on it to be secured, if you can do that for me. Sure thing. I was glad I'd spent the extra money to get good movers who were helpful. Thank you. I'll order some pizza for us. I'm sure you guys are hungry with all the hard work you've been doing for me. That's not necessary, the head mover said. His assistant was quick to add, but it would be nice. I'm getting hungry anyway. And I can't eat a whole pizza by myself. Pulling out my cell phone, I ordered a couple of pizzas and some sodas. After spending hours on the playroom, I couldn't believe how fast the day had gone by. I was beyond surprised to find that the moving men had set up the rest of the house. My bedroom was all ready, all I had to do was put my personal things away. I hope you don't mind that we did this, the head mover said. If you want anything moved, just tell us and we'll put it wherever you want. I shook my head, it wasn't like I cared where the furniture was placed. It looks good like this. Thank you both for all your help. If you don't need anything else, we'll get out of your hair, he said. I think you two have helped me more than most movers would have. Thanks so much. I'll give you both 5 stars on the app. That would be awesome, he said with a grin. I hope you're not here too long by yourself before your family comes. He looked a little sheepish as he went on. I didn't notice any personal effects of the rest of your family. And you only have the one extra bedroom of furniture. Would you be needing more help with moving when the rest of your family joins you? No. Thank you, though. Well then, I guess this is goodbye, Miss McCarthy. Walking with them to the front door, I was all smiles. I guess it is. You two be careful on your drive back to your homes. With the movers gone, I looked around the house. I had never lived in anything so nice in my entire life. For years I'd lived in tiny efficiency apartments, walking to work, eating the cheapest foods I could find, conserving everything I had. And I saved all the money I could. My conservative ways led me to making more money than I had ever thought I could make. The blog I'd started about living cheaply had taken form when my social media friends kept asking me how I did it. The blog gained so many followers that I ended up with sponsors who actually paid me to write about living cheaply and saving more money than you spend. With all the money I made with the blog, I easily saved over half the money for the house that had come up for sale in the only neighborhood of Dallas, Texas, that I wanted to live in. Bluffview wasn't just any neighborhood. Only the wealthy could afford homes here. I'd never been one of the wealthy until a few years ago when the internet changed that for me. I was used to change. Not only the location I lived in, but my name, hair color, and style as well. The life I'd lived in my younger years had made it necessary for me to live like that. But with time, I'd stumbled onto the perfect things for me. My naturally dark hair had changed to blonde for a while, then red. But for my final transition, I had to go big, so I went for pink. Light pink. Not that distracting hot pink that some girls sported. I wasn't trying to get noticed. But I did need to look hip for the blog. Colored contacts turned my eyes from green to brown, making me unrecognizable from the girl I'd been 8 years earlier. Moving around had been a must for years. But now that I was making a living with the blog, I wouldn't have to move around anymore. My plan was to only leave the house when I absolutely had to. Thanks to the internet, I could order my groceries online and have them delivered directly to my home. Using the many delivery services available, leaving the house wouldn't be an issue for me at all. And that meant that I could stay put. Finally. At last, I was in a place where I could have everything I would ever need in my life. A beautiful home in a beautiful neighborhood was just one of the many things that made this place the only place for me. Entering the only other bedroom that had any furniture, I opened the box marked bed linens. Still in the plastic package, the Baby Yoda bedspread was sure to please any child. At least, that was what I hoped. Putting the softest green sheets I could find on the internet onto the queen-size bed, I then threw the bedspread over them before putting the matching pillowcases on the new pillows. With the bed made, the room already looked better. I hung the matching curtains, then went into the attached bathroom to put away the things I'd bought for it. I placed a little toothbrush and toothpaste on the vanity by the sink, ready to be used. In the shower, I stored the 2-in-1 hair shampoo and conditioner, with Spider-Man on the bottle. Even the towels were superhero-themed. It was a young boy's dream come true. Or so I hoped. Years in the making, my dreams were beginning to come true. In the beginning, I had no hope at all. But as time went on and my life began to change, hope had sprung up. Now, to see about ordering some groceries. I went to the office that I'd set up for myself in one of the dining rooms. Opening my laptop, I did what I usually did and checked my email to see if I'd missed anything. The woman who'd lived next door at my previous home had sent me an email asking if I had made it to my new place okay. I hadn't told her where I was moving. I didn't like people knowing where I lived. So I sent her an email that said I had made it just fine and thanked her for asking. When she sent back another email asking me what town I'd moved to, I took her name off my contacts list. There was no reason anyone needed to know where I was. I'd lost my mother when I was very young and had grown up in foster care. Everyone I'd met along the way had only brought trouble into my life. I had no desire to connect with anyone I'd known in my younger days. I was Jenna McCarthy now. A blogger who worked from home and kept to herself. I didn't let people in. I had let others in before, and it only ended up costing me more than I had ever meant to lose. But my life would be different now. I'd been Jenna for a few years, and no one from my past had caught on to my new identity. I finally felt safe enough to do what I'd been wanting to do for what seemed like forever. Only now was I a safe person to be around. Only now was I able to build a safe home. There was a state-of-the-art security system on the house I'd bought. No one would get in unless I wanted them in. And there were only a couple of people who would be receiving an invitation into my home. Everyone else would be denied entry. It had to be like this. There were no choices on the matter. My unfortunate younger years had forced things to be this way. With the website of the nearest grocery store that offered delivery pulled up on my computer, I began to scroll through the items. I wanted healthy foods, but I also wanted things that kids would eat. Checking out the cereals, I opted for a healthy granola and a sugary cereal with a cartoon character on the box. Next, I looked for milk. At that moment, it occurred to me that I had no idea how many kids had milk allergies. So I ordered whole milk, 2% milk, and almond milk. But then I recalled that a lot of kids had nut allergies. So I also ordered soy milk and coconut milk. I was pretty sure that even though coconut had the word nut in it, it wasn't a real nut. Ice cream was a staple with kids, so I picked chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. Frozen pizzas were also something kids loved, so I got some with pepperoni, some with only cheese, and some with everything just in case that was something he would like. I stopped what I was doing and sat back in my chair. It hit me hard each and every time I let myself think about him. Most of the time, I just thought about little boys in general, never putting a name or face to the kid in my imagination. But now I knew his name. Now I knew what he looked like. And it was impossible for me to stop thinking about him. I had known about him for 4 years now. It had taken me that long to get myself into a safe situation. I had known from the start that he was safe and loved. Knowing that was the only thing that had kept me from coming for him sooner. Part of me thought that I should just leave him be. He had all a child needed, even more than most children had. But then something happened, and he didn't have everything he deserved anymore. 2 years ago, he lost an important person in his life. And that was when I knew I had to stop thinking that he didn't need me in his life. He did need me. And I had always needed him. But his safety was more important to me than anything I needed or wanted. It was hard not to put the blame on the person who put us all in danger. Long ago, I had decided not to say a thing to the one who had made life so hard on us. It wasn't as if confronting him would fix a damn thing, so why bother? I had to fix my own life. At least he hadn't made it hard to leave him. In the 2 years that we'd been in hiding, he hadn't changed a thing about the man he'd been. If he wasn't in trouble with someone, then he wasn't breathing. It was just the way he was, and there was no one in the world who could change that about him. So I left. And I hid out on my own. Then someone that I knew he'd had dealings with would show up. I would pack up, move, change my name and appearance, and try to think of how to stop the insanity. I would see my mother's gaunt face in my mind. She was so sick the last time I saw her. I'd been only 6. My memory of her had never faded though. Her hand had been ice cold when she ran it over my cheek. "I'm sorry for doing this to you, Greta. Please forgive me for what's about to happen to you." And then she closed her eyes forever. After that, the lady who had been waiting in the hospital room with me took my hand and led me away to my first foster family. At least he hasn't gone through what I had to.
Chapter 3. Benjamin.
Yes, there are apples in the fruit basket, Devin. The sweet kind, he asked as he craned his neck to look at the new neighbor's house. 'Cause us kids don't like the sour kind. We only like the sweet kind. Well, us adults do like the tart kind. I slowed down as we drove past the house next to ours. Tart? Devin asked. What's that? Sour, I said as I noticed that the moving truck was gone. They might have all the things brought into their home, but I highly doubt they're done putting things away. We should wait to go over. No, he shouted. You promised. Eyeing him through the rearview mirror, I wasn't about to let him get away with rude behavior. I did not promise anything. And you should chill on that shouting. Sorry, Dad. But I'm just super excited about meeting my new best friend. Hey, buddy, don't get your hopes up that there will be a kid anywhere near your age living there. First of all, the houses around here cost a lot of money. And most people with kids as young as you haven't really made that kind of money yet. So what I'm saying is that their kids might be older. Like much older. I just don't want you to be disappointed. Well, let's go find out. There was no way that we could pull up at our house at 4 in the afternoon and just walk right over to our new neighbor's home. Devin, you don't understand. Look, we're going to go inside for a bit. I'm going to look through my wine collection and find the perfect bottle, and then find a nice cheese to go with it, and bring that to them too because... He had to interrupt as I pulled into the garage. Dad, no one likes wine and cheese. No one. Adults like wine and cheese, I corrected him, then got out of the car to find him already out of his seatbelt and moving off his booster seat, waiting for me to open his door that was still locked due to the child lock system on the SUV. Adults? He asked as he jumped out of the car. No offense, but I'm not worried about the old people, Dad. I just want to bring things that will make the kids like me and want to be my friend. Be that as it may, I began, but he turned to look at me with furrowed brows. What? What does that even mean? I had never thought about what that phrase meant. I guess it means that whatever you are thinking, others have other ideas. Then why not say that? Taking a deep breath, I tried not to let his enthusiasm for our new neighbors bother me. So anyway, I need to shower. I have some questionable human material underneath my fingernails from a rather wiggly man who came into the emergency room for help with a terrible cut on his arm that was highly infected, but wasn't happy with the process of me cleaning that wound. We will talk about this after my shower. I guess, he said with a sulky attitude. I hated to see him that way, and turned to give him my best smile. Hey, I promise this much. We will go over as soon as I get showered and changed. As usual, he was one step ahead of me. And if you get a call from the ER, then what? Then we have to leave, and the neighbors will have to wait. Do you want to know why that is? His brown eyes rolled as his shoulders sagged. Because saving a human life is more important than anything in this entire world. With a pat to his back and a wink, I had made myself clear. That's right, buddy. Give me 20 minutes. We walked into the house, and I left the fruit basket on the kitchen counter. Okay? I guess so. He moved toward the living room with so much angst that I couldn't believe it. Devin, I know you're excited. Great. So hurry up. He'd never acted this way in his life. So I did what he said and hurried. I spent 5 minutes in the shower and another 2 to throw on a fresh t-shirt and some slacks. I slipped on my Crocs before heading out to him. I found him in the living room, channel surfing. I'm going to find some wine, then we'll head over. He hopped up, smiling and nodding. Yeah. Great. When the doorbell rang, we both looked at the door. I wonder who that is. We didn't get a lot of unannounced visitors. So I went to the door while looking at my phone to check the Ring Cam app to see who was there. Devin walked right beside me, looking at my phone. Who is she, Dad? She's got pink hair. I'm not sure, Devin. But she looks harmless. I opened the door to find the pink-haired young lady holding out a blue plastic cup. Hello there. Hi, she said with a smile. I've just moved in next door and I've made myself some hot tea, but I don't have any sugar. I don't need a whole cup. I don't even need granulated sugar. Any sugar will do, and any amount you can spare is fine. I've got groceries coming, but it says it won't be here for another 3 hours. Devin asked, You moved in next door? Her dark brown eyes met his as a smile took over her entire face. Yeah. I'm Jenna. Jenna McCarthy. I doubt you guys know who I am, but I'm kind of a big deal on the internet. I have a blog about living cheaply. Save more than you spend is what it's called. Her pink hair said it all. She wasn't the owner of the house, just one of their kids. Hi, Jenna. Come on in. I've got some sugar. We were going to bring over a basket of fruit and some wine and cheese for your parents. As a matter of fact, we were just about to leave the house to do that. Oh, she said as she stepped into our home. Well, it's just me. No one else. Confused, I asked, just you? We lived in an expensive neighborhood. There was no way a woman this young could afford a home here. Yeah, she said, her eyes never leaving my son. So how old are you? 7, he said. How old are you? 24, she said. I couldn't help my reaction to her young age. Did someone buy you that house? Her eyes finally rose to meet mine. No. I bought it myself. Why do you ask? Well, the houses in this neighborhood are priced in the triple digits, is why. And some have even more digits than that. Dad. Devin hissed. I knew I must have been coming off as some sort of old man, which I was not. I'm sorry. Cocking one dark brow at me, she asked, how old are you? Not blinking an eye, I let her know how old I was with a fair amount of pride, 40. Nodding, she acted like she finally understood why I acted the way I did. That's cool. So the sugar. I took her little blue cup from her tiny hand. Yeah. I'll get it. Thanks. Still with a smile on her face, she asked, and your name is? I'm Dr. Benjamin Brown, and this is my son, Devin. A doctor? She asked with surprise. What kind? He works in the emergency room at the hospital close to here. You must have seen the hospital, Devin said with pride and excitement. So if anything happens to you, he can fix it. Great, she said as her eyes scanned my home. You guys all alone here? Alone? We're together, I said as I led the way to the kitchen. Oh. She looked around as we came into the kitchen. So, just you and Devin then? It seemed that my son was more willing to give information to this barely adult than I was, as he said, my mom died 2 years ago when a car hit her. Kneeling on one knee, the girl took both of Devin's hands in hers. My goodness. Are you okay? He looked back at me, smiling. Yeah. I mean, I miss her, but my dad is here. She looked at me as I filled her cup with sugar from the canister on the counter. Has her passing been hard on you, Dr. Brown? Of course it has. Holding out the filled cup, I tried not to be judgmental but failed and asked, how the hell did a kid like you afford a house in Bluffview? We have a homeowners association, for God's sake. How did they let you in? Everyone has to pass a background check in order to live here. Yes, I have passed a background check. I've never been in trouble in my life. The girl had pink hair. And she had on contacts that were not the true color of her eyes. So why the fake hair and eyes? I wasn't shy about asking people things. Her face went pale as she looked up at the ceiling. As if the answers were up there. Finally, she looked at me right in the eyes. I make my money from a blog, and I don't want my followers to spot me when I'm out and about. I quickly looked up her blog on my cell phone and showed her the picture of herself with pink hair and brown eyes. If you don't want them to spot you out and about, then why do you look the same way you do on your blog? She said, as she clearly had no idea what to say. Devin came to her rescue with a swiftness I'd never seen from him. Dad. Stop. Why are you being so mean? Jenna wasted no time. It's okay, Devin. Standing there in a stupor of confusion, I said what people say when they're not sure if they're in the wrong or not. I'm sorry. She looked at me with a warm gaze. Hey, don't be sorry. You're just asking questions. Okay, I said, still not understanding her at all. You will have to forgive me. I just can't understand. My followers aren't really who I'm hiding from. Not that I'm hiding. Okay. But hearing her say that, it occurred to me that she was indeed hiding from someone. Then who are you hiding from? What makes you think I'm hiding at all? My son's wide eyes staring up at me told me that I was acting crazy. Dad, please stop. With a heavy sigh, I crossed my arms over my chest, preparing to explain myself. Look, I'm very protective of my son. You live right next door. I know next to nothing about you, and I've got this feeling that you're not being completely honest with me. I know you can't understand why I'm acting like this, but things have happened that have made me act this way about Devon. Nodding, she said, yeah, I get it. So let me tell you some things about myself to make you feel a bit more comfortable. I moved here from Sacramento, California. That's where I grew up. So why did you choose to move to Dallas? I asked. When I was in my teens, my parents brought me here on vacation. We went to the state fair and to Six Flags over Texas too. It was one of the best times I had ever had. So, when I decided to make a move out of the efficiency apartment I'd been living in, I started looking at the houses for sale here in Dallas. This is my first big purchase. Before this, I was totally living as cheaply as possible, saving all the money I could from the dead-end jobs I worked. Even once I began making money with my blog, I still lived as inexpensively as possible. And how do you plan on keeping up with this blog now that you won't be living cheaply? It wasn't any of my business, but I was genuinely curious. Just because I live in a big house doesn't mean I'm going to go crazy spending money. A frown pulled her pink lips down. Well, I have sort of gone crazy spending money lately. I just spent $700 on groceries and things for the house. Buying enough toilet paper for 5 bathrooms isn't cheap. She looked at Devon. I bought a lot of different flavors of ice cream. If you ever want any, just come over and you can have all you want. I limit my son's sugar intake, I let her know. So please do not give him any. And I don't let my son just walk over to other people's houses. But I'm inviting him over, she said with a blank stare. You too, Doc. I don't know anyone here, and having you two as my first friends would make me feel so much better. Devon was quick to accept her friendship request. I'll be your friend, Jenna. He looked at me with narrow eyes. And so will my dad. Great. Her happy smile told me that she'd gotten what she'd really come over for. Anytime you two want to stop by, don't hesitate, just do it. I'm always game for company. I've got a whole room full of toys too, Devon. Why is that? I had to ask. Blinking a few times, it was obvious that she was trying to think of a reason for why she, a grown woman with no kids, had a room full of toys. One of my sponsors is a toy manufacturing company, and they sent them to me for free. I have to talk about them on my blog a bit, so I keep them out for easy access. If I had someone to actually play with them, I could deliver better feedback, and then the company would send me even more toys. Hey, Devon said as his eyes lit up. I could play with the toys and tell you what I think of them. That would be amazing, Devon, she said as she too lit up. This was the right place to move to. I just knew it would be. When can I go over, Dad? I wasn't sure about this girl. Well, not today. Let's let her get settled in. I turned around to grab the fruit basket off the counter. I've got a basket of fruit we were going to bring over. Since you're here, I'll just give it to you before you go. I heard the two of them whispering as my back was turned. When I turned around with the basket in my hands, Devon was all smiles. Hey, Dad, Jenna said that she'd be more than happy to watch me if you ever need someone to do that. I really am happy to help out. It must be so hard for you with no one to help out with him. She ran her hand over Devon's head. I used to babysit for my neighbors back in Sacramento. They had a 6-month-old and a 2-year-old. There was no way in hell that I was going to let some stranger take care of my son. Thanks. I've worked out a deal with my boss, and I don't have to leave my son when I work. He goes with me and hangs out in my office. Yeah, but I wouldn't have to do that, Dad. And I could play with those toys she talked about too. I felt a bit ganged up on and didn't like it. Handing her the fruit basket, I said, I'll keep that in mind, Jenna. Thanks for offering. I've got some things to do around the house and need Devin to help out. Oh yeah, I've got stuff to do at my place too. You need some help, Jenna? My son asked. 'Cause me and Dad know how to use tools if anything breaks. We fixed a leaky faucet in the kitchen last year. Well, we tried. Dad ended up calling someone to come over and fix it, but we used tools and stuff. You sound like you're very handy, Devin. The way she gazed at him was unnerving. It was as if she had already made some deep connection with him, and that made no sense at all. Watching my son as he also gazed right back at her, I wondered if he would grow up to become some kind of ladies' man. Jenna was pretty. That was the only thing that made any sense as to why he was looking at her like that. Yeah, I like to use tools. Anyway, I said, trying to break up this little connection they had going on, we've got to get to work. And you've got lots to do at your place, so we'll see you around, Jenna. Finally, she turned her attention to me. Yeah, I've got to get going. But you both are invited over anytime you want. And I get it, Doc, no sugar for Devin. Unless Dad says I can have some, he added. She looked at him, then at me. We should exchange phone numbers. Devin ran off and came back with my cell phone, which had been lying on the dresser in my bedroom. Here's Dad's phone. Put your number in his contacts. I wasn't crazy about the idea of this girl having my personal number, but my son thought it was a great idea. I guess that's okay. Cool, she said as she tapped on the screen of my phone. Then I heard her cell phone ringing in her back pocket. I called my phone so that I can add you to my contacts, Benjamin. Her eyes raised to look at me. Is it okay for me to call you that? Or would you prefer me to call you Mr. Brown? Or Dr. Brown? I know I should have asked you that earlier, but it just occurred to me right now. Benjamin is fine. I hope this girl doesn't think we're going to be BFFs or something.
Chapter 4. Jenna.
Hours later, the groceries had finally been delivered, and I had just finished putting them away, which was a real chore. Taking out my cell phone, I snapped a few shots of my newly filled pantry and fridge. My followers won't believe I spent this much money. I knew I had to show them the way I'd splurged. Taking my phone with me to my office, I sat down at the desk and proceeded to work on that week's blog post. Adding the pictures, I let people know why I'd spent so much money. New home means stocking up on things. One-time expenditure, $730.05. Most of the food will last a few months, while some will not. Trying out different types of milk to find out what I like best. Now, it's time to get back to my frugal nature and settle into my new home. Staring at my computer screen, I realized my head just wasn't in it. So I got up and started pacing around my new house. I had never lived in anything so big, and having all that space was going to take some getting used to. Opening the door to the toy room, I leaned back against the wall, thinking about my visit with Devin and the things I had said to Benjamin about where I'd come from. I had come from Sacramento, that was the truth. And living in the little efficiency part was true too. My parents and the trip to Dallas when I was a teenager, those were lies. I had lived in foster homes all over Dallas. When I was 16, I was put into a foster home in the suburb of Mesquite, and that's where I met the man who would completely mess up my already messed up life. His influence over me was out of control. My foster father had tried to step in, but I ignored his sage advice. The following year, I didn't return to school, moving in with the man I thought was the love of my life. I'd met Tobias Johnson while working at the Dairy Queen. He was a regular there, ordering chocolate milkshakes and French fries every other day. At that time, I was 16, and he was in his late 30s. I saw no love connection between us at first, but he did. The every other day visits from him turned into everyday visits that lasted until I got off my shift. I usually walked back to my foster home, but one evening it was cold and getting dark, so I accepted the ride he offered in his long black Cadillac. And that was the beginning of what ended up being a very bad affair. Elusive about the nature of his job, I thought Tobias just got off on being secretive and mysterious. What did I care what he did to make money anyway? He had money, and he spent a lot of it on me, so I stopped asking what it was that he did for a living. He had a nice apartment, and when he told me that I should move in with him and leave the whole foster thing behind me, I quickly accepted the offer. Living with him wasn't much different than living with foster parents, though. He told me what to do and what not to do. I wasn't allowed to drink, even though he drank plenty. He also took illicit substances, which I wasn't allowed to take. His motto was, "Do as I say, not as I do." Tobias taught me things, though. He taught me how to drive. He taught me how to be okay staying home alone for days at a time, not knowing where he was or if he was ever coming back. He taught me how to conserve food too. Because when he would disappear, I would have no money and could only eat what was already in the house. Looking around at all the toys in the room, I smiled. Those days had been a little scary for me. But those days were behind me. Things were going to be different now. The nightmares I'd suffered from ever since leaving Dallas 7 years earlier were about to end. I could feel it inside of me, that the pain I had held onto was lifting. I was setting it all free now. We'd gone to Mexico when Tobias said we had to get out of town. From there we moved on to California, living in border towns until I couldn't take it anymore and left him. I moved to Los Angeles but didn't stay there long. Not only was it crazy expensive, but men who knew Tobias seemed to be everywhere in that city. Another thing Tobias taught me was that when bad men wanted to get back at guys who'd done them wrong, they went after the people those guys loved. I was the only one Tobias had ever had around, so I became the pawn in their dangerous game. As such, I tried to keep myself out of sight and out of the bad guys' minds. Coming back to Dallas wasn't the safest thing for me to do. There were still men in the city who might want to use me as leverage to make Tobias give them whatever he had taken from them. But none of those people lived in a neighborhood like Bluffview. And I didn't plan to be going out and about anyway. Staying home was fine with me. I was content with what my life would now become. I was where I was meant to be. It was no accident that I had found a way to earn lots of money. It was no accident that I had found the one I'd lost. It was written in the stars. This was meant to happen exactly the way it had. Moving across the room, I went to the train set and turned it on, watching the train click and clack over the tracks. Devin will love this. Benjamin was protective of Devin. But that was a good thing. The boy needed protection more than Benjamin even knew. The men we were running from knew about our son. What they didn't know was what we'd done with him. But if I could find out, then chances were that they could find out too, if they really wanted to get back at Tobias. Tobias' secretive nature made it so that I never knew what he'd done to put all our lives in danger. I knew it had to be pretty damn bad if we had to leave our newborn son behind before we left town, though. What was done was done. Nothing could change what had happened. But just because bad things happen doesn't mean that life has to continue that way. Life is what we make it. And I was making mine happy for once. Benjamin didn't trust me yet. But I could fix that. Given time, I could win him over. He was a good father to Devin. I was glad for that. Leaving the toy room, I went to the kitchen and began looking at all the sugary stuff I'd bought with Devin in mind. Benjamin was right to limit Devin's sugar intake. That was a smart thing to do. Being a doctor, I was sure Benjamin knew what was best for a growing boy. I needed to follow his lead where Devin was concerned. So I moved the many cartons of ice cream to the back of the freezer, putting them out of sight and placing the bags of frozen vegetables in front of them. Next, I went to the pantry and put the healthy cereal in front of the unhealthy one. I didn't want Benjamin to pop over one day and see all the junk I'd bought. I wanted him to know that if he left Devin with me, I would take just as good care of him as he did. Hugging myself, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face as I thought about the instant connection Devin and I had when we finally met. I had never felt anything like it. And I could see that Devin felt something too. Something inside me told me that Devin would continue to push his father into letting him come over to spend time with me. Benjamin couldn't hold out forever. It was clear that even though Benjamin was fairly strict, he cared about Devin's happiness. And I made Devin happy. It was easy to see. Benjamin couldn't come between us. At least not for long. I could have seen Benjamin as an adversary, but I chose not to. He'd taken excellent care of my son, after all. I owed him my gratitude. But I had the idea that if Benjamin knew what I was to Devin, he would definitely see me as an adversary. He'd shared the boy's love with his late wife and no one else. I could not expect him to be so generous with me. In his eyes, I had left the newborn behind. But it hadn't really been me who'd done that. I was 17 when I had our son. Tobias took him from me only moments after I delivered him in the back seat of that long black Cadillac of his. Parked under a bridge near the hospital where I thought he had been taking me to give birth, Tobias helped me bring our son into the world. He cut the umbilical cord with his pocket knife and tied it off with a zip tie. And then he wrapped him up in the baby blue blanket I'd packed in the diaper bag that I had been planning to take to the hospital with me when I went to deliver the baby. Only that never happened. And I was the only one who didn't know that was never going to happen. Tobias had planned it all along. He'd said that he could keep himself and me safe, but not anyone else, including our son. In his mind, the baby was better off without us in his life. For a long time, I thought he was right about that as we moved from one shithole to the next, trying to stay a step ahead of the men who sought revenge on Tobias. But one day, I realized that Tobias had only been half right. Our son most definitely didn't need his father in his life. For all I knew, Tobias still lived dangerously. But I lived my life on the safe side. If it weren't for my past with Tobias, there would be zero danger in my life. I had no idea where the man was now, and he didn't know where I was either. That was a good thing. That meant that I was safe. And as long as I kept a low profile while living in Dallas, I would remain safe. Greta Simpson had disappeared on the 4th day of May, 7 years ago. No one saw or heard from her again. Jenna McCarthy had emerged from the ashes of Greta's life. Jenna was strong. Jenna was smart. And Jenna was going to have the boy that Greta had lost in her life. Walking outside, I looked at the patch of trees that separated our two homes. I walked over and began breaking branches, creating a path so that Devin could come to my house without even having to walk on the road. I wanted there to be no reason at all for Benjamin to balk about Devin coming to my home. My home would be just as safe as his. Maybe even safer.
Chapter 5. Benjamin.
"Dad, it's Saturday," Devin called out just before coming into my bedroom. Opening the door, he ran in and jumped on my bed where I had still been trying to sleep. "That means pancakes." "Yes, I'm aware of our Saturday morning ritual, Devin." I'd stayed up late, binge-watching a series on Netflix, and wasn't ready to get out of bed just yet. "What do you say to taking a little nap before we go?" "A nap?" He shook his head. "No way." Climbing over me, he picked up my phone. "Call Jenna and invite her to come with us." "No. I wasn't about to do that. I'm sure she's got plenty to do this morning anyway." Cocking one brow at me, he asked, "Do you remember when we moved here?" "Yes, I recall it well. It was only a year ago." "Then you remember how nice our neighbors were to us. Mr. and Mrs. Santiago brought us homemade breakfast tacos on our first day. And the Mitchells invited us over for barbecue that afternoon. That night, Amy Rockefeller came by with a cake for us. Everyone was very nice to us, is what I'm saying, Dad. And we need to be that way toward Jenna." I'm sure the neighbors are doing things for her the same way they did for us. I wasn't into the idea of being the welcome wagon. Yeah, but we're her next door neighbors, so we should be doing more. I'm sure she likes pancakes too. Sitting up in bed, I wanted to set things straight with my son about the girl next door. You do know that you're much too young for her, right? What are you talking about? I think you have a crush on her. Laughing hysterically, he fell over and held his belly as he cracked up. You're so silly. I saw the way you looked at her. You had stars in your eyes. I get it. She's very pretty. But you're just a kid. Dad, I don't like her the way I like Carmen Sandoval. I want Carmen to be my girlfriend, but she sort of hates me right now. I only pulled her ponytail to get her to look at me. But she took it wrong. Yeah, girls often take that sort of thing the wrong way. I had to laugh. If you don't have a crush on Jenna, then what is it about her that's got you bugging me about her so much? I don't know. I just like her is all. She has a room full of toys, Dad. Of course I want to go over to her house and play with them. What kid wouldn't want to do that? I still don't know why she would have a room full of toys. I mean, yeah, she got them free, but why make a whole room for them? It was weird. I never question anything about toys, he let me know. I just want to play with them. I think we can take her to breakfast, and then we can go to her house so that I can play with those toys. I didn't want to go to her house, and I wasn't going to let my 7-year-old son go over alone either. We don't know her, Devin. I don't want you alone with her until we know her much, much better. If ever. How can we get to know her if we don't do anything with her? He had a valid point. But so did I. What makes you think that I want to spend time with some kid? She's not a kid. She's in her young 20s. She's a kid, Devin. And spending time with a kid sounds like hell to me. Rubbing my temples, I already felt a tension headache coming on. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Go get ready, and I'll get up and get ready too. Wait. He looked at the phone he still held in his hand. Dad, she's alone. All alone. She must like it that way, or she wouldn't be alone. His soulful eyes captured mine, refusing to let me have things my way. He knew how to melt my heart. Dad, no one wants to be all alone. Give me the phone. I will ask her if she wants to join us for breakfast. But I'm not going to beg her, and neither are you. Handing me the phone, his smile was off the charts. She's going to say yes. Just watch. I made the call, and she answered on the first ring. Hi. Hello, Jenna. Devin and I eat most Saturday mornings at the IHOP, and we were wondering if you would like to join us. I would love that. I can be ready in 30 minutes. Should I go over there, or do you want to come pick me up? We'll pick you up. I'll text before we come over. We will see you in about 30 minutes then. This is awesome. Thanks, Benjamin. I'll be ready and waiting. Swiping the screen, I ended the call. Well, she's a little overboard about this, but okay. Devin jumped up and down on my bed. Yes? I'll go get ready. An hour later, we sat in a booth, Devin sitting beside Jenna. Jenna seemed to be on the chilly side as she wore a hooded sweatshirt, keeping the hood covering her head, and didn't take off her sunglasses, not even once we were seated. I'd never really understood the 20-somethings, and she was no exception. I filled my cup of coffee from the carafe the waitress had left on our table as I sat across from them. So, how was your first night in the new house, Jenna? I liked it. I mean, it was a little scary because it's so much bigger than anything I've ever lived in. But it's a safe house with a great security system, so I knew I would be all right. I'll get used to it. She took a sip of the soda she'd ordered. You drink coffee a lot? Every day. I took a sip before putting the cup down. And you don't put anything in it at all? She asked, wrinkling her nose. I limit my sugar intake too. So no sugar and no cream. Just straight black coffee. I know sugar isn't good for you. But I can't drink stuff like coffee. It's just too yucky. Well, most grown-ups don't mind the bitterness. I guess you're right. She bumped her shoulder against Devon's. Hey, wanna come over after we eat? I've got this killer train set. I'd like to see what you think of it. She turned her head to me. Don't worry, I won't take any pictures of him to use on my blog post. I hadn't even thought of that. Please see that you don't. I don't let him use social media at all. And I don't want his picture posted on anything. I don't even let his school post pictures of him. That's good. Smart, she said as she picked up the glass of bubbling soda. You're a really good dad. Devon's lucky to have you. And I am lucky to have him. Grinning at my son, I asked, would it make you happy to go over to Jenna's to play with some of those toys? I knew what his answer would be, but asked anyway. Are you kidding me? I think he would love to come over. Of course, I will accompany him. You understand? Sure I do. And I would love to have you both come over. Her expression showed how thrilled she was. I cleared a path in the trees between our houses so that Devon won't have to walk on the street. You did what? I cleared a path between our houses. Cool, Devon said. That's smart thinking, Jenna. Dad would never let me walk on the street alone. But now that won't be a problem. I wasn't as down with what she'd done as my son was. Why would you do something like that without talking to me first? I didn't think you would mind. I just broke a few branches to make room between the trees. It's not a big deal. But it is an odd thing to do when you've just moved in next door to me. I think that was a great idea, Jenna, Devon gushed. We made it through breakfast without me giving Jenna a lecture about how she was being too forward with my son. I kept holding my tongue each time she asked him to do more and more with her. I wanted to speak to her alone, without Devon listening in to our conversation. As they chattered on and on, I scrolled through my phone, checking out Jenna's blog. And what I found interested me. Jenna really was into finding the cheapest ways to do a ton of things. But I couldn't see a single toy. And the list of sponsors did not include any toy manufacturing companies either. Why would she lie about such a thing? Later, when we pulled up to her house after breakfast, she hopped out of the front seat and let Devon out as he sat in the seat behind her. Come on, Devon. I can't wait to show you everything. I got out too, following them as they hurried to get inside her house. She had to slow down for a moment to put in the code to her security system. Devon, the code is 7635. He shouldn't know that. I shouldn't know that, I let her know. Well, I want him to know it so that he can let himself in. Opening the front door, she went in, her smiling face telling me that she didn't understand why she shouldn't let people know how to get into her house. And I'm sure I can trust you, Benjamin. She took off her hoodie and left it and her sunglasses on a table near the door. You don't know me enough to know if you can trust me or not, Jenna. She was reckless, and that didn't sit well with me. Who else have you told that code to? The delivery people. I hope not. No, I haven't told anyone but you two. Don't be such a worrywart, Benjamin. Come on. Let me show you guys the toy room. She led the way through the foyer, the living room, then down a hall that ended with the toy room. And what a room full of toys it was. Holy shit. Wow. Devon exclaimed. See, I told you it was cool, she gushed, walking toward the large table that had a train set up on it. So, this is the train I told you about. I have no idea if kids like these things or not. Are you kidding? Devon looked in awe at the train set. This is amazing. Oh, so kids do like these things after all, she said, then looked at me. The movers like the train too. So, what do you think about it, Benjamin? I mean, it's a nice train set. I was only human. Of course I like train sets. How do you turn it on? Picking up a remote control, she handed it to me. With this. Turn it on, Dad. Devon said while jumping up and down in pure excitement. Okay, calm down, son. I pushed the start button, and away it went. Wow. This is cool. I pushed the button with a picture of a horn on it, and the little train made a loud toot toot. So young boys and older boys like these things, Jenna said with a grin. My followers will like knowing this little tidbit of information. And the toy company will too. If you don't mind me asking, what made a toy company sponsor someone who gives advice about living cheaply? Toys are not cheap. This train set couldn't be less than $100. I was going to get to the bottom of what I'd found on her blog, not a single article about toys. For a brief moment she had this deer-in-the-headlights expression. But she turned it around, smiling at me. Part of the advice I give is about paying more for things that last a long time. Since so many toys are cheaply made and don't last, I like to tell my followers about the really good toys that are made to last. Yes, the initial cost might be high, but you will get years and years of use out of the things I promote. She wasn't being honest with me, and it was time I found out why that was. Handing the remote to Devin, I said, "Here you go, son. You give it a try. Jenna, can you show me where the nearest bathroom is?" "Yeah, sure. Follow me." Once we were out of Devin's earshot, I stopped walking. "I don't need to use your bathroom. I just wanted to talk to you." Wide eyes looked back at me. "About what?" "I took a look at your blog, and there's nothing on it about any toys. I also found your list of sponsors, but there is no toy manufacturing company on it at all. To be honest with you, I wanted to come over to see all these toys you told Devin about. You do have quite the collection. But you weren't given these toys. You bought them. Don't try to lie to me about it either. You've got some agenda here, and I want to know what it is and what it has to do with my son." Her wide-eyed expression went away as she said, "Okay, you got me. I do have an agenda. No, I haven't gotten a toy company to sponsor me yet. But I'm aiming for it. I did buy all these toys, and they're not all from the same manufacturer. But I am going to be adding toys into my blog. I just needed a kid to give me more input than what I can come up with on my own. You expect me to believe that crap? I wasn't born yesterday. How did you know that there was a little boy living next door to you?" "I didn't know that. It was a pleasant surprise, though. I will admit that. Devin has saved me from having to try to find some kids to come and play with the toys. I mean, what kind of weirdo goes around asking strange kids if they want to come to their house to play with their toys? You are that kind of weirdo. That's what you did to my son. And it is on the creepy side. I know it is. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. It's just that I've never had to explain my business to anyone, and I didn't really know how to say what I needed. I apologize, and I'll tell Devin the truth about the toys too. I think that's best. I don't like my son thinking that lying is ever okay." "I know. You're right. Will you let him help me with this?" She was looking at me with hope in her eyes, and for some strange reason, I didn't want to let her down. "For now, he can only come over here when I can come with him. No offense, but I don't know you, and you've already lied to me about something that didn't even matter." "That's awesome. And I could use your input on the toys from the parents' point of view. I can pay you both for helping me." "No need for that. Devin is already getting plenty just by getting to play with the toys. And I don't need money to give my opinion on something." "Cool. Thanks." Even though we'd had our little discussion, I still felt like she was hiding something. And until I found out her secret, she wasn't going to get 5 minutes alone with my son.
Chapter 6. Jenna.
Devin and Benjamin tested 2 toys for me that Saturday before going home. They wouldn't take my money for their help, so I was busy cooking them a surprise, a thank you dinner, when a strange number showed up on my cell. I don't usually answer calls that come from numbers I don't know, but for some reason I took this one. "Jenna McCarthy, what can I do for you?" "Hey Greta," came a familiar voice. My stomach twisted as I instantly recognized Tobias' voice. How did you get this number? I have my ways. I like the new name. But I like some of the old ones too. Valerie was sort of a special one to me. It's been a long time, Tobias. Do you have a reason why you're calling? My entire body tingled with anxiety as I waited for his answer. Can't I just call to catch up with my girl? I haven't been your girl in a very long time. You'll always be my girl. We share too much. All we shared was the son he'd abandoned. Not anymore, Tobias. Greta, don't be like that. I've fallen on hard times and need a place where I can hide out for a bit. Where are you staying? I'm sorry, Tobias, I can't let you stay with me. If he found out that I had bought a home next door to our son, I wasn't sure what he would do. And I did not want to find out. Come on, girl. You know I wouldn't have tracked you down if I had any other choice. By the way, the pink hair is a little immature. My blog led you to me. I didn't like that at all. It sure did. Way to go with that. You must be making mad internet money. I wasn't about to let him in on my finances. I'm doing okay. I would say that you're doing better than just okay. Finding your phone number was easy. Finding your address has proven a bit harder. So just tell me where you are so that I can stop running for a while and get some much-needed rest. Seriously, I can't have you around. I've stayed away from you long enough that I doubt I'm on your enemy's radar any longer. If you come around, then I'll be right back where I was. And I'm not about to go back to living that way. I like my dull life, thank you very much. No one is gonna know that I'm with you. I promise you that I won't tell a single soul where I am. As if you have to tell people. Somehow, they always find out where you've been anyway. Sorry, Tobias, the answer is no, and it's going to stay that way. You sure got a hard heart, Greta. You didn't used to have that. You were real nice and accommodating. What happened to you? I couldn't believe he had to ask that question. Oh, I don't know, Tobias. Maybe leaving my baby behind while I went on the lam with you hardened my heart. If we had kept him, he'd be dead by now, and you know that. All I know is that if you'd just taken me to the hospital, then I could have gotten help from someone, and you could have left town alone, leaving me and the baby behind. Who was gonna help you, Greta? You were a 17-year-old foster home runaway. You had no one to call. You had nowhere else to go. Most importantly, you were known as my girl, and that meant you couldn't just stay put in Dallas while I left town. You and that baby would have both been killed. You know that's the truth. There's no point in rehashing things. I can't help you, and that's that. Just tell me what state you're in. No. I wasn't going to give him a clue as to where I was. Don't make me hunt you down. You need to think about who else you know, because you are not welcome in my home, Tobias Johnson. After all I did for you, you're gonna do this to me? Don't you care whether I live or die? Do you care if you live or die? I asked him. You've had the opportunity to change the way you live, change the things you do that make people want to kill you and those you love. Yet you keep on doing the same shit over and over. You make enemies wherever you go. Maybe stop doing that. Maybe make some changes. That way you won't have to run away all the time or hide out until things blow over. You know, I think one of my original homeboys will put me up. I'm not too far from Dallas. Catch you later, Heartless. Frozen in place, I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. Tobias Johnson is going to be in Dallas. I shouldn't have been worried. I lived in a place that was safe, and none of the lowlifes he knew would ever come around here. If they did, the residents would call the police in a hurry. Even though I knew he would never find me here, I found myself pulling the kitchen curtains closed. Shivering, I had a sinking feeling that Tobias wouldn't just let this go. It was time to change what I looked like again. I couldn't very well change my name, because Benjamin would sure ask a lot of questions. He hadn't even begun to trust me yet. If I went and changed my name, he would probably make sure I never laid eyes on Devon again. But changing my appearance was a thing I could do. Looking up a drugstore nearby, I was able to order some hair dye that a favor driver could deliver within the hour. I already had an assortment of colored contacts, so once I had my hair changed, I could find the color that suited my new look best. With the beef stroganoff simmering, I walked around the house, checking to make sure the windows were all locked and the curtains drawn so that no one could see inside. Tobias had said he wasn't in Dallas yet, so I had no idea why I was already so anxious. Still, I was a quivering mess inside. Am I putting Devon in danger by being so close to him? If I told Benjamin the truth about who I was and what I was to Devon, I could get his opinion. But I already knew what he would say to me. Get the hell out of here, and away from my son. It wasn't that I thought Tobias would hurt Devon. It was just that being with Tobias put people in danger. And if I was in any sort of danger, then I couldn't be around Devon. I cannot let that happen. Going back into the kitchen, I looked at the phone I'd left on the counter. I picked it up and sent a message to Tobias. If you ever cared for me at all, forget about me. Let me live a safe life. There was no response to my message. I took that as a sign that he was doing what I'd asked. And that made me feel a little better. Not a whole lot, but a little. The doorbell rang, and I jumped a foot off the floor. Shit. Remembering that the hair dye was going to be delivered, I went to see who was at the door. The package had been left on the doorstep, and the driver was already pulling out of my driveway. The color was called Shimmering Sand, a shade of blonde I hadn't tried yet. Even though there was no reason to rush the hair color change, I went to my bathroom and did the dye job, which only took 20 minutes. After blow-drying my hair and running a straightener through it, I checked out my new look and decided I liked it. I just need to hide these green eyes. Looking through my box of contacts, I found some dark blue ones and put them on. Blinking a few times, I looked in the mirror and barely recognized myself. This will do just fine. I put on some makeup and even found a dress in my closet. Something about the classy hair color and the new look made me want to dress up instead of just wearing jeans and t-shirts the way I'd been doing ever since turning my hair pink. Reinventing myself was always sort of fun, even if I was doing it to hide from the bad guys. Turning in a circle in front of the full-length mirror, I liked the way the bottom of the dress flowed as I moved. After slipping on some flats, I went to the kitchen to finish preparing the rest of the meal. Humming a happy tune, I felt much better knowing that if Tobias somehow looked through any of the windows of my home, he would never imagine that I was the rail-thin, pale-skinned, dark-haired girl with light green eyes who used to be his girl. None of my former looks were anything like this new one. They'd all had a touch of grunge to them. But now, I looked like a classy lady instead of a kid who was trying to buck the system. My blog followers would still see the pink-haired super saver though. This new look wasn't to be shared on the internet. Making a salad, I wondered what Devon and Benjamin would think about my new look. Pulling a bottle of red wine out of the wine chiller, I opened it and left it on the counter to breathe. I wasn't an avid wine drinker, but dinner on a Saturday night sounded like a wine-drinking occasion. Plus, it was the adult beverage of choice from what I'd seen. Showing Benjamin that I could be more of an adult seemed like a good idea to me. If I didn't get him to have confidence in me, then I wouldn't get to spend much time with Devon. And that's all I really wanted to do. I'd missed 7 years of my son's life. I knew there was no way to get that time back, but I could make up for the time we'd lost. So, I had to prove myself worthy of watching over Devon. The meal wasn't the healthiest, as the beef stroganoff was rich and creamy with lots of egg noodles in it. But there was a fresh salad, and some baby carrots that I had roasting in the oven. For dessert, I'd cut up some strawberries and mix them with blueberries, then put them into tiny pie crusts that were baking in the oven. No sugar at all, only the natural sweetness of the berries. I had high hopes that Benjamin would approve of the things I'd prepared. If he knew that I could feed Devon the way he liked him to eat, then that was another feather in my cap. and I needed all the feathers I could get. Picking up my cell to call Benjamin to invite them over for dinner, I got chills thinking about the call I'd gotten from Tobias. What will I do if he finds me? But I had to wonder if I was making a bigger deal out of things than was really necessary. Would the man's presence really be a threat to me now? It didn't matter. I didn't want him around. I didn't owe him a damn thing, either. He'd taken the shitty life I'd had and made it even shittier. Thinking about all that he'd dragged me through as we ran and hid in the worst kind of places, I knew without a doubt that I did not owe him a thing, no matter what. The man had robbed me of my child. He'd made me feel as if I had no other options. But I had plenty. I didn't care what he thought. I could have asked for help while I was in the hospital, and being a minor at 17, they would have helped me and my baby get somewhere safe. Tobias had been selfish, wanting me with him so that he wouldn't have to be alone while he ran from the ones he'd screwed over. And there I was, weak from giving birth, at the man's mercy. And he proved himself to have little of that. When we drove away from the hospital that afternoon, he kept driving all day until we got close to the Mexican border. The few places we stopped along the way didn't have much to help me take care of myself. I was a complete mess, physically and mentally. My body was reeling from the process of childbirth, and my mind was burning, knowing I'd left my newborn behind. Tobias said he'd left the baby in the ladies' bathroom, so that some woman would find him quickly. He said it like he was some sort of hero. Which he was not. Tobias was as selfish as they came. For some reason, maybe because he was so much older than me, I had never questioned him. I had trusted him back then. For a while at least. Night after night of brutal conditions wore me down. Finally, I could take no more. He'd been gone for 2 days from the hovel he had found for us to live in temporarily. That's what he had said that entire year we were on the run. This is just temporary. I'll work things out with those guys, and we can go back to our normal lives again. From his call, it sounded like that day had never come for him. Here he was, still looking for a place to hide out for a bit. I had to find the strength to stand up to this man. Not that I was going to seek him out. But if he found me somehow, I would stand up to him. I'd never allowed myself to think much about what he'd done to me. Maybe it was because of losing my mother so young and being shifted from one foster home to another, but I had never stood up to anyone. Instead, I went with the flow, trying not to cause trouble. Despite how hard I had tried to quietly go along with everyone, I was still moved from one foster home to the next for reasons I could never figure out. I might have been born into a shitty life, but I had to admit that my son had done much better than I had. Maybe Tobias had been right to leave him in that hospital bathroom after all.
Chapter 7. Benjamin.
Jenna's name lit up my phone screen. Devin saw it too. Look, it's Jenna calling. I wonder what she wants. Answering the call, I said, "What can we do for you, Jenna?" "You can come and eat dinner with me. I've prepared a feast for my 2 best toy testers. I think you will approve of the meal too, Benjamin." Looking at Devin out of the corner of my eye, I saw him nodding like a madman. I don't know if Devin wants to go over. "Dad?" "Yes, I do. I want to very much." "I heard him," she said. "So, is that a yes then? Please say yes. I don't know what I'll do with all this food if you guys don't come to help me eat it." "I could eat," I said as I got up. "I'll grab a bottle of wine. What's the main dish? That way I'll know which kind to bring." "No need. I've got a bottle of red wine breathing right now. Just bring yourselves and your voracious appetites." I had to admit my surprise. "You've got wine and you've got it breathing too. I have to say, I didn't see that coming. You're in for a lot of surprises. See you boys soon. Wash up, Devin, and then we'll head over." Running like the wind, he met me at the front door in seconds. "Let's take the path she made." I'd all but forgotten about her creating the path through the trees between our homes. It had bothered me when she told me about doing it. But I had begun to get the feeling that she did it more for herself than anyone else. Like it made her feel more secure to have a direct route to someone. Okay, we'll take the path. She came to the door just as we walked up the stairs. When she opened it, I wasn't sure who I was looking at. Jenna? Her hair was different. Much different. Where there had been a messy bun of pink hair on top of her head, there were now sleek blonde strands lying perfectly around her face. The brown eyes were gone, replaced with brilliant blue ones. And she even had makeup on. Her smile was the same though. It is me. Turning in a circle, the hem of her floral dress flared. What did you do to yourself, Jenna? Devin asked. You're so pretty. Thank you, Devin. I just thought that my new life here in Dallas deserved a new me to go with it. I like to change up my look now and then. It keeps things fresh. My son's eyes were fixed on her as he moved into the house. It's you, only like a way better version. I like it. Thanks. She ran her hand over his head. I'm glad that you do. Now come and see what I made for dinner. I kept my mouth shut, not daring to say what I really thought about her new look. Mostly because I didn't want either of them to know that she'd just become very attractive to me. She looked like an adult. A happy and healthy adult who knew what she was doing. Not the pink-haired kid she'd looked like before. Leading us into the dining room, she gestured to the table she'd set beautifully. Martha Stewart Collection, last year's end-of-the-season sale. 8-piece dinnerware set, cut 75%. A real steal if you ask me. It's beautiful, Jenna. I pulled out a chair at the round table. Here you go, hostess with the mostess. What a gentleman you are, Benjamin. She took the seat, and I pushed the chair in for her. Thank you, kind sir. You are welcome. This meal looks delicious. Devin sat in the chair next to hers, and I took the seat on the other side of the table. Is this beef stroganoff? It is, she said. I know it's not the healthiest thing. No. I really like beef stroganoff. My mother used to make it on Sundays when I was a kid. The whole sitting down to dinner thing brought back childhood memories. When my brothers and I were kids, we had sit-down dinners every night. But on Sunday, we had sit-down lunches after we got back from church. Lots of people would come over and bring food too. Mom's specialty was beef stroganoff. There were lots of other kinds of foods though. You know, soul food, greens, fried catfish, cornbread, those sorts of things. Man, this really takes me back. Well, waste no time. Make yourself a plate. She picked up the bowl of salad and filled her plate, then asked Devin, salad? A little, please. She put a small amount on his salad plate. There you go. Would you like vinegar and oil or ranch dressing for your salad, Devin? Ranch, please. He puts ranch dressing on everything, his french fries, his pizza, anything, I said. Did you make the vinegar and oil dressing yourself? It was in a mason jar, so I assumed she'd made it. I did. I used balsamic vinegar and extra virgin olive oil, then added some fresh herbs and kosher salt to give it some flavor. Nice. I helped myself to a generous serving of salad, and then drizzled some of the vinegar and oil over it. Letting that sit for a moment, I picked up the bottle of wine and filled my glass. This is a fine meal that you've prepared for us. You know, I haven't done this in years, but how about we all hold hands, and I'll say a blessing over this food. Holding out her hand to me and the other one to Devin, Jenna nodded. Sounds like a good idea to me. Devin had a forkful of salad near his mouth. Huh. Say a what? Wiggling her fingers, she said, a blessing. Put the fork down and hold my hand, close your eyes, bow your head, and let your father say some nice words before we eat. Reluctant to put the fork down, he finally did as asked. I guess. I reached out for his other hand. Take my hand too, buddy. This is weird, he said. Yeah, I can see why you would think that. And I'm not super proud of myself for only introducing it to you now. Kind of late in the game, huh? Better late than never, Jenna said with a grin. Go ahead, bless the food. She closed her eyes and bowed her head. I couldn't quite pull my eyes off of her for a moment. Taking a deep breath, I collected myself and began the blessing. Heavenly Father, this food has been prepared with great care and love by the lady in our midst, Jenna. It would be appreciated by us all who sit at this beautifully set dinner table, if you would give your blessing to this food, so that it will nourish our bodies and fill us with the love and care Jenna put into this meal. We thank you, Father. Amen. Amen, Jenna echoed, then let our hands go. Very nice, Benjamin. Thank you. Dad? Cutting my eyes over to him, I hadn't realized how I'd been looking at Jenna. Yes, son? Nothing. Can we eat now? Sure. I stabbed some lettuce, then put it into my mouth, as I tried not to think about Jenna any differently than I had before her transformation. I like the dressing, Jenna. Thank you. She took a bite of her salad too, then filled her glass with the wine. I gave you coconut milk, Devon. I hope you like it, but if you don't, I can get you something else to drink. He took a drink. No. I like this. Good. Her eyes danced as she gazed at him, running her hand over his head. I'm glad you like it. It was as if she'd gotten the coconut milk just for him or something. You drink a lot of coconut milk, Jenna? Me? She shook her head. Not really. I drink a lot of water each day, and a soda every now and then, but I'm not really into milk of any kind. So she did buy it just for Devon. I watched her sip the wine. And wine? I asked. You don't drink it much, huh? No. She held up her glass. First timer here. If you don't drink it, then why did you buy it? Well, it's part of the new me, I suppose. I mean, initially, I bought it because this home came with a wine chiller, so I wanted to fill it up. Thankfully, when I ordered online from the local grocery store, they had a lot of information on the various wines, their tastes, and what foods they pair with best. I had no idea. I heard soft music playing that I hadn't noticed before. Is that Mozart I hear? Oh, I honestly don't know. I've got my phone on a music app, and the music is playing through the speaker on the side table. It's the ceramic white apple in the bowl of ceramic fruit. Clever disguise, right? Yes, it is clever. I was stunned. So, you've got a classical music playlist? Not really. I just searched classical music and picked a station, and here we are. I could check my phone to see if it's Mozart or not. I left it in the kitchen. No need. I happen to have studied classical music when I was in college. It is Mozart. Originally, it was written for the violin, the viola, and the orchestra. It's a symphony done in the key of E-flat. Wow, how can you remember all that from way back in your college days? She asked with wide eyes. Well, I've listened to classical music a lot and didn't leave it all behind me when I graduated from college. Picking up the glass of wine, I marveled at the young woman. You know, you seem like an entirely different woman. The look, the food, the wine, the music. Who are you, Jenna McCarthy? I took a sip of wine, looking at her over the rim of the glass. I suppose I'm like any other woman. I like to mix things up. Keep life interesting. Shrugging her shoulders, she looked at Devon and smiled. You've finished your salad, Devon. Should I make your plate for you? That would be nice. I don't want to spill anything on the white tablecloth. No worries. She put some beef stroganoff and roasted baby carrots on his plate. Pointing at a solid white dome that sat on the table, she said, Our desserts are under there. If you eat all your veggies, you will get to have one. Devon's eyes went to me. Can I have some sugar tonight, Dad? Oh no, she said quickly. There is no sugar. The sweetness comes from the natural sugars in the fruit. Of course you can have some dessert. Like Jenna said, if you eat all your vegetables. I winked at her, liking the deal she'd made with him. He ate a carrot first, then smiled. Oh yeah. These are yummy. Then it won't be a problem eating your veggies, Jenna said with a smile, as she finished her salad and made herself a plate. "You know, I was going to make homemade rolls with this but decided against it. I wasn't sure how you felt about bread, Benjamin. You made this meal with me in mind." I asked, not sure how I felt about that. Maybe I just hadn't noticed that she was attracted to me. "Well, sort of. I made it with Devin in mind and how you want him to eat healthily. So, you both were on my mind when I was preparing the menu for tonight. I made this to compensate you both for your help today with the toys." The wind sort of left my sails with her reply. "Oh? Well, I approve of everything. That was nice of you to think of my dietary rules for my son. I wouldn't do it any other way, Benjamin." I didn't say much after that. Instead, I watched as Jenna and Devin interacted. Both smiled so much. Both laughed. And they both looked at each other with something like love in their eyes. The more I looked at Jenna, the more I wondered what she really looked like in her natural state. "Jenna, I know this might sound like I'm being too personal, but I have to ask, what is your natural hair and eye color?" Running her hand through her silky blonde locks, she said, "I've got dark hair, more black than brown, and light green eyes. That's why I can wear any color of contacts. They're so light that it's hard to tell this isn't my natural eye color." It had to have been hard to get your dark hair as light as you've gotten it. I knew that was an arduous process. Yes, it literally took years to get it this light. And every 4 weeks, I have to touch up the roots. She looked into Devin's eyes. "Your eyes aren't exactly brown, Devin. I see some green in them as well." "You do?" he asked. Jenna looked at me. Did his mother have green eyes? "Yours are brown." We had never told Devin that he wasn't our biological son. She had blue eyes and blonde hair. Maybe the green comes from someone else in her family. I think her father might have had green eyes. He'd passed away before she and I met. "Oh," she said as she nodded. "Is that why there are no grandparents around?" My parents moved to Colorado to help out with my youngest brother's 6 children. He and his wife are a couple of rabbits who keep giving them new grandkids almost yearly. "And your wife's mother?" she asked. "Is she not around?" Devin frowned, saying softly, "She's in a home now. She had a stroke that left her unable to speak or remember things. Things like me." Running her hand over his back, she leaned in close. "I'm sure she does remember you somewhere deep in her mind, Devin. No one could ever forget about you. Not completely." Concern must have found a place in my expression because after dinner, Jenna asked me to help her clear the table. When we were alone, she said, "I want you to know that I will never hurt Devin. I can see that he's had a lot of loss. His mother. His grandmother. Your parents aren't around. If you're afraid that I'll leave one day and forget all about him, don't. I'm not going anywhere." Why would she say a thing like that?
Chapter 8. Jenna.
Dinner had gone so well, and Sunday morning came, waking me with a smile on my face. What am I going to do today? Yawning and stretching, I sat up in bed. Even with the curtains closed, the sun still shone through them, sending rays of light into my bedroom. The day would be a warm one, so doing something outside sounded good to me. I got up, opened the curtains, and looked out at the backyard. The previous owners had left it in immaculate condition. Lots of leafy green plants filled the corners and ran along the wooden privacy fence. One large chinaberry tree stood majestically in the middle of the plush grass-covered yard. Smaller trees peppered the landscape, making it look a lot more like a park than someone's backyard. The sun shone on one particular area, brightening it up a bit more than the rest of the space. An area that wasn't too big, but not too small either. An area that looked like it could be the perfect place for a vegetable garden. Who better to make a garden with than Devin? Getting myself dressed for gardening, I found that it was still early and guessed that Devin wouldn't be up yet. I ordered some seeds and other gardening must-haves from the store, and they were delivered before I had even prepared breakfast. Just as I opened the door to pick up the bags that had been left by the delivery person, I saw Devin coming through the trees. Good morning. I was so glad to see him, and my heart leapt inside my chest in a way that only one's child could make happen. I was just about to make something for breakfast. Care to join me? Dad's still sleeping. I was hoping you would be up. He ran to me, smiling all the while. I'm hungry. I bet you are. I've got something fun that we can do after we eat, too. Come inside. Taking the bags inside with me, I left them on the counter as I set to work making us some bacon and scrambled eggs with toast. I have orange juice. Would you like some? I love orange juice. He sat at the breakfast bar in the kitchen, ready to eat. So what's this fun thing we can do after we eat, Jenna? I had the idea that we could plant some seeds today and make a vegetable garden in the backyard. Would you like to help me do that? Yes. That would be so much fun. He dug into the eggs as soon as I put the plate in front of him. Standing there, looking at him eat with such gusto, I couldn't believe how full my heart felt. It was so simple and easy. Loving him came naturally to me. You like it? I love it. Thank you. He chomped on some bacon. Crispy. My favorite. Should I call your father to let him know that you're over here? I asked as I sat next to him with my plate in hand. He's sleeping. I don't think you should wake him up. He stayed up after we got home last night. He was watching something on television. Let's let him rest. Okay then. I figured that he knew his father best. So, I've been looking online and I found out the best way to lay out our garden. Corn can run along the first row. That grows tall, so it can keep the wind off the rest of the vegetables if a storm comes along. Which can happen around here without any warning at all, you know. He looked at me, creases forming along his forehead. How do you know that about this place? You're not from here. Oh crap. I read about it, I came up with quickly. The skepticism gone from his face, he said, Oh? And so what should we plant next to the corn? He went back to eating, giving my answer no second thought at all. Green beans can go on that row. And the next row can be some tomatoes. From there, we can plant lettuce and then some radishes and onions. Can you think of anything else you'd like to plant? How about oranges? Well, those come from trees, and I think I would need to buy a tree. I can order one and have it delivered. Or, we could just go to the place and pick one up. Dad's SUV can carry things like trees, I think. Well. I didn't know how to tell him that I didn't want to be out and about in the city. I like ordering things online and having them delivered. But we can't really find the best tree unless we can look at them. He had a point. We'll see about the orange tree later. I'm not even sure when you're supposed to plant them. Gardening is complicated. You know what? He asked as he cocked his head at me. What? Where's your car? I haven't seen it. It's parked in the garage. I didn't like to have my car out where people could see it. It had to be registered under my legal name, Greta Simpson. If anyone ran the plates, they would find out my true identity. That's where I keep it. What kind of car is it? He asked with a grin. Is it a cool car? It's not a cool car at all. It's just a regular boring car that brought me here from California. And that reminded me that I would have to get the license and registration changed to my new address and change my driver's license too. I only bought it to come here. I walked everywhere I went when I lived in Sacramento. But here in Dallas, things are too far apart to make walking realistic. I knew I would need a car, for emergencies if nothing else. Can I see it? I saw no harm in showing him the little Toyota Camry. Sure. Come on, I'll show it to you. Hopping off the bar stools, we went to the side of the kitchen, where the door to the attached garage was located. I opened the door and turned on the light. My little white car sat right where I'd parked it when I'd come to my new home. I like it. He looked up at me. Can you give me a ride in it? I had a great excuse for not doing that. Your father would kill me if I left with you, and you know that. So sorry, but no way. Yeah, you're right. I wish he wasn't so weird about you. I closed the door to the garage, and we went back to finish eating. You know, he's got his reasons. I'm not upset about how he is. I think it's nice that he's so safe with you. Sometimes it feels like he's being too safe with me. You know, ever since Mom died, I haven't gotten to be in any sports. I go to school. He goes to work. Then we come home and that's it. Maybe your mom's death makes him worry that something might happen to you too, if he's not super careful. She was holding my hand when we were crossing the street. The next thing I knew, I was flying through the air because she'd pushed me away from her. And then I saw the car. It hit her and made her fly in the air. Then Dad had me, and he was holding me. I see it like it just happened. He looked at me with sad eyes. Do you think that will ever go away, Jenna? I'm not sure. If you want it to go away, then I'm sure it will. My heart ached for what he'd been through. I know you miss her. All the time. She was really nice. She smelled good too. And she told me the best bedtime stories. Running my hand over his head, I was happy he'd had a mother who had loved him so much. I bet she loved you more than you can even understand. She loved me, he said as he nodded. And I loved her too. You will always miss her, but you still have your dad, and that's good. Right? Yeah. His shoulders drooped. He's a good dad. He loves me. I love him. We're a good family. But it's not the same since Mom's not there anymore. Looking at me with a sad expression, he said, I just want things to be the same again. I know you do. But the thing about life is that things change. Sometimes the changes aren't good ones. Sometimes we get hurt. But some changes are good, and we end up happy with them. Life is about changes. Remember that, Devin. Nothing ever stays the same. Not one thing. I like it that you live here now. I like you, Jenna. And I like you, Devin. I'm glad I live here too. See, not all changes are bad. I'm here for you now. You can count on me for anything you need. I'm not going anywhere. So you won't get married someday, and have your own kids and be too busy for me? Never. I put my hand over my heart. I swear that to you, Devin. I will never be too busy for you. You will have a place in my heart that no one will ever be able to take. Smiling, he seemed happy with what I'd said. Can we do the garden now? We can. Grabbing the bag of supplies off the counter, we headed out back to start on the garden. I think there are gardening tools in this shed. The people who lived here before me left some things behind. The people who lived here before you were really old, and one day the man died, and then the lady moved away. Dad said she went to live with their daughter. Mr. and Mrs. Davenport were their names. They were okay, but not super nice. Not like you. I'm glad I found this house. Inside the shed, I found a shovel and a hoe. I think these things will work. Walking over to the spot where I wanted to plant the garden, I put the shovel on the ground and tried to break the surface of the grass. Putting all my weight on the shovel, I still couldn't get it to break through. You want me to go and see if Dad will help us? No. We don't want to wake him up if he's sleeping. Which I'm sure he is, or he would have called by now to see if you're here. I can do it. I hopped up on the shovel again and rocked back and forth until it finally broke ground. Yes? Hey, you did it. Cool. This isn't going to be as easy as I had thought it would be. But we'll still have fun. Emptying the bag of supplies I'd bought, I handed Devin some gloves in his size. For me? Yes, for you. Put them on so that you don't get blisters. And here's a little hand shovel that you can use to break up the ground. I'll pull all the grass out of it because we can't have grass mixing with our seeds. I put on the gloves I'd bought for myself. We're probably gonna get a little dirty. Think your dad will mind if you get a little dirty? Nah. He dug into the dirt. This is so much fun. Yeah, it is. I use the little hand rake to help get the dirt off the roots of the grass, then toss the grass to the side. I don't know how long it takes for vegetables to grow, but I hope it's not very long. I'm already getting hungry for them. He laughed. I bet they'll be ready by next weekend. I don't think it will be that fast. We kept working for an hour, and I knew that we both needed a break. Let's go get some water. I can't believe how long this is taking us. It's a lot of hard work, isn't it? After washing our hands, we took a seat at the breakfast bar in the kitchen and drank an entire water bottle each. Once our vegetables begin to grow, we will have to pick them up and put them into containers. Are you going to help me do all that when the time comes? I sure will. I can wash them and get all the dirt off them. Do you think that bugs will try to eat them? They might. I guess I'll have to see what farmers do to keep them off their plants. There's a lot to learn. Yeah, there sure is. I guess we can learn as we go. I think you're right. I had no idea how rewarding it would be to plant a garden with my son. It filled me with feelings that I had no idea even existed before I found him. We can just keep learning as we go, Devin. We can learn lots of things. I wanted to find a way for us to learn to be the family we were meant to be. But so far I hadn't figured that out. I couldn't just tell Benjamin who I was. But someday, I would have to, if I ever wanted to be Devin's real mother. And that is all I want to be. I had to have patience, though. I couldn't just tell Devin that I was his mother. I couldn't just tell Benjamin that either. There would be so many questions, and the answers were all very ugly. Devin looked at me with love in his eyes. If he knew that I hadn't done anything to stop his father from abandoning him, I doubted that he would ever look at me the same way again. There was so much at stake. Too much. And I was ill-equipped to handle something this delicate. But I could figure it all out, given enough time. In the beginning, when I had thought about coming to find my son, I had considered hiring a lawyer. I was a minor at the time I had him, so I thought maybe the law would be on my side, not putting me at fault for the abandonment. But the more I thought about doing that, the more I thought about the people who had taken in my son, raising him as their own. That was a purely selfless act, and I didn't want to hurt the ones who had done better by my son than I had. So, I let the idea of hiring a lawyer go. Instead, I clung to the new plan of finding a place to live that was close enough to Devin that I could form some sort of friendship with him. Fate helped me find the house next door, and I knew that meant that I was doing the right thing. And I had to trust fate to keep me going down the right path. That's really all I could do.
Chapter 9. Benjamin.
Waking to silence in my home on a Sunday morning, I blinked a few times. It's way too quiet. Normally, Devin would be watching cartoons in his room across the hall, eating some cereal while playing with his toys. But I didn't hear a thing coming from his room. Devin? Throwing the blanket off, I tossed my legs over the side of the bed, then stretched my arms. You up, son? Nothing. Padding across the carpet, I walked across the hall and found his bed empty. I checked his bathroom, finding it empty too. Then I went to the kitchen to see if he was in there. He was not. What the hell? Going back to my bedroom, I got my phone off the nightstand, all the while trying to keep my temper in check. If that boy left this house without telling me, so help me. Hi Benjamin, Jenna said, sounding cheery. Your son is here with me. We've already had breakfast and have started working on a vegetable garden. Running my hand over my forehead, I tried not to sound as pissed off as I was. Did you come over here to get him? No. He came over here. He didn't want to wake you. He said you stayed up watching television. I can make you some scrambled eggs and toast if you want to come and join us. I was going to go over, but it wasn't going to be a pleasant visit. No. I'll be there soon. Ending the call with a quick swipe to the screen, I fought the urge to throw the phone at the wall. How can either of them think that this is okay? It was obvious that I would have to set Jenna straight. And after getting dressed, that's just what I set out to do. Striding over to her house, I fumed with anger. I knew I had to get my anger under control before dealing with either of them, so I took a few deep breaths before ringing her doorbell. Jenna opened the door, smiling like she had no clue that I was mad at all. "There you are. Come inside. Devin can't wait to show you the garden. I must warn you, it's not much yet. But act like it's super cool. He's so excited." "Jenna, we're going to have to talk," I let her know. She moved through the house, leading me to the back door. "Sure, Benjamin. But first, let Devin show you what we've been working on." She was excited, and as soon as I saw the expression on my son's face, I could tell that he was equally as excited. "Dad, check this out. Me and Jenna are making a vegetable garden so that we can have free food." They hadn't done much more than break up the ground, but both were as proud as could be. Well, yes, it's very nice. "Corn is going to be here," Devin said as he walked down the edge of what would eventually become a garden. "Then some green beans and tomatoes. I see that you've got it all planned out." It was hard to stay mad when he was so excited and happy. But I had to let him know that leaving the house without telling me was unacceptable. Putting my hand on his shoulder, I looked him in the eyes. "Hey buddy, you shouldn't have left the house without asking me if it was okay first. What would you have said if I had asked?" He knew me too well. "That's not the point. The point is that you're not old enough to leave the house without asking. Since this is the first time you've ever done it, I'll let you go with a warning. But if it happens again, there will be consequences." "Like what kind?" he asked inquisitively. "Like the kind you won't like. So don't push it, son. You're lucky I'm letting you off with just a warning this time. Be thankful. And an apology would be nice." "What am I apologizing for?" "For making me worry about you." "Well, there wasn't a reason to worry, Dad. You knew right away where I was, didn't you?" He was too smart. "Yes, I knew where you were. But that doesn't matter." Jenna's hand on my shoulder made me turn to look at her as she said, "He won't leave without asking you again, Benjamin. Isn't that right, Devin?" "That's right. I won't do it again. I'll wake you up if that's what you want. I thought you would want to sleep since you stayed up late. I'm sorry, Dad." "Thank you for the apology. And even if I'm asleep, you can either wait for me to wake up, or you can come and wake me up. Just don't leave the house again without asking." Nodding, he looked a little sheepish about what he'd done. "Okay. I promise that I'll do that from now on. So, what do you think of our garden? And can I come to work on it with Jenna whenever she's going to work on it? It's our garden. I don't want her to have to do it alone." Looking at Jenna, I wanted her to understand what I wanted. "Jenna can call and ask me if you can come over if she wants your help or company." "He's always welcome, Benjamin. I mean that. Anytime he wants to come over, it's more than fine with me." She beamed as she looked at Devin. "I love having him around." I didn't much care for how comfortable she was with my son. Be that as it may, I would prefer if you called me to ask if he can come over. "I get it, Benjamin. I'll call. But if he asks to come over, it will be fine too. You can shoot me a text if you want, or you can call me, but the answer will always be yes. He's welcome at any and all times." "Can I get back to work on the garden now?" Devin asked as he looked longingly at the dirt. "Sure, son. You get back to work while I talk to Jenna in private for a minute." I walked back inside the house with Jenna walking rather reluctantly behind me. Once inside, she said, "I'm sorry. I really am. If I had known you were going to be this upset, I would have walked him right back over and made him ask you if he could come over. It really won't happen again, Benjamin. I promise. I'm glad you understand. But I want to make sure we've got things straight here, Jenna. See, I'm this protective of my son for a very good reason. I'm sure you have your reasons. She crossed her arms over her chest as she shifted her weight back and forth from one foot to the other. I do have my reasons. And maybe you should know them too, so that you can understand me better. Devin doesn't know this, and I expect you to keep this secret, but he's not my biological son. My wife and I were both working at the hospital when he was abandoned by his mother. Her eyes went wide. You think his mother left him? I know she did. He was found in the ladies' bathroom at the hospital when he was only hours old. My wife stayed with him in the nursery at the hospital, as much as they would let her. We bonded with him so completely that we never saw the need to tell him the truth. We adopted him before he was a year old. She stayed with him from the time he was found? She asked as tears shimmered in her eyes. Yes. She was as devoted as any mother could ever be. It took me a bit longer. There was a part of me that worried the mother would return and want him back. I kept my distance, but Lucy couldn't seem to do that. She fell in love with him the instant she saw his little face. Once we were approved to legally adopt him, I finally opened my heart to him. I will do everything in my power to keep my son safe. That's really admirable. So, you can understand why his leaving our home without asking me is so disturbing to me, right? Well, sure. But you knew he was here. And you shouldn't be worried about me, Benjamin. I would never hurt him. How do I know that? I asked as I looked into her eyes. I don't know you well enough to make that kind of decision. And if I'm being honest, you are moving way too fast trying to bond with my son. At least, that's how I'm seeing it. You need to back off, is what I'm saying. Shock filled her expression as she put her hand to her chest. You want me to back off? Why? What have I done? I just feel uncomfortable about the way you are with him. He's my son, and I can tell anyone I want to back off. I'm not asking you, Jenna. I'm telling you. Her hands began shaking as she shook her head. No. I'm not going to let you decide if he and I can be friends, Benjamin. You are too protective of him. I will not hurt him. I will not be a bad influence on him in any way. If you want to be around while we're together, then you should do that. But you can't tell me to back off. First of all, it would hurt Devin's feelings if I suddenly didn't want him around. He'll get over it. And I'm his father. I'd had no idea she would fight me on this. He is nothing to you, Jenna. This isn't your decision to make. She looked at me for a moment, then her expression softened. You're afraid. I get it. You lost your wife, and you're afraid of losing your son too. I'm not going to take him from you. You can't take him from me, I let her know without any doubt. I know that. And I'm not trying to do that. All I want is to be his friend. What in the world will that hurt, Benjamin? He has only you, no one else, no grandparents, nothing. He needs more in his life than just his father. You will never replace his mother, Jenna. Don't even try, I said through gritted teeth. I am not trying to replace her. She sounds like a wonderful person, and he was lucky to have her. As was I. Even if she were still here, Benjamin, I would still like that boy. He's a good kid. I see no reason for you to be worried about losing him to me. That will never happen. You are his father. Why are you so interested in him? He's a good kid. And I'm not trying to entice him over here like some witch from a fairy tale, just so that I can steal him away from you. I'm the next-door neighbor. He likes my company, and I enjoy his. You should be happy that we get along the way we do. Now you will have some free time. I'm more than willing to watch him while you go out and find a life for yourself. You know it's okay to date now, right? How did we get so off topic? I asked, bewildered. I'm not looking to date anyone. Why not? You're a good-looking guy. You've got a lot going for yourself too. I know you've been worried about Devin, but I can watch him for you whenever you want. Most parents would be thankful for that. You're not listening to me, Jenna. I said that I want you to back off, and here you are asking to babysit him. I'm not asking, she corrected me. I'm just saying that if you want to do something without him, you can leave him with me while you do that. Whatever it is. If not a date, then dinner with friends or something. It's not healthy to isolate yourself. I'm hardly isolated. This was going nowhere. Look, I'm just trying to watch out for my son. You don't have to worry about me, Benjamin. He's already doing things he's never done before. And he and I have apologized to you, and agreed that he will never leave the house again without your permission. So let it go. My brows raised as I could not believe the way she was talking to me. Jenna, you do realize that I am that boy's only parent, right? I do realize that. It's you who's having a hard time getting that into your head. No one is trying to steal your son from you, or even get between you two. This is just a neighbor being neighborly. I told you before that I used to babysit my other neighbor's kids. You're afraid of something that will never happen. Maybe stop feeling threatened, and start feeling happy that you will have some free time every now and then that you haven't had since your wife passed away. Blinking, I was in disbelief and even a little shocked that this young woman was talking to me this way. You know, most people would have just accepted what I said without saying a damn thing. I'm not most people. You'll come to see that about me, Benjamin. She began walking, and I followed. We ended up in the kitchen, where she pulled a pan out from under the cabinet and put it on the stove. How many eggs would you like? I'm not really hungry. So 3 then? She pulled a carton of eggs from her fridge. I'm not the best at frying eggs, but I can scramble them up pretty dang good. Looking over her shoulder at me, she asked, apple or orange juice? Jenna? I asked as I stood there uncertainly, not knowing what the hell to do. Her brows raised. Apple? Taking a seat at the island bar, I sighed, knowing that she was strong-willed and I was out of my league. Apple? And can you just promise me that you will follow all my rules where Devon is concerned? Of course I will do that. I respect you as a father, Benjamin. I would never undermine you in any way at all. You will come to see that. I'm not your enemy. I am not so sure about that.
Chapter 10. Jenna.
It wasn't easy to ignore the tension between me and Benjamin, but I wasn't going to let his fears keep me from my son. I'd done things the way he wanted me to. I'd followed all his rules where Devon was concerned. We asked for Benjamin's permission for everything we did. But still the tension remained. After our conversation on Sunday, the entire week passed without me seeing much of Devon. It was obvious that Benjamin was keeping him away from home, so that he wouldn't be spending as much time with me. But Benjamin had no idea how hard the mind of a mother could work when trying to figure out how to spend more time with her son. And my mind had come up with something that was sure to work in my favor, allowing me to get to see my son almost every single day, even if it was only for a little while. Sitting at the computer, I looked at the pictures of puppies that were up for adoption at the closest animal shelter. I'd already ordered the supplies that I would need to take care of a puppy, and had set it all up in the backyard. It was hard to pick just one puppy, as they were all so adorable, but I finally settled on a small pup that would grow to become a mid-sized dog. Saving myself some time, I filled out all the paperwork online before heading to the garage to get into my car to drive over and pick him up. I was going to spend the smallest amount of time out and about that I could manage. Going to pick up a puppy was well worth it. Still, my skin prickled as I got behind the steering wheel. My heart raced as I started the car, and when I pushed the button on the visor to open the garage door, I began to panic. I can't do this. The fear of being found by Tobias overwhelmed me to the point that I couldn't make myself put the car in gear to leave the garage. I heard myself panting and closed my eyes, trying to focus on breathing normally and stabilizing my heart rate. This had never happened to me before. But I'd never had as much to lose as I did now. I'd finally found my son, and I wasn't going to lose him again. Benjamin barely trusted me as it was. If Tobias somehow managed to find me, the small amount of trust I'd earned from Benjamin would vanish. Although Tobias was able to fool some people with his shallow charm, Benjamin would see right through the con man. He would never allow Devon to be around anyone like Tobias. And if he thought I kept company with the man, then I would be out of Devon's life too. I'd picked an animal shelter only 10 miles from my house. The whole trip would only take an hour, tops. But for some reason, it felt like I was about to take a trip across the country, driving through dangerous terrain the whole time. Stop being stupid. Go get that puppy for your son. I put the car in gear and slowly drove out of the garage, making sure to push the button to close the door before I pulled out of the driveway. Once I was on the road, the paranoia went into overload. Every driver I saw looked like Tobias. Somehow, I kept on driving until I got to the animal shelter. My son's puppy was waiting for me inside, and I hurried to get him. "I'm Jenna." I stopped and shook my head, remembering I'd used my real name to get the dog as I needed to present identification before I could pick him up. Greta Simpson. I picked out my puppy online before I came in. I filled out all the paperwork too. Pulling my driver's license out of my wallet, I laid it on the desk, trying to calm myself down with a few deep breaths. The lady sitting behind the desk looked at my license, then up at me. "You're from California?" "Not anymore. I moved here recently." "Have you ever been a pet owner before?" After scanning it into the computer, she handed the license back to me, scrutinizing me with narrowed eyes. "No. But I've done my research, and am confident that I can take care of one. He's for my son. He's 7. The puppy you picked is very small right now. Are you sure that's going to be a good match for a boy that young?" I began to feel like she might not give me the dog. "I'll be right there with them both to make sure the puppy is handled with care." "Can I see him?" "He's just about ready to go. He's gotten a bath and is being dried off right now." "Where do you plan on keeping him?" "I've got a doghouse in the backyard. He's only a couple months old. And he's very small." "Are you sure he's going to have adequate shelter in a doghouse?" "If the weather gets bad, I'll bring him inside. Who knows? If he can learn not to use the bathroom in the house, I might let him live primarily inside the house. We'll have to see how things go. But for starters, he's going to live outside." Looking around, I saw no animals at all in the lobby area, but I heard a lot of them as they barked from somewhere within the facility. "It sounds like you've got a lot of abandoned dogs here. Aren't you glad this little guy has found a forever home with me and my son?" "If you plan on giving the little guy a good home, then yes. But I've found that people who've never owned a pet before tend to be the kind that bring them right back not long after picking them up." "Well, I won't be doing that. I wouldn't hurt my son like that." I thought I would enlighten her a bit about what I'd done in preparation for the pup already. "I've already bought him the same kind of puppy food you've been feeding him while he's been here to make sure he doesn't get an upset stomach. And I've called a vet to find out when I should take him in to be neutered and when he needs to get shots." "That's good. I can give credit when credit is due." A man walked in from a side room, holding my puppy. "Here he is. He's even smaller than he looked online." I took him and found him to be shivering. "It's okay. You're going to love your new home." "Got a name for him yet?" the man who'd brought him to me asked as he petted the pup's head. "I'm going to let my son name him." It felt great, talking about my son with people for the first time in my life. He's been wanting a dog, but his father doesn't have time for one. So I decided I would get him one that he can keep at my house. The lady at the desk asked, "So you're divorced?" "No." I smiled at her. "Do you have everything you need from me?" "Yes," she said with a fair amount of aggravation. It was as if she wanted to keep all the dogs for herself or something. "Please just take good care of him." I most certainly will. I held up the pup and looked into his little brown eyes. I love him already. You guys have fun with him, the man called out as I walked away. Be sure to play with him. He's a little shaky right now, but he's super playful. Your son is going to love him. I know he will. I held the puppy on my lap the whole drive home, stroking him and talking to him like he could understand me. When I saw my house, I realized that the puppy had made me totally forget my worry about Tobias finding me. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. I needed to stay on my toes. If I slipped up even once and was found, it would be disastrous for me. But all that faded away as I pulled into the safety of my garage and closed the door behind me. We're home. Carrying the pup into the house, I tossed a puppy pad on the kitchen floor before putting him down. While you're in the house, please use this little pad as your bathroom. If you get very good at using it, you'll get a lot more time inside the house. If not, then you're going to be a solid outdoor doggy. That's all up to you. As if he clearly understood me, he peed on the pad before looking around the kitchen. Taking a few steps, he made it off the pad and onto the tile floor where he slipped a bit and then sat on his butt, trying to figure out how to walk on the slippery surface. I filled the silver doggy bowl I'd bought him with water and placed it down near him. Here you go, boy. Have some refreshing water. I'll give you something to eat a bit later. I want to get your feeding schedule started, so you'll be eating around 4 as soon as Devin gets home from school each day. Nothing would make me happier than having Devin rushing over to feed the puppy each day after school. I wasn't sure how his father would feel about him doing that, but I knew Benjamin wouldn't keep him from doing it if it was something he looked forward to and loved doing. The man did love him, that much was obvious. Settling in a chair at the breakfast bar, I watched the puppy as he began to walk cautiously around the kitchen, learning how to walk on the tile floor. In a way, bringing him home gave me insight into how Benjamin and his wife must have felt when they got to bring Devin home, knowing he would be their son forever once the adoption had taken place. Not knowing what had happened to my baby had been hard on me. When I was able to find out that he'd been adopted, it had made me feel a lot better. If we'd been able to stay in Dallas, the news would have kept me informed about what was happening with my son, even if only a little. But since we'd fled to Mexico, there was no news about the baby that had been abandoned in the bathroom of a Dallas hospital. The fact that so many babies were being abandoned, that none of them made national news, was upsetting. I suppose that everyone had their reasons for leaving their babies behind, but for me it had never stopped hurting. I had Tobias to blame for what I'd done. But I knew that I needed to come to terms with my guilt. Maybe I had no control over the situation at the time it occurred. But I definitely didn't have to keep going along with Tobias. Although I had no one to help me out with my baby, I could have made a phone call to the hospital to ask about the baby that had been left in a bathroom there. I could have told them who I was and why it had happened. But I didn't do anything. I grew older, and I still could have called the hospital to admit to them that I was the mother of that baby boy. I didn't ever do it. I got away from Tobias, and I could have called the authorities in Dallas to admit what I'd done. I still didn't do it. Before I could tell Benjamin who I was to Devin, I had to accept responsibility for abandoning him and stop blaming Tobias. Even though he was at fault, he wasn't the only one. Someone had abandoned the puppy I'd just brought home too. Whether they had dropped it off at the shelter or dumped it somewhere, they'd abandoned it and most likely never had a second thought about doing it. People could do things like that to animals without feeling any guilt for what they'd done. And it seemed that some people could do that to their own babies too. And I was one of those people who'd done such a terrible thing. During the years when I had no clue as to who was taking care of the child I'd left behind, I had a numbness inside of me that I wasn't sure would ever go away. And then one day, I did my research and found out who had ended up with the baby that was left in a hospital bathroom in Dallas, Texas on May the 4th. The numbness had subsided after that. But it didn't go away. Until things were made right, I knew there would be some of that numbness inside of me. Until I completely accepted my role in leaving my son behind, there would still be some residual numb places within me. Until I made things right with Devin and Benjamin, there would always be something wrong inside of me. The thing was that I still didn't know exactly what was the right thing to do. Benjamin and Lucy had done right by my son his entire life. How could I interfere? Devin was a happy kid. How would he feel if he found out that I was his mother? The woman who had let his biological father take him from me and walk into that hospital, and then didn't even get out of the car when he came out alone. I didn't run inside to find my baby. I cried. I just laid in that backseat and cried. I didn't do anything other than that. And there was so much more that I could have done. Maybe I didn't deserve to be forgiven for what I'd done. Maybe I didn't deserve to even know the son I'd left behind. Maybe he was better off without me. I watched the puppy as he came over to me, looking up at me with big brown eyes. He needed someone, and I was there. I might not have done things right, puppy, but I'm sure as hell going to try to do the right things now. Picking him up, I held him against my chest, letting him feel my heartbeat. Your mama couldn't keep you, for whatever reason. But you've got a mama now who will never leave you. Devin had a mother who must have thought she would never leave him too, but she ended up doing just that. He'd been left behind twice now by both his mothers. One thing I knew for certain was that I couldn't do anything that would take even more from the boy I'd brought into the world. He's already lost too much as it is.
Chapter 11. Benjamin.
Just before I pulled up to my house, I received a text from Jenna, asking me and Devin to stop by her place before going home. I'd been keeping Devin out until dark most of the week, just to put some space between the two of them. I still didn't like how quickly their friendship had grown, nor was I sure about Jenna. She was in her young 20s, but didn't act like a girl her age at all. Most people her age were partying like crazy. Not her, though. It was like she never left her house. And that felt odd to me. It hadn't been that long since she'd moved in, but by now I had expected her to begin making friends in some way. Staying home, alone, would never find her any friends her age. There were the mid-50s ladies who walked the neighborhood most evenings. I'd come home late enough to get caught up with them one night, and they asked me about the newbie in our neighborhood. All the regular do-gooders had stopped by to introduce themselves to Jenna and to give her some goodies as housewarming gifts. But she hadn't picked up on any of their invitations to come and visit them in their homes. Seeing as she was much younger than any other homeowner in our neighborhood, I understood why she hadn't made any attempts at finding suitable friends within our neighborhood. But so far, the only friend she had was my 7-year-old son. And that just wasn't proper in any way. "Dad, can I go over to see Jenna?" Devin asked as I pulled into the garage to park the car. "We're home early enough today to do that." She actually just texted me, asking us both to stop by. "So I'll go with you." I got out and opened his door, and he leapt out of the car, bolting over to her house. "I'll be right behind you." He didn't even look back and kept on running until he was standing on her porch, ringing the doorbell. "Jenna, it's me, Devin." I was barely coming out of the trees when Jenna opened the door. "There you are. I've missed you, Devin." Throwing his arms around her, he hugged her tightly. "I've missed you too. We've been doing things after school, is why I couldn't come over. But we're not busy today. And Dad said you asked us to come over. Is there any reason you asked us to do that, Jenna?" "There is a reason for that." She looked at me as I stepped up on the porch. "Hi, Benjamin. Did you have a good day at work?" "A guy came in with a rattlesnake bite that he got while gardening in his yard," I let her know. "So, you and Devin need to be extremely careful when you're messing around in your garden." He didn't see the thing until it had bit him and was already slithering away. With huge eyes, she nodded. "Wow. Thanks for telling me that." It has me rethinking my plans. Plans for what? Devin asked as he followed her inside, and I went in behind him, closing the door behind me. You'll see. She led us to the kitchen and pointed at the floor. I've added a new member to my family. Devin melted into a puddle on the floor right next to the sleeping puppy. You got a puppy? The little dog woke up, his big brown eyes on Devin, who ran his hand over the dog's head. I got him today. I thought you might like to help me take care of him, Devin. I'm even going to let you name him. She squatted next to him, looking adoringly at him as he picked up the pup. Why would you let him name your dog? I asked with a sharp tone. Looking up at me, she stood, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked me square in the eyes. Her green eyes danced, and she wore an amused expression. Because this is his puppy too, Benjamin. He's told me how he's always wanted a puppy, but you don't have time for one. And I get that. You are a very busy man, after all. But I'm lucky enough to be able to stay home, so I can take care of him. I hate this. Benjamin got up holding the puppy and brought him to me. Ah, Dad, look at him. He's so cute. His little brown spots on white fur make him look so adorable. Most puppies are cute, Devin. But they're not as easy to deal with as you might think. Puppies chew up everything they can get a hold of. They use the bathroom anywhere they please, and they poop a whole lot. He used the puppy pad I put down for him, Jenna pointed out. I told him that's where he needs to use the bathroom, and he did it right away. I think I picked out a really smart little pup. Is this your first dog? I asked her. Yes, it is. She ran her hand over Devin's head. He is our first dog. I'm proud to be sharing this experience with you, Devin. Together, we can learn how to take care of him and deal with whatever comes along for him. I'm sure there are lots of people on the internet who know exactly how to handle dogs. Yeah, I bet you're right. Devin hugged the little dog. I love him already. Me too, Jenna said, then looked at me. It's going to be fine, Benjamin. No need to scowl like that. I didn't realize I was scowling and stopped. It's just that Devin might not always have time for this dog. I will too. Devin said quickly. Can I feed him each day, Jenna? I was hoping you would want to do that. We need to set up a feeding schedule. Since he's so young, he needs to eat small amounts multiple times each day. I can feed him in the morning. Wait, Devin interrupted. Can I come over before I go to school and feed him? Jenna looked at me. That's fine with me if it's fine with you. I wasn't sure Devin had time for that. If you do that, you're going to have to wake up at least 15 minutes earlier than you do now. Are you sure you want to do that? I will do that, Dad. I want to see the puppy before I go to school anyway. And can I feed him again when I come home each day? That would be fine with me, Jenna said. I can feed him at lunchtime, and I'll make sure he always has water too. I planned on putting him outside in a doghouse, but now that you told me about the man who was bitten by a snake, I'm not so sure I want to do that. Keeping a dog in the house means you'll have to clean up after him. Otherwise your house will begin to stink, I told her. This is a nice house, and you most definitely don't want to let some dog stink it up. I can help you clean, Jenna, Devin said with a smile as he cuddled the pup. I'm just saying that this might be more than you can handle, Jenna. I'm sure you can take the dog back if you feel you've gotten into something you can't do. I thought that was the best idea anyway. That way, Devin wouldn't have to spend some of each day at her place. Are you crazy? My son asked me, then looked at Jenna. I can help you. Don't take Cuddles back. Please don't take him back. Ah, she said. You named him Cuddles. That's so cute. Like super duper cute. I knew it was over then and there. My son was going to be part owner of a dog with the next door neighbor, and that was that. I guess me being the voice of reason didn't work. Jenna cooed at the puppy. Cuddles, do you like that name? The pup yapped, and she petted him. You do like your new name that Devin gave you, don't you? He's going to be fine. We can take good care of him. Can't we, Devon? Yes, we can. He looked at me with a bit of defiance in his dark eyes. Dad, I bet you're gonna end up loving him too. Nope. I'd had a dog when I was a kid. He was my best friend at the time. When he died, I knew I would never give another dog my heart the way I'd given it to Boomer. But you go ahead and help Jenna with her dog. Cuddles is our dog, she corrected me. Right, Devon? Right, he agreed. He's our dog. And we should make him a place to sleep inside, and then we can take him outside to see his house out there too. He'll need sunshine to stay healthy. This is going to be so much fun. First, we have to feed him. She and Devon set to work with their new pup. I felt like I should just get out of their way, since I had no enthusiasm for the dog the way they did. I'm going home. You two will be enthralled with that thing for a while. Come back for dinner, Benjamin, Jenna called out as I walked away. I'm making lasagna. I got the recipe off the internet. Sounds yummy, Devon said. I was going to grill some steaks for us, I told him. I don't even like steak, Dad. I like lasagna. Jenna looked away, then back at me. I don't want to ruin your dinner plans. I didn't think you had any. Sorry about that. You can grill yourself a steak, and let Devon eat with me if you want. Of course, you're still welcome to eat with us, Benjamin. I had no idea what was happening. It was like she and I were sharing my son. And I hated it. Something came to mind that might get Jenna moving on to spending time with people other than my son. Hey, I know what we can do. I'll grill some steaks at my place and invite some of my coworkers over. Did you plan on making a salad with that lasagna? Yeah, why? She asked. You can bring the salad. I'll furnish the steaks, wine, and beer if anyone wants any. And I'll see what everyone else wants to bring. It's Friday. Why not have a little get-together? There were plenty of young men and women I could invite from work. Surely, Jenna would connect with at least one of them. And then she would get her own life going and leave me and my son alone. Well, that's nice of you, Benjamin. But I'm not really in the mood to meet any new people. Plus, I want to spend time with Cuddles. I should have known she'd be this way. Yeah, me too, Dad, Devon chimed in. I know. You can go and have a party with your friends at our house. Me and Jenna will just hang out over here and play with Cuddles. That is a great idea. Jenna agreed wholeheartedly. You need some fun in your life, Benjamin. Go get ready and invite your friends. Me and Devon will make a night of it right here. He can even spend the night if you want. I've got a great guest room all set up. Oh boy. Devon's eyes went brighter than I had ever seen them before. Dad, can I stay over here tonight? That would be so awesome. I could let Cuddles sleep with me too. Have I just lost my son to this woman? I couldn't just have a party and leave Devon alone with Jenna. I didn't even want to spend time with the people I worked with in the first place. I only wanted Jenna to meet some people around her age that she might end up liking enough to want to spend time with. I had to switch it all up. You know what? I'm kind of tired. It has been a long week, and I shouldn't even be thinking about doing all that tonight. I'll take you up on the lasagna, Jenna. If that's okay with you. Sure, that's fine, Benjamin. Coming up behind me, she gently pushed me toward the door. You should just go home and maybe take a nap or at least rest since you've had a hard week. Dinner will be ready at 7. If you want, I'll call you to make sure you're up a half hour before that. I'll be here at 7. I looked at Devon over my shoulder and found him gazing at the puppy. I'll see you then, Devon. Don't be a nuisance, okay? He could never be that to me, Benjamin, Jenna said as she opened the front door. See you at 7. I'll bring the wine. Nodding, she urged me right out the door. That will be good. Thank you. See you later then. Get some rest. You deserve it. Okay. Walking away, I got the feeling that she didn't really want me around. I also got the feeling that if I didn't find some way to get in between my son and the woman next door, I was going to be pushed further and further out of his life. And I could not let that happen. Jenna was constantly coming up with ways to get to spend more time with him. I had to do the same. As a father, I knew I had the right to just tell my son that he couldn't go over to her house. But I loved my son. I loved seeing him happy. After losing his mother, the light in Devon's eyes had dimmed. But when he was with Jenna, that light was back, and it made my heart sing with joy. I couldn't make him stay away from Jenna. At least, not until she did something to deserve it. Being so young, there was the chance that she'd slip up and do something she shouldn't if she were going to be a good influence on my son. And I would not allow any bad influences in his life. So I just need Jenna to slip up at least once, and then I'll have my son to myself again.
Chapter 12. Jenna.
Devon showed up bright and early the next morning to feed the puppy. He's so hungry. He's growing all the time, that's why he's so hungry. I was reading about the growth and development of canines last night. What are those things? He asked with a cocked head that told me he'd never heard the word canine before. It's another word for dogs. There's more than one word for dogs? It seems so, Devon. Apparently, scientists call almost everything something other than what we ordinary people call things. For instance, we're humans, right? Yes, he said with a nod. Well, scientists call us Homo sapiens. Homo what? He asked with wide eyes. Sapiens. Anyway, none of that matters. The thing that's important to know is that this little guy is growing like a weed, and he needs plenty of the things that will make him grow up happy and healthy. Like food? Yes. And water. Sunshine. Love. All those things he needs in generous quantities. In what? Generous quantities. It means that he needs lots of all those things. I smiled at him. He patted the pup on the head. Oh. Yeah, we can give him lots of all those things. The doorbell rang, and I went to see who it was. Finding Benjamin on my doorstep, I opened the door. Morning. I was just about to make some biscuits and gravy for breakfast. The biscuits are the refrigerated kind, and the gravy is in a can, but it'll still taste pretty darn good. I promise. And if I decline your generous invitation to a not-so-healthy breakfast? He asked as he walked past me to get to Devon. Why would you do something like that? I followed him, noticing his fresh-from-the-shower scent that the breeze stirred up and left in his trail as he walked. Nice soap you're using. He stopped and turned to look at me. What? You smell good. Shrugging, I walked around him. Devon, your dad's here. It sounds like he's going to ditch the breakfast we planned last night before you left. Devon jumped up, shoulders sagging as he looked at his father. Come on, Dad. It's gravy in a can. And the biscuits are in this little cardboard thingy. I can't even imagine how they got them in there, or what will happen when we break them out. But I am dying to find out. If that's what you want, then I won't stop you. I'm going to Martha's Cafe for some fresh fruit crepes. My mouth watered at the thought of having some of those delicious thin pancake-like things. Wow, those sound really good. Are you caving in, Jenna? Devon asked me. It was obvious that he was excited about the breakfast he and I were going to make. And I wasn't going to disappoint him. No. I was just saying that what your dad's gonna eat sounds yummy. We're gonna have so much fun making our breakfast together, though. Benjamin's jaw tightened for a moment as he looked back and forth between me and Devon. You two have really become quite a thing, haven't you? Yeah, Jenna's my best friend. Devon's smile melted my heart. And you're mine, Devon. And that's not weird at all, Benjamin said with a huff. Anyway, I got a text from your friend Lloyd's mother this morning. Devon blinked a few times. Lloyd from school? Yes. Your friend from school. Anyway, it's his 8th birthday today, and his parents are throwing him a birthday party. At 2 this afternoon, there will be a party with a lot of the kids from your classroom. And then, after the party, they've invited you and a couple of other boys for an overnight camping party in the backyard. How does that sound to you, Devin? Fun, right? I don't know, Devin said, looking a little worried. Will there be any grown-ups with us when we camp outside? His mother said that his father and uncle will be out there with you boys all night long. There will be a campfire and s'mores as well as storytelling. It sounds cool to me. What does it sound like to you? It sounds a little scary, Devin said. Will there be a tent to sleep in? She said there's a huge tent with cots. All you have to bring is a sleeping bag and a pillow. We can pick those things up from the store on our way over. If you want to go. Devin looked at me. If I go to that, I won't be able to feed Cuddles his dinner tonight or his breakfast tomorrow. I can handle that, Devin. To be honest, your friend sounds like he's going to throw an awesome party. If I were you, I wouldn't miss out on that. Cuddles will always be right here. He's not going anywhere. But that party might be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. The memories you boys will make might last a lifetime. So you think I should go? He asked. Benjamin answered for me. Yes, Jenna thinks you should go and have fun with your friends from school. Devin's eyes were still on mine. So I nodded. I really do, Devin. It sounds like a ton of fun. Yeah, it does. With a nod, he looked at his father. Okay. Can you tell his mom that I will be there? Sure thing, buddy. We'll need to pick up a gift for him too, before we go. And somehow we'll have to wrap it before we get there. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. I've got a room full of toys, you know, I offered. Lots of them are still in their boxes too. Devin can pick out whatever he wants to give his friend, and I can wrap it up. Benjamin looked at me with narrowed eyes for a moment, before nodding and changing his expression to a normal one. Let me help Devin find one that's appropriate. I don't want him giving something that's too expensive. You sure you've got wrapping paper and stuff that a boy would like? I don't want Devin bringing something that's wrapped all girly. Let's go check it out. I led them to the toy room and opened the door. While they started looking for the perfect gift for Devin's friend, I went to the closet and looked for wrapping paper a little boy might like. I'd bought an assortment of wrapping papers when they'd gone on sale last year. The best thing about having a big house is that it's allowed me to stockpile the things I find on sale. I pulled out some brown and green camouflage paper and a green bow. Is this boyish enough? Devin walked up to me, peering into the closet. Wow, you've got a lot of wrapping stuff in there. Yeah, I know. So this will be okay. Or should I keep looking? That's really cool. I like it and Lloyd will too. And how about this thing over here? He led me to where his father was standing. Benjamin picked up a remote-controlled 4-wheel drive pickup truck. How much did this cost you? I can't recall. But it doesn't matter. Devin can give it to his friend. I'd like to pay you for it. Benjamin began pulling his wallet out of his back pocket, intent on giving me money for the toy. No. We'll call it pay for Devin, helping with the puppy. He was very good about picking up the puppy poop from the yard yesterday. He has paid for the toy already with the work he's done. Benjamin seemed okay with that and put his wallet away. Okay then. I'm going to have breakfast and then go back home. Devin, you come home around noon so that I can get you packed and ready. We'll need to leave around 1. The rest of our time together was spent talking about how much fun Devin was going to have on his overnight trip to his friend's house. And then off he went to go have all that fun. Washing the dishes from lunch, I looked out the window above the sink and saw Benjamin's white SUV drive by my house as he came back home from dropping Devin off. I knew it wasn't often that Benjamin spent nights alone, without his son in the house. So I texted him that he was more than welcome to come and join me for dinner, and perhaps a movie afterward. For a while, no reply came back. An hour passed, and then another. I pulled a bottle of red wine out of the chiller, and opened it to let it breathe. It was obvious that I would be dining alone that night. What bothered me the most was that Benjamin hadn't even bothered to text back at all, even if it was only to tell me, "No thank you." I made a small charcuterie board for myself. Cuddles came into the kitchen, and I gave him his dinner, then took him outside to do his business. As soon as I brought him back inside, he curled up in a tiny ball, falling fast asleep on the doggy bed I'd bought him and had set up in the dining area adjacent to the kitchen. When the doorbell rang, I looked at the Ring Cam app on my phone to see who it was. It was after dark, and Benjamin hadn't returned my text, so I didn't expect it to be him. But there he was, and his expression was anything but nice. With a full wine glass in hand, I went to see what he wanted. Opening the door, I was about to greet him when he said, "We're going to talk." Backing up, I let him inside. "Okay. Want some wine?" "No." Marching past me, he led the way to the main living room, then stood in front of the sofa, pointing at it. "You sit. You listen. I'm going to do the talking." Chills filled me as I began to worry that he'd found out who I was. I wasn't going to argue with him, so I took a seat in the middle of the sofa. "Okay, Benjamin. I'm listening." I took a sip of wine to help steady my frazzled nerves. "I'm not okay with the relationship you and my son have going on." Taking a deep breath, I was relieved that he hadn't found out who I really was to Devin. "I'm sorry that you feel that way." "It's not normal," he stated. "Maybe it's not. But it's not bad," I pointed out. "You entice him to come over here. You entice him to spend time with you. Why are you doing that?" I wasn't sure how to answer that and took another drink before saying, "Maybe I'm lonely, Benjamin. Maybe you should get some friends your own age." I looked at him, setting the glass down on the coffee table. "You should know that even if I had friends my own age, I would still want to spend time with Devin. He's a wonderful kid. And to be frank, he needs a woman in his life now that his mother is gone." "You will never be his mother, Jenna." He stomped his foot in an effort to let me know that he meant what he'd said. "I'm not trying to replace your late wife. But Devin and I just have this natural sort of bond for some reason. I can't explain it. I could explain it, but not at that moment. It wasn't the right time." "You only have a bond because you are forging it," he said with anger in his dark eyes. "You're just a kid yourself, Jenna. I'm sorry that I have to point that out to you." "You're wrong. I wasn't going to let him think of me in that way. I've had grown-up problems for a long time now. I'm not a kid. Don't even know if I ever got to be one." His narrowed eyes told me he didn't believe me. "So what happened to you then?" I couldn't tell him. "Not yet. It's not something I like to talk about. And you don't seem like you would have an ounce of compassion for me if I did let you in on things." "I'm sorry," he said, a frown pulling his mouth into the shape of a horseshoe. "Do you think that Devin and I haven't had more than our fair share of suffering? I know you have. Too much suffering. But so have I. And I don't trust most people. That's why I don't have any friends." I couldn't believe I'd just told him that. I looked at my half-empty wine glass and blamed it in silence. "Stupid alcohol." "Is that so?" he asked with no sympathy whatsoever. "If you have a problem trusting people, then you can understand why I also have that same problem. Someone killed my wife. She was hit on purpose. I know she was. I understand, Benjamin. I truly do. And I think you're smart to be so safe with Devin. Then you will back off?" "I'm not going to hurt him. We've had this discussion before." "What is your problem, Jenna?" "I don't have one. You don't need to be afraid of me, Benjamin. I will never hurt you or your son. We've gone over this subject already, and I don't think it needs to be rehashed. You bought a puppy for him. I bought a dog so that I can feel safer in my own home, is what I did. Letting Devin spend time with him is for his sake, not mine." That wasn't entirely true, but I felt it might do the job to get Benjamin off my back. You expect me to believe that you bought a dog that won't grow up to be much of anything to make you feel safer? He laughed. It can bark, and that's all I would need it to do. I've got a gun if I ever need to protect myself. You have a gun? In this house? Pure anger filled his face. Show me where you keep it. Show me right now. Did I do something wrong?
Chapter 13. Benjamin.
We stood in front of the closet in her bedroom, where she pulled a small case from the top shelf, then went to the dresser and removed a key from the top drawer. It's in a locked case where Devin can't reach it, Benjamin. I don't see why you would worry about this. You're not a parent, is why you can't understand why I worry. She opened the case and the handgun was snug inside. The bullets are in the drawer of my nightstand. Even if, for some strange reason, Devin found the case, he would never find the key. And if he did manage to find it somehow, he wouldn't find the bullets. You have no way of knowing that, Jenna. I had it now, the evidence that she was not a good influence on my son. You're young. You just don't know any better. That's why you're not a safe person for my son to be around. You are treating me like I'm your enemy, Benjamin, she shouted and threw her hands in the air. You are the enemy, Jenna. You're interfering with my son, and that makes you dangerous. Gosh. Really? Dangerous? She shouted, sitting on the bed. You are dramatic. And you are getting loud, I pointed out. This is over, is what this is. If you want to keep a gun in your house, then my son can't be over here. Glaring at me, she spoke quietly. I'll get rid of the gun. I didn't believe her. So you say you will anyway. That's not enough for me. I doubt there will ever be enough for you, Benjamin. You are a bitter man, and nothing will ever change that. Your wife died. Yes, tragically. Keeping your son away from the world won't change that. It won't fix anything. I'm not keeping him away from the world, Jenna. Just you. Where is he tonight if I'm keeping him away from the world? So that's why you let him go. She nodded and got up, closing the gun case, locked it, then put it back in her closet. You only let him go so that he wouldn't be spending time with me. If it weren't for my moving here and the friendship he and I have built, you wouldn't have even told him that he was invited to that party. You don't know that, I snapped at her. Yes, I do know that. Turning to look at me, her green eyes drooped. I'm sorry she died, Benjamin. I truly am. But holding him so tightly won't fix a damn thing. Like you know. I was done talking. I'm out of here. I expect you to leave my son alone from now on. No. She got in between me and her bedroom door. I said that I will get rid of the gun. I'll do that first thing in the morning. I'll sell it to a pawn shop. I don't trust you. Crossing my arms over my chest, I wasn't going to let her win again. He's my son. I am well aware of that fact. You're crazy. No, I am not. Her chest rose and fell in steady waves as she held my eyes with hers. Plump lips barely parted as she took long, slow breaths. Why would you fight for him? I had no idea why anyone would stand their ground over a kid they had never known before. He's worth it. She pushed a lock of her dark hair out of her face. A face that I had never really looked at before. Rosy cheeks, probably from the wine, made her complexion seem almost like ivory. You're too lonely, I let her know. So are you. She licked her plump pink lips as she stared into my eyes. She wasn't wrong about that. There were many nights I lay in my bed, missing my wife so much that it hurt. But there was something about being with another woman that just turned me off. My wife doesn't deserve for me to desecrate her memory. You shouldn't think of it that way. I bet you've already thought of some other woman in the way you thought of your late wife. How right she was. But there was no way in hell I would act on that. That's really none of your business. You're right. It's not. But I'm going to ask who it is that's caught your eye anyway. I didn't say that anyone has caught my eye. I hated myself for the way I felt about her. Jenna was young, smoking hot, and great with my kid. What man wouldn't want her? But I wasn't in the market for a girlfriend. And Jenna sure as hell wasn't going to get to me the way she'd gotten to my son. I saw right through her and her manipulative ways. Why she wanted to entice us into her life was a mystery to me. But I wasn't going to solve that mystery. I was going to shut her out once and for all. You're only hurting yourself by not acting on the attraction that you found for someone other than your wife. Do yourself and Devin a favor, and go to that woman. Let her know that you find her fascinating and see what happens. I bet you won't be disappointed. You sure about that? I was pretty damn sure things would end badly if I acted on my attraction. Stepping away from the door, she cleared a path for me to leave. I'm positive. You're an attractive man, Benjamin. Any woman would want you. Is that right? I took a step forward. That is right. Go to her. Have a night that's all yours for once. Your son is away for the night and Daddy can play. If he wants. You are right. I have found someone who has caught my attention. Then what are you waiting for? I have more years on me than she does. Age is nothing but a number, Benjamin. You'll never know if she feels the same way you do, unless you let her know how you feel. Okay then. I took a deep breath as I walked to the door. She stood right next to it, watching me as I came toward her. Slipping my hands around her waist, I pulled her close to me. I want you, Jenna. For a moment she just looked into my eyes with what seemed like distrust. But then her eyes closed and she moved in, pressing her lips to mine. For the first time since I'd gotten married, my lips were touching someone's lips other than those of my wife. I had thought it would feel terrible, unnatural, awful. I had been wrong. Fire erupted inside me, and then several things happened in a flash. My wife didn't deserve this. She'd been a good woman, and a wonderful wife and mother. And here I was with someone else. My mind took off with these thoughts. Jenna's voice brought me back to the here and now as she said, "It's all right, you know." What is? What we're doing, she said as she looked at me over her shoulder. We're both adults, Benjamin. And we're not hurting anyone by doing this. This is completely okay. You aren't me, Jenna. You don't have commitments to anyone. Neither do you. Not anymore. She smiled at me. It's okay. You can let yourself go. At least with me you can. All of a sudden, it felt like I couldn't catch my breath. I'm Devin's father. I know you are. She moved away from me, our connection broken. But then she came back, wrapping her arms around me as she stood on her knees on the bed. Her lips touched my forehead. But you're also a man. And you need more than just being a father. You're only human, Benjamin. But you're a great human. I couldn't help it and asked, "And what are you, Jenna? Why did you come here? Why did you open yourself to me and my son? What is it that you want?" I want what anyone wants. I want to love and be loved. I can't love you. Maybe I don't need your love, Benjamin. And maybe you don't need mine. What we need from each other might be much more primal than love. I had to admit something to her, and there was no better time than now. I'm afraid of you. You don't have to be. I'm not here to hurt you or anyone. Why are you here? This is where life has led me, is all. I didn't believe her. I think there's more to it than that. I think you're hiding something. I might have been hiding the attraction I've had for you from the moment I set eyes on you. I didn't believe that. Come on. Tell me the truth. I've wanted to be with you from the moment I saw you. Staring into those deep green eyes of hers, I wanted to believe her. Oh yeah? Yeah. She wasn't being entirely honest with me, and I knew it. But my God, how badly I wanted to feel the same damn thing she did. As long as you know that this doesn't change a thing between us, I'll give you what you want. But nothing more than that. If you think I want a boyfriend, then you're dead wrong. And if I want you as my girl, then what? You can't handle me as your girl. Her body arched. I'd sure like to try. Did I say that out loud?
Chapter 14. Jenna.
When I woke up alone, I knew the last thing Benjamin had said to me was nothing more than pillow talk. He didn't want to be my man any more than I wanted to be his girl. It was more than obvious that he and I were lonely, hadn't been with someone in a long time, and simply needed to knock the cobwebs off our private parts. And I was okay with that. The more I lay there in bed, rehashing the night's events, the more I knew that what we'd done was going to be a one-time thing. Devin was the most important thing to me. I couldn't risk screwing up a romantic relationship with his father and end up losing him. Getting out of bed, I took a hot shower, washing off all the masculine scents that would only remind me of what Benjamin and I had done. What a huge mistake that was. I had no idea I'd even been that attracted to the man. But when he looked at me with those deep, dark, smoldering eyes, I lost all control. I couldn't let that happen again, though. The great thing about Benjamin was that I knew he wasn't looking for a relationship. He was so over-the-top protective of his son that I knew he wouldn't want to bring any woman into his little family. He didn't trust me anyway. There was no way he'd want to tell Devin that we were a thing. Which we were not. So things would stay the same. And that's the way it needed to be. After getting dressed, I went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water and think about what I wanted to eat for breakfast. Just as I opened the fridge, it occurred to me that Benjamin might not have locked the door when he left, so I went to check. What are those doing there? A vase full of red roses sat on the table near the front door. A note was attached. Moving slowly, I couldn't breathe, praying that Benjamin hadn't gotten the wrong idea about what we'd done. Taking the note in my hand, I looked at it, reading the words that were scrawled in terrible handwriting on the white card. Jenna, last night wasn't planned, but I'm damn glad it happened. I wanted to give you something to remind you of our first night together. I hope there will be many more. Love, Benjamin. Dropping the card on the table, I inhaled. This was not how it was supposed to go at all. It was a one-time thing. The only time he had said anything different was at the very end. How wrong I was. I had to fix things. There was no way we could have this kind of relationship. For starters, I was lying to him about who I really was and what I was to Devin. People in a real relationship shouldn't hide something that huge from each other. But how was I going to tell Benjamin that I wasn't into having more nights with him? Intimacy was great. Awesome, really. But Devin mattered way more to me. He was the reason that I'd moved back to Dallas. There was no other reason for me to be in a place where I might be found by both Tobias and the people who wanted to get back at him for the things he'd done to them. Crumpling in a heap on the floor in front of the door, I felt like I was about to lose my shit. I'd messed up royally. I had done the worst thing I could have ever done. Benjamin had accused me of enticing Devin into coming over to spend time with me. He hadn't been wrong either. But I had never tried to entice Benjamin into anything. At least I hadn't meant to. As I replayed the things I'd said to him that led to our eventual copulation, I realized that what I had said might have been misconstrued by him. And I was putty in the man's hands once he'd touched me. I was only human. He was attractive. His body was muscular, and he knew how to move too. Powerful. Masculine. Dangerous. Benjamin was somewhat of a bad boy. I hadn't realized that until that moment. He had said the right things to me. He knew how to turn me on. And now he wanted me for more than just one night. That's how it had gone with all the other bad boys I'd ever messed around with. None of them were supposed to be anything more than 1 or 2 nights at best. But once they got a taste of me, they wanted more and more until they'd gotten their fill. Only then would they move on, to the next poor girl who had the misfortune of being attracted to men who would only end up hurting her. My cell rang. I squirmed to pull it out of the back pocket of my jeans to answer the call. Great. Benjamin. I swiped the screen. Hey. Hey there, baby. No, no, no. Not baby. Thanks for the flowers. Oh, you have seen them. I thought I would get a call when you found them and the note I left. Just found them. I got up, moving slowly toward a chair so that I could sit down and try not to pass out from anxiety. So, did you like them? I thought you might like red roses. Sure. I sat down, rubbing my forehead. It's just that I thought you had said something about that only being a one-time thing. Yeah, I did say that. But that was just me talking in the heat of the moment. I don't know why I was trying to act like that. That is not me at all. I'm actually a very caring person. You'll find that out about me. I'm not the type of guy they first was making myself out to be when I said that stuff to you. Don't know why I did that, to be honest. Maybe there was something about me that made guys think that they had to act like bad boys if they wanted to get some of what I had to give. I don't really understand. I like you. I want to be with you, he said with a lot of sincerity in his deep voice. I'm not the kind of person who plays games, and I hope like hell that you aren't either. Last night was incredible. And I know it was a bit on the rough side. I want to show you how else I can be in bed. I can be tender too. Mostly I am tender and loving, supportive, loyal. Damn, what have I done? You know, you haven't exactly liked me, Benjamin. You've even called me your enemy. This is a pretty big about face for you. Don't you think so? Are you saying that you don't trust what I'm saying to you? I'm not saying that. I am saying that this is sudden. Running my hand over my face, I felt like I might throw up. So was last night. As a matter of fact, I think we can agree that everything about us has been sudden. You suddenly appeared one day. You and Devin suddenly became instantly close. And then I suddenly felt threatened by you. And then I suddenly found myself attracted to you. You suddenly found yourself attracted to me, and we suddenly got it on. Which was a mistake of epic proportions. How long have you been attracted to me? I mean, it didn't just start last night when you were in my bedroom. I've been fighting myself over it for a while. How long? Well, that's kind of hard to say. I've always thought you were cute. Then I thought you were pretty. And I found myself kind of looking your body over when you weren't aware of me doing it. I know that sounds creepy. Yep. Hang on, Jenna. What about you? You must have been attracted to me before I went into your bedroom. Oh, that reminds me. The gun. Yeah, I'll get rid of it today. No. Don't do that. I was looking for something, anything, to make it seem like you weren't suitable for my son to be around. I was being a jerk, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree that you were being a jerk. Hey, but I changed it up, and now I'm apologizing to you about that. You're being safe with the gun. Keeping the bullets separate, and the key to the case in another place too. I'm sorry I did that to you. Hope what I did after that made up for what I put you through. With a sigh, I knew I was in for a hard time with this man. I don't really like to talk about stuff like that afterward. It makes me sort of uncomfortable. If we don't talk about it, then how will I ever know what you really like and don't like? He asked. You know what? I should come over so that we can talk face to face. I'd rather not. Seriously? Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of worn out. I don't look that good. I don't want you to see me like this. I didn't look any different than I usually did, but I didn't want to face him. I couldn't tell him to his face that we couldn't be what he wanted us to be. Baby, come on. You're being silly. You're beautiful, no matter what. I feel like something's wrong here. Just be honest, and tell me what's got you acting so unlike your usual cheery self. I had to be honest about some things. Okay. I'm worried about Devin and how he'll take us being a couple. That wasn't all I was worried about, but it was one of the many things. He'll be fine. I don't think so. Why do you think that he won't be fine with us being together? He adores you. He sees me as his friend, not his dad's girlfriend. I don't really want to upset the balance of the friendship he and I share. I thought I had put that out there, rather diplomatically. And what about upsetting the balance of the relationship that you and I have stumbled upon? Doesn't that matter to you as much as the friendship you have with my son? He asked, with a fair amount of anger in his voice. You should know that it would make me feel a lot better about him spending so much time with you, if you and I were a couple. A couple who could discuss what's best for Devin, without being divided on it. I have always followed your rules for Devin, Benjamin. That won't change. It seems to me that you don't want anything to change. You don't want to be with me. That's not true. It was true, but I wasn't trying to piss him off. Hey, I had fun last night. I mean, you certainly know how to push my buttons. But he asked, I feel a but coming. But I don't think we should come out with this to Devin yet. It's just too soon. What if we don't work out? How will that affect what Devin and I have? Why would we not work out? He asked. I was married to the same woman for 10 years. I am a faithful partner. I am a generous man. I know how to keep my woman happy and satisfied. So can you tell me why it wouldn't work out between us? I'm not nearly as sure of myself as you are of yourself, that's why it might not work out. I'm only 24, Benjamin. Not the 40-year-old that you are. I haven't even truly found myself yet the way that you have. You ask me to be honest with you, and I'm being as honest as I can be. I should be satisfied with your answer. You are young. I'm moving too fast for someone your age. I hadn't thought about that. I mean, you don't even go out and make friends, so I guess I assumed you weren't looking to date other men. I'm not looking to date other men. I'm not looking to date anyone. I hoped he didn't take that too hard. Oh. He got quiet for a while. Then he said, So you don't want to be my girl? I just want to be me, Benjamin. Okay. I liked being with you last night. But you don't want to make it a regular thing, and you don't want us to be a romantic couple. You told me to be honest. Remember that. I'm not trying to hurt you. You are an amazing man. And if I'm being honest, I would probably feel a lot of jealousy if you were to start going out with other women. But you know what? Maybe you're ready to get back out there. Last night proved that you're ready to be with a woman other than your late wife. You think I should start dating? The idea hurt worse than I thought it would. Well, I'm not ready to be in a relationship. So, I can't ask you not to date anyone else if I'm not willing to give you what you want. Well, I'm not ready to put myself out there for anyone else. Can we not make this weird? I asked. Can we sort of act the same way we've always acted with each other? Act, he asked. So, you want me to act like I still don't trust you where my son is concerned? I had no idea he truly distrusted me that much. You could let that go. I can be trusted where Devin is concerned. But you can't be trusted with my heart? I'm not sure what to say to that, Benjamin. I suppose the best way to put it is this: I'm not trying to take your heart. That isn't what last night meant to me. So your heart was nowhere in any of what we did last night? I wasn't thinking about a thing. Desire took over. Need for a physical release steered me last night. My heart? Well, I didn't think with my heart at all. I'm sorry. But the thing is that I didn't really feel like you were thinking or acting with your heart either. It was raw. It was hot. It was remarkable. But it wasn't about two hearts finding each other. There's no need to romanticize it. Not for me, at least. I guess all the ideas I've been having about me and you just need to be put away. No picnics in the park. No long backrubs that end with us making love. No nights in front of the fireplace, drinking wine and eating little delicacies. That sounds lovely. It also sounds like something you and your late wife used to do. I'm not her. As you have clearly stated before. I'm Jenna. The girl next door. And last night was great. But it might not ever happen again. As a matter of fact, I'm sure it won't ever happen again.
Chapter 15. Benjamin.
I was out of touch with the way women were nowadays. Jenna's reaction wasn't a thing like the way I had imagined it would be. She adored my son. She had let herself go with me. Why wouldn't she want us to have the full spectrum of a fulfilling relationship? It had been years since I'd been back home to Carthage, Texas, where I'd grown up. Cash Gentry was one of my best buds back in my high school days. And he was part owner of a huge ranch. A place where I could take Devin, and we could just get away for a bit. So I called the man to see how life was treating him. "Benji," he answered my call. Been a long time since anyone called me by that nickname, Cash. But yeah, it's your old pal, Benji. Some call me Dr. Brown now, though. Yeah, I remember, he said. As a matter of fact, I had my yearly checkup with old Doc Randall a few weeks ago, and he's on the lookout for someone to replace him. You wouldn't be interested, would you? Wow. I hadn't even thought of going back to my hometown to practice medicine. That's an idea. I might need a big change in my life. How's your son doing? It's been a while since we last talked. Are you two figuring life out without your angel on earth, Lucy? Man, I bet it's hard on you both. It is. That was the truth. You know, I thought I was ready to move on, but now I'm not so sure. I don't think I can read women the right way anymore. At least, not the one I was with last night. So you were with a woman last night? He asked. Was this the first time since Lucy passed away? Yes, she was the first. And now that I've had to go through the letdown of the whole thing, she might very well be the last. Don't say that. Tell me what happened. I've had it in for her since she moved into the house next door not long ago. She has this thing for Devin that bothers me. They get along like peas and carrots. I don't like it. Or at least, I didn't like it. I was trying to find any reason I could to tell her that she wasn't fit to have my son around. Then I found that she had a gun in the house. So what? Cash asked. A lot of people in Texas have guns in their homes. Yeah, I know. It was just a thing I could use against her, so I hopped on that quick and in a hurry. Only the whole thing led me up to her bedroom, and while I was in there with her all alone, my attraction for her went berserk, and we ended up doing the deed. But I wasn't really myself with her. I was rough, angry, and sort of a jerk. Maybe you were that way because you were mad at yourself for sleeping with someone other than your wife. Yeah, I think you're right. So, she's not into you now because you were so rough and mean with her, huh? Nah, that's not why. I left her flowers and called her this morning to let her know that the man I was last night wasn't the real me. I told her about how I'm a good man. A faithful man. A man who is more tender than rough. I told her that I wanted her to be my girl. And she was not into that idea at all. Man, that is rough. Well, you could always come and talk to the doc about taking over his practice. Moving back home might help you feel better about life in general. And your son would like the smaller schools too. It certainly is something to think about. At least back home, I know a lot more people who know the real me. Maybe I might find some old high school girlfriend who would understand me better and actually want me as her man. Jenna seems dead set against it. Hurtful, huh? Extremely. And my pride is aching pretty badly too. I mean, I'm a catch from what Jenna has been saying. But given the chance to reel me in, she tossed down the pole and said, "Never mind." That reminds me, he said. We've got a ton of catfish in the main pond here at the ranch. You and your son should come down one weekend to fish and just hang out in the countryside. Is that a formal invitation, Cash? You're always welcome to come for a visit anytime you want. We have 4 guest houses on the ranch now. There's always some place for you to stay if you want to come. Who knows? If you ask that woman to come with you guys, she might start seeing you in the light that you want her to see you in. The whole idea is to get away from her, Cash. I'm not about to open myself up to her again. No way in hell. Hearing her blow me off was a bit too much for me. I've never been blown off in my entire life. It was a new experience that I don't care to have again. Did she break your little heart, Benji? He teased me. I wasn't in love, so no. But damn, she sure as hell bruised my ego. You'll heal. So, when are you coming down to visit all your old friends? I think we'll come next weekend. We can leave Friday when I pick Devin up from school and stay until Sunday evening. That way, we'll be gone all weekend, and I won't have to worry about having to talk to Jenna. I'm going to avoid her like the plague this week. Now, Benji, don't be rude. It's not her fault that she's not into you. But she is into me. At least, she was into what we did last night. I began to think about how I'd gone all soft on her, and wondered if that wasn't the type of man she liked. Do you think I turned her off when I told her that I wasn't the man I'd been the night before? Do you think she likes it all rough and angry? Could be, he said. How have you been with her before that? Pretty much the same sort of angry guy. She's been enticing my son from the time she got here. She even went so far as to buy a puppy. He's been asking for one for years, and I've managed to keep coming up with excuses for why it's not a good idea for us to get one. And then he barely tells her about wanting one, and boom. She gets him one right away. She gave him a dog after you told him no. Well, she's keeping it at her place, of course. And she's saying it's theirs and not only hers. Yeah, that's not cool. Good. I'm glad you agree with me. It's not cool, is it? No way. At least I was right about some things. She even made a vegetable garden, and he helps her with it. She's got a room full of toys too. And they're all for boys. Not even one toy is specifically for girls. And this woman has no kids. None. So why does she have these toys? She does this blog about living cheaply. She said she bought them so that she could get sponsorship from toy companies. But I don't really buy that explanation. To me, it's like she's trying to get Devin to spend more time with her than he spends with me. That's not cool either. Yeah, I know. So, you can imagine how shocked I was when she told me that one of the reasons she didn't want us to have a romantic relationship was because she didn't think Devin would like it. Why wouldn't he like it if you two were a thing? I think he would like it. It would mean that we'd all spend time together, instead of just him and her alone. Something's not right here, Benji. Think about it. Where did this woman move from? Have you done a background check on her? Why would I do a background check on my new neighbor? You wouldn't. Unless that neighbor was having your kid over at her house a lot. I did check out her blog. I mean, check out if she's got anything in her past that would make her a danger to your son. Like what? I know this doesn't sound good, but stuff like this can happen. She might pose a threat to kids. She's not that. I had to laugh. She is so not that. She adores Devin, and I've seen them together a lot. It's not anything that's sick, I promise you that. It's like she just likes having him around, and he likes being around her. Maybe it's because he lost his mom, and he sees a mother figure in her. Which is great. But it's not great if she and I aren't ever going to be together. I mean, you tell me, what would some other woman think if I ever did find one to be with? She would tell you that your son shouldn't be hanging out with the lady next door, is what would happen. He was right. Man, I've got to figure something out, don't I? I think that you do. And when you come down next weekend, we can talk more about it and maybe even figure something out. I would like to invite Doc over too, so that you two can chat about his practice. No pressure. Just letting you see what else is out there for you. Coming back home, and taking care of people in the town I grew up in sounds kind of great to me. You and your brothers all have kids now, so Devin wouldn't be coming into a school full of strangers either. He would see some familiar faces around. It might not be a bad idea at all to leave Dallas and go back to my roots. We would love to have you and Devin back home too. We'll see you next weekend. Who knows? Maybe you might want to come back sooner rather than later. Who knows? It was an idea I hadn't even thought of before. I'll talk to you more before this weekend. I'm going to go pick up Devin from his friends, and then we're going to go and buy some fishing gear for this weekend. That should be fun. He'll enjoy that. You two have fun. See you on Friday night then. Bye. Bye. I headed to the garage to get into the car and head over to pick Devin up. When I got there, he was packed and ready to go. His eyes were a little puffy from sleeping outside in the night air. Hi, Dad. He climbed up into his booster seat, and I buckled him in. Did you have a good time? Yeah. I'm tired, though. We stayed up late telling silly stories and eating roasted marshmallows. Well, we're going to stop by the store to get some stuff for next weekend. We're going back to my hometown, Carthage, to go fishing at the ranch one of my old friends owns. How does that sound? Do we have to sleep in a tent? He asked with wariness in his expression. No. They have guest houses. Okay. I'm in then. I'm not really a sleep in a tent on a cot kind of kid. I can understand that. I got in the car, and we headed to the sports and outdoor store. My intentions were to try my best to keep him out most of the day, so that he wouldn't go over to Jenna's. How's Cuddles doing? Did you go see him while I was gone? Well, he's fine. I did go see him last night for a bit. Good. How's Jenna? Fine. So, we're going fishing next weekend? Yep. I wonder if Jenna would want to join us, he said as he looked out the window. Well, we're not going to ask her, buddy. I watched his reaction through the rearview mirror, and it was as bad as I had thought it would be. So I tried to smooth things out before he could start arguing about it. You know how she's not into meeting new people, and there would be lots of people for her to meet. I know she would hate that. And we don't even know if she likes the outdoors and fishing. I sort of think she probably doesn't like that sort of thing. We won't know until we ask her, Dad. Come on. We can take Cuddles too. We are not taking a puppy to a house that's not even ours. What if it tears something up? What if it stains the carpets with its pee or poop? That's one of the reasons I said we could not get a dog. I don't want to be responsible for anything it messes up. But, he began with a pout. But nothing. We're going on our own, and we're going to have a great time. You'll see. For now, we're going to pick up some fishing gear, and then we'll go eat some lunch. After that, we can go to a movie. I just really want to go home and see my puppy. Well, we've got some things to do first. I'm hungry. Aren't you? I'm sure Jenna has something to eat at her house. She always does. Yeah, but we don't need to be bothering her so much. She likes me to go over. She even likes for you to go over. I know what. Text her to tell her that we'll bring pizza for lunch, and we'll come over after we get done getting fishing stuff. No. It's Sunday, and I'm sure she's got her own things to do. I wasn't going to let him rope me into spending time with the woman who obviously didn't care to spend any with me. Maybe moving away from her is the best idea yet. Chapter 16. Jenna. Maybe I was a little on the heartless side with Benjamin. The whole day was nearly gone, and Benjamin had yet to return home with Devin. I had the feeling that they were gone all day on purpose. Benjamin most likely didn't want to have to deal with me at all, after I'd shot down his invitation to become his girlfriend. How could I blame him? I could have been a little more accommodating. I didn't have to be so blunt. There was no reason why I couldn't have said that we should just take things a bit more slowly. I didn't have to go all out and say that I didn't know if we should ever spend time together again. I hope my actions haven't cost me more than I'm willing to pay. Looking out of the window over the sink in the kitchen, I had a bird's eye view of the street in front of my house. There was still enough light to be able to see the cars that went by. I didn't pay any attention to the other cars that went by, though. I was just looking for a white SUV. And suddenly one came into view, moving fast as it went by. Then I saw the brake lights as it slowed to pull into the driveway next door. "So you are home, Benjamin. Now let's see if you let Devin come feed the puppy." A text came in from a number I didn't recognize. "Jenna, this is Devin. Dad got me my own phone. Can I come see Cuddles and you for a little bit?" I texted back that of course he could come over, and then I saved his number to my contacts list. I was sure Benjamin had gotten Devin his own phone so that he wouldn't have to call or text me when Devin was here. I had really messed things up, and I needed to make things right between Benjamin and me. So I called him, knowing Devin was probably already on his way over, leaving Benjamin alone. He let the phone ring 3 times before he answered it. "Hello?" "Hi. Devin is on his way over. He can stay for about an hour, and then I'll walk over to get him. Don't worry, I won't bother you. I'll just text him to come outside and I'll walk him back home. Benjamin, won't you come over too so that we can talk?" In front of Devin? No. I don't think that's a good idea. He'll be completely entertained by the puppy. He won't pay any attention to what you and I are talking about. Especially if we're in another room. Please. I would like to apologize. He was quiet for a moment, and then the doorbell rang. I went to open the door, waiting for Benjamin to say something. But silence was all I heard as Devin walked inside and closed the door behind him. "Where's Cuddles? Have you fed him yet?" "No, I haven't fed him. He's in the dining room. You know where his food is." After he ran off, I asked, "Benjamin, are you still there?" A knock on the door made me smile as I saw a hulking figure on the other side of it. Putting the phone in the back pocket of my jeans, I opened the door again, finding Benjamin standing there with a hopeful expression on his handsome face. "So, this apology you said you had for me." Looking over my shoulder, I listened and heard Devin's voice coming from elsewhere in the house. Moving in close, I opened my arms for a hug. "Can we hug this out?" He took me into his arms, my body melting into them, and then his lips pressed against mine tenderly for only a moment. "I'm sorry. It's me who should apologize. I reacted too quickly. And I didn't mean everything I said." "Me too," he said with a sigh. "We can go slow. We can do whatever you want. I just don't want this to be over. Not when it hasn't even really begun yet." His grin sheepish, he added, "That is, if it will lead to anything. We can hang out and see where things go." I still wasn't sure if being with him was smart at all. But I knew one thing for sure. I didn't want us to be angry at each other. I just wanted some normalcy between us. And so far he'd distrusted me. At least, now there was a chance that he could learn things about me that would lead him to finally trust me where Devin was concerned. I would like that. "Did you eat anything yet?" "Not yet. I hadn't been hungry all day. Not with all the worry I'd been having over rejecting Benjamin. Have you two eaten yet?" "No. The plan was to order pizza. I can still do that. I'll just have it delivered here. If I can join you for dinner, that is." "Of course you can." Suddenly, my appetite was back. "Can you get me one with a super thin crust, mushrooms, black olives, and red peppers?" "I can do that." He kissed my cheek before letting me go. "How about you go and open a bottle of wine for us, and I'll make the order. See you in the kitchen." I walked away smiling like a fool, happy with the way things had turned out. I haven't wrecked things after all. Devin sat on the kitchen floor, keeping Cuddles company as he ate his puppy food. Did he miss me, Jenna? Who? Cuddles. Oh yes, he missed you almost as much as I did. Did you have a good time with your friends? I pulled out a bottle of red wine, thinking it would go well with pizza. It was fun. But I woke up a lot. Sleeping in a tent feels a lot like just sleeping outside in the dark. I didn't love that part of it. I know what you mean. There were times when I had little shelter and only threadbare blankets to keep me warm. Those times were terrible. He looked at me with wide eyes. Were you very poor or something? Something like that. Not all the time, but sometimes. I had to live that way for a while. Benjamin came into the kitchen, and our eyes met, sending tingles straight through me. Your dad is here, Devin. What are you doing here? Devin asked as he looked at his father. You said that you were going to shower, order pizza, then come and walk me home. Change of plans. I did order the pizza, but it will be delivered here, and we'll eat with Jenna. If that's okay with you, buddy. I noticed the slight skepticism that filled Devin's face. Okay. He looked at me. Dad said he came to check on Cuddles last night. What did you guys do? Nothing, I said quickly. Maybe too quickly as I noticed Devin's dark brows raise. I mean, he came and checked on the puppy, then we had a glass of wine and chatted before he left. It was a nice visit. Good. He looked at his father with narrowed eyes. So, are you gonna invite her for next weekend now or what? Benjamin gulped as his eyes met mine. Well, I'm not sure if we're still going, Devin. He looked back at his son. I mean, unless you were already set on going. It might be fun, Dad. What would be fun? I felt as if I'd been left out of the loop. Fishing, Benjamin said. Back in my hometown. I talked to an old friend today, and he invited us to stay in his guest house and fish in the pond on the ranch that he lives on. It's a couple hours drive from here. What do you think about going with us? I don't know. I've never fished before. Wow, Devin gasped. Even I've fished before, Jenna. You've got to come. You have to learn how to fish. I got the impression that Benjamin had made the plans so that he wouldn't have to deal with me the next weekend. But now that we'd made up, that was no longer an issue. I'll think about it, Devin. Yeah, you do that, Benjamin said. And I'll think about it too. It's not like we have to go. We could just stay home. It doesn't matter to me. I thought you said that you really wanted to go, Dad, Devin said as he stood up. When I told you that I wasn't sure if I wanted to go or not, you said that you really wanted to go. Laughing, I knew I'd been right about him just wanting to get away from me. Maybe he's changed his mind, Devin. People can do that, you know. Maybe we can all think about whether that's something we would like to do this coming weekend, without making any real plans yet. I think that's a great idea, Benjamin said. Me too, Devin agreed. Cuddles is done eating. I'm gonna take him out back to use the bathroom so that he doesn't have to use his puppy pad right now. Picking the pup up, he left the house, leaving me and Benjamin alone. He filled 2 wine glasses from the bottle I'd set out to breathe. So, I suppose you figured me out. You wanted to get away from me. How can I blame you? I was a little on the brutal side. You didn't deserve that. I took the glass he handed me. He stayed close, leaving only an inch between us. Looking into his dark eyes, I sighed. We do have lots to think about and consider before we decide if we're going to go any further, though. Okay. He leaned in, kissing my cheek. I'm sorry I went so fast. That was presumptuous of me. You're young. You might not want to be saddled with some old man and his kid. You might want to make your own family with a guy your own age. I'm not going to lie. I would be so jealous. But I just want you to be happy. That's really very nice of you to say, Benjamin. I kissed his cheek and closed my eyes as the same sparks I'd felt the night before erupted inside me and made my lips tingle. This taking it slow thing might be a little harder than I had anticipated. For me too. He took the glass from my hand and set both glasses on the bar, then took me in his arms and kissed me. His soft kiss was far more alluring than any he'd given me the night before. His touch was gentle. His body was warm, comforting. And I was losing myself in him, in a way I hadn't the night before. Ending his kiss, he rested his forehead against mine, and I said something I hadn't planned on saying. I see why you told me the type of man you really are. This is not the man I've known thus far. This man is one who could steal my heart very easily. I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you for your honesty. His hand ran down my arm and he took my hand, leading me to the living room, where we sat side by side on the sofa. We can play it cool in front of Devon for now. Until we know for sure if we're going to keep on seeing where this thing between us goes. Good. I didn't want to bring Devon in on this until I knew for sure that this was something both Benjamin and I wanted. I also knew that I would have to tell Benjamin the truth about who I was and what I was to Devon before I made any commitment to him. It was the right thing to do. I'd thought we were done, so I haven't been putting much thought into how you and I are going to find some alone time without Devon around. You got any ideas, baby? Well, you can't leave him alone and come to me at night. I knew that much. Ah, but you could come to me once he's fast asleep, he was quick to say. But what if I fall asleep and don't get out of there before he wakes up? Chewing on his lower lip, he admitted, this isn't going to be very easy. But we'll figure it out. I do have a lunch hour, you know. I could come and spend it with you. Devon will be at school. No one will be in our way at all. Already coming up with ideas. The heat that moved in waves through my body told me that the attraction I had for him was very real. But the knowledge that I had to tell him my secret bugged me. You and I should talk some more before we get any closer. I think you're right about that, Jenna. I would like to know all about you. I'd like to know about your family back in California. And I can tell you more about myself too. For instance, I found out today when I was talking to my old friend that the primary doctor in Carthage, that's where I grew up, wants to find someone to take over his practice. And, I've got to be honest, I might like that idea. You would have to move there? I asked. Yes, we would have to move. It's too far away to commute every day. You just bought this place though. It wouldn't put a lot of distance between us, but it would make it so we might only get to spend weekends together. And that would only be after we let Devon know about us. If there becomes an us. How long do you have to make that decision? I asked with worry. I didn't want them to move away. I'm not really sure. One of the things I was going to do in Carthage this weekend was talk to the doctor about his plans and his timeline for getting someone to take over. Well, this is sort of a pickle, isn't it? Not really. He draped his arm around my shoulders. You could always move in with us and sell your house if you wanted, if I took that job. Wow, his no rushing things sure didn't last long at all.
Chapter 17. Benjamin.
As I lay in bed later that night, I thought about how quick I'd been to accept Jenna's apology and put my feelings out there for her once more. Sure, she hadn't trampled all over them this time, but how could I be sure that she wouldn't do that again sometime in the future? My heart still felt a bit raw from losing my wife. It had only been a couple of years, so I couldn't expect all the pain to have gone away. For all I knew, there would always be some remaining. In a way, I felt like if the pain ever did go away, so would my memories of Lucy. And I didn't ever want to forget her. I also didn't want Devon to forget his mother. It scared me a little bit to think about a future with Jenna in it. She would take the role of a mother to my son. And that meant Devon would surely begin to forget about his mother as time went on, replacing her with Jenna. I knew a kid needed a mother in his life. I knew that a man needed a woman in his life too. But what I didn't know was if Jenna was the one for both me and my son. She was young and still a bit immature in some ways. She may have been financially responsible, and that was a great thing. But a kid and a romantic partner need more than just that. They need someone who can be there for them emotionally. Can Jenna be all that for Devon and me? Lucy had spoiled us, I was sure of that now. She had everything under control at all times. When Devon was little, he'd fallen and skinned his knee. Lucy was there within seconds. Bandages and antibacterial ointment in one hand, smoothing the other over his little head as he cried in pain. Her soothing voice, quickly fixing all that had been wrong with him. I'd watched with wonder as she worked her motherly magic on him. From the first time she held that boy, she'd looked at him with eyes full of motherly love. Not even once did she call herself his adopted mother. She was his mother in all ways, save one. She hadn't given birth to him. But she was as much in love with that child as any mother had ever fallen in love with their naturally born children. So, even considering the idea of bringing another woman into that role for Devon was quite the undertaking. Lucy had left behind giant shoes to fill. And the young, not quite fully mature Jenna might not be up to something of that magnitude. For now, she was great at being Devon's friend. But being a parent doesn't mean that you can always be friends with your child. Sometimes, hard decisions have to be made that won't make your kid happy at the moment, but will help him in the long run. Watching your child be disappointed isn't easy at all. But sometimes it is for the best. When you love a child the way only a parent can, you do what's best for that child, even if they can't understand. I had a lot to work on within myself. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become until I found myself alone in that bedroom with Jenna. This wasn't the time for me to be making romantic decisions. Yet, I'd made them anyway. The one thing I knew that I could do was take things slowly. Jenna obviously wanted things that way too. It was all me who was jumping into things. She was fine with going slow. There was also the job in Carthage to consider. Living in a smaller town might be good for Devon. But then again, the schools in Dallas could offer him a lot more than the small ones in Carthage. There were plenty of pros and cons, and I needed to take some time to write them all down and see which list won out in the end. One of the cons would be that we'd have to move away from Jenna. And I knew that would hurt all three of us. But moving her in with us so soon would be a mistake. I didn't want to be making huge mistakes like that. Not when I had Devon's feelings to consider. The screen on my phone lit up, and I saw that Jenna had sent me a text. She asked if I was up, and if I was, whether I could give her a call. So I called her and she answered, "So you are up. As are you. I've been thinking a lot about the things we said to each other tonight." "Me too." She sighed. "You and I have a lot to learn about each other." "I agree. I've been thinking about that too. We don't know much about each other. I've got Devon to think about. I don't really have the luxury of making many mistakes. If you and I aren't compatible, then we should find that out before we get into something that might not only hurt us but Devon too. And I know that you don't want to hurt him." "I won't hurt him, Benjamin. You can count on that. And I'm trying like hell not to hurt you. But we have to be honest with each other. So what I'm saying is that we might not end up together in the end. But I don't want us to not like each other at all. So let's try very hard to be honest and open, and not let our egos get in our way." As much as I didn't want to think of us not ending up together in the end, I had to think about reality. I would like that very much. "Okay, then there is something that you need to know about me," she said, sounding extremely serious. "I know you've got some secrets going on, Jenna. You're quite reclusive, and that's not super normal for someone your age. You can tell me anything. I'm not a judgmental person." "You kind of are," she said. "Why would you say that?" "Because of what you said about the person who abandoned Devon. His mother left him in a bathroom. I'm not judging her, I just stated a fact." "How do you know that it was his mother who left him there?" "Who else could have done that?" I couldn't understand her problem with me saying something like that. If the baby had been taken from some woman, then she would have told the authorities, but that never happened. It had to have been the mother who left him there. What if it wasn't? Why would that even matter? No one ever came forward, Jenna. No one. Even the police thought it was the mother who had left him. There was no evidence to work off of. They only had the fact that no one reported anything about a missing newborn boy. But why are you bringing this up? And how does that make me a judgmental person? Let me ask you this instead of answering your question, she said. If you could speak to Devon's biological mother right now, what would you say to her? I would say that she made a terrible mistake when she left him. I would say that she has missed out on being the mother of an exceptional boy. I would say that there's a special place in hell waiting for her. See right there. You think his mother is going to hell. Well, she left a newborn baby on a bathroom floor. So, I'm fairly certain that she isn't going to be met at the pearly gates with a welcoming party. Someone who can walk away from their own baby, leaving them on a cold bathroom floor where anything could happen to them, is more demon than human. At least, that's the way I see it. Call me judgmental if you want. But that woman should rot in hell for what she did to my son. Your son, she said softly. Had he not been left there, you wouldn't have a son. You wouldn't have ever gotten to know the boy. Lucy would not have even known what it felt like to love someone so unconditionally. You both got a lot from the boy someone left behind. Devon lost a lot that day, Jenna. He lost his real mother. Sure, he doesn't know that. One day, though, he will probably find that out. It won't be until he's grown and can understand things better. But one day, he will find out that his mother abandoned him. The pain he's going to feel when that day comes makes me wish the woman who left him to die on the floor of a hospital bathroom spends eternity in a pit of fire with demons torturing her. You have a lot of hate for that boy's biological mother. I do. She didn't have to do it like that. There are lots of people who would have wanted to adopt that boy. She didn't have to leave him that way. But if he hadn't been left exactly like that, you and your wife wouldn't have ever even known him. See, that's the thing about being a parent. You would give up everything just to make your child happy. I would rather have never known him, so that he could have been put up for adoption the right way. But his own mother didn't love him enough to make that happen for the boy. I wish he would never have to find that out. But I know that one day he will find that out about the woman who carried him in her womb for 9 months, only to leave him hours after he was born. I had no remorse for the way I felt about the woman who'd done that to my son. She is a monster. I see no other way to look at someone who would do that to a defenseless baby. You know, I'm no expert, but I would think that any woman who did something like that would have some pretty exceptional reasons behind it. Have you ever thought about any of the reasons why she might have done that? I have not. Lucy had plenty of ideas, though. She felt some sort of kinship with the birth mother. She felt like they were joined in spirit in some way. She speculated on many occasions that maybe his mother had died because at times she felt a presence around them both. She thought that Devon's mother must have loved him so much that she knew she had left him right where he would find the best parents for him. She and I would have gotten along. She got along with everyone. So you're right. You two would have gotten along very well. I guess a woman's heart is just softer and has more compassion and empathy than a man's. While I think of the woman as a monster, Lucy thought of her as an angel. Jenna laughed. I'm sure she was no angel. But I'm also not so sure that it was the mother who left him. It was odd that she kept saying that. Jenna, do you know something about Devon's mother? No, she said quickly. It's just a feeling that I get. And I'd like to know what you think about Devon's biological father. You never seem to blame him. For all I know, he might not have even known about her pregnancy. I can't see why both a father and a mother would do something like that to their newborn son. It's not often that you hear of a couple abandoning their child. It's usually just a mother who wasn't ready to be a mother or has some addiction problems. But Devon's mother had no such problems. He was thoroughly checked out, and there wasn't a trace of illicit substances or alcohol in his system. He was a healthy baby. The mother had taken good care of him when he was in her womb. But once he was born, she wanted nothing to do with him. Maybe she was crazy. I don't know. And I don't care. Except for the fact that one day, Devin will hurt because of what she did to him. I think the father should also be held accountable. It's not often that a woman gets pregnant and doesn't tell the father of the child about it. If a woman is promiscuous, then the father may not have believed he was the only one who could have gotten her pregnant. I guess we'll never know. But I think that you should consider rethinking how you feel about Devin's biological mother. She gave you a gift after all. No matter how it came about, you were the best thing to happen for that boy, and he was the best thing to happen to you too. You and Lucy gained a lot that day. If it weren't for someone abandoning that baby, neither of you would have known the joy Devin has given you. You are right about that. It's not for me that I hold hate in my heart for that woman. It's for my son. But you might not be able to understand that. At least not until you have a child of your own. Yeah, you're probably right about that, Benjamin. I'm glad you were honest with me about the way you feel. It lets me into your head a bit. You are a man with passion. A strong passion that you hold back most of the time, but it occasionally gets out. Like the other night. I asked, "Is that what you're saying?" Like then. And when you think about Devin, and the pain he will eventually feel. You love with all your heart. It's a noble thing. And what about you, Jenna? Do you love with all your heart too? You know, I'm not sure. It's hard to love with a heart that's not completely full. It's like something is missing inside of me. It's been that way for years now. Not sure if that feeling will ever go away. Something happened to you that you don't like to talk about. Hasn't something happened to most people that they don't like to talk about? She asked. I'm sure you don't go around telling everyone about how your wife found this baby in the bathroom, and you two ended up adopting him. Yeah, you're right. But I told you about that, didn't I? I trusted you with the only secret I have. You can trust me with yours too, Jenna. Who knows? I might even be able to help you fill that heart of yours. You know, if anyone could, it would be you, Benjamin. I've got to get some rest. Good night. So, I guess she's not going to tell me the reason behind her less than full heart.
Chapter 18. Jenna.
I'd spent the entire next day thinking about the strong feelings Benjamin had for Devin's birth mother. He hated her. And I was her. So what would that mean for us as a couple, or even as friends? Would he still allow Devin to have a friendship with me, if he knew I was his real mother? Maybe he'd pack up and move away. Maybe he'd file a restraining order on me for what I'd done. Moving into the house next door might have been a bit too much. But it was done now, so what could I do about that? I had more questions than I had answers for. The future began looking bleak. The moment my doorbell rang, I knew it was Devin coming over to feed the puppy. School had been out for about a half hour. I had a plate of baby carrots and ranch dressing to dip them in, sitting on the kitchen counter, so that he could have an after-school snack while the pup ate his dinner. Pulling open the door, I froze in place as I saw that it was not Devin who stood on my doorstep. Tobias? Hey, baby. He stepped right into the house, reaching out for me as I took quick steps backward. No hug? How'd you find me? He closed the door behind him, moving toward me as I kept moving away from him. There've been a few ways. You got your Texas driver's license. You registered your car to this address. And you got a dog from a nearby animal shelter. You know I told you not to do things like that. And if I found you, then they can too. I'm not safe anywhere. Why would they still be after me? I wasn't going to let him use scare tactics on me. I'm nothing to you anymore. Look, you can think whatever you want, Greta. The thing is that I've been trying to get you back for the last few years. I've got a good thing going in New York now. The men I work for are part of a much bigger organization than the one I was in down here in Dallas, or in California. I'm a protected man now. And you can be protected too. If you're with me. I'm doing okay now. Thanks but no thanks. I wanted nothing to do with him. I needed him to leave before Devin showed up, which could be any minute. You should go. You're wasting your time. I think you should know that I found our son a couple of years ago. I was able to find out who it was that took him. He was adopted by this doctor and his wife. I think it was them who found him where I left him. Anyway, I tracked them down and was trying to get our son back the only way I knew how. But it didn't work out. My stomach twisted on itself. I knew what hadn't worked out. Only I couldn't tell him that. Devin had told me that he and his father had moved away from where they'd lived when his mother was still alive. They just couldn't keep living in a house that she was so much a part of. So Tobias didn't know where Devin was now. And he couldn't know that. What happened? I was staking out their car. The woman and our son came into the street to get into it, and I hit the gas, aiming for the woman. I was going to take her out, grab the kid, and get out of there before anyone could see a thing. There were a few people around, and one of them must have been the husband. He grabbed our son before I could even stop. So I sped off. But I can find him again. I just haven't tried yet. I wanted to set things up with you first. I want to bring him home to his mother. That's not fair, Tobias. It's not fair to that boy, and it's not fair to the people who have raised him. Leave them all alone. Leave me alone too. I don't want a part in anything like that. For one, it's completely illegal. For two, it's also immoral. We've hurt the boy by abandoning him. Let's not hurt him any more than we already have. His dark eyes dropped as he looked confused. You don't want our son? He's not ours anymore. You made sure of that when you left him behind and took me away with you. Let him go. I already have. Now please leave. Why? You expecting company or something? He walked toward me, smiling all the while. I just don't want you here. You weren't invited. It was obvious that he wasn't going to leave soon, so I turned to lead him into the living room, away from the door. I didn't want him to hear Devin when he came to the door. A door that I would not be opening. So I had to get Tobias out of earshot, or he would hear Devin calling out to me. I realized that Tobias knew what our son looked like. He could not lay his eyes on Devin, or things would get dangerous. Well, if you want me gone, then why are you walking further into the house? He followed me and took a seat on the sofa. Nice couch. Leather isn't cheap. That blog thing must be paying better than I thought something like that would pay. My mind raced with ideas of how to get him out of there without him seeing Devin and vice versa. It's a lot of work. Much more work than you would think. So yes, it pays well. If you're working in New York, then why are you here in Dallas? I'm trying to put my family back together, that's what I'm doing here. So make things easy and just stop arguing with me. Let's get on track to finding our son, together. Then we'll leave here as a family, and you can see our new home in New York. Tobias, you're lying to me. Don't you remember the call you made to me not that long ago? You asked for a place to stay. You said that you had to lay low or something like that. So what's this crap about being with some group from New York? I made the other shit up. I thought you might let me stay with you if you thought I was in trouble and hiding out. But that's not the case. I'm nearly untouchable now that I'm in with the big dogs. I found that impossible to believe. Any organization worth its salt wouldn't let a con man like Tobias in. But I wasn't going to argue the point. So your plan is for us to find our son, then kidnap him and take him to New York? Do you know how much prison time we could get for doing something like that? He's ours, he said with a nonchalant expression that told me he was as stupid as he'd ever been. DNA tests will save us, Greta. He's not ours. He's never been ours. He belongs to whoever adopted him. Somehow, I needed to make Tobias stop looking for our son and move on with his life. You know, living in the past isn't healthy. You should just move on and forget about me and the baby we had. It would be for the best. I don't live my life thinking about where he is. That was a complete lie, and only then did I realize that I was every bit as bad as Tobias. Holy shit. I am a monster. Monster or not, I had to get rid of Tobias. And then I had to do what was right. I'd gone about everything completely wrong. Devin was a happy kid with a father who loved him. He was fine. He was more than fine. And I had made an even bigger mistake than when I'd stayed in that damn car years ago, letting Tobias take me away from my son. But I was done making mistakes. So I changed gears and sat down next to Tobias. You know what? What? He asked as he slipped his arm around my shoulders, drawing me in close. What if it was just you and me? I mean, we could go to New York together and have one hell of a good time. If we had a kid to deal with, then it would be a drag. So, you don't want to try and find our son? You really don't want to do that? I really don't want to find him. I'm not a mother. Never was, never will be. Snuggling up to him, I looked into his eyes. You and I can be together again. I just need to put this place up for sale and pack things up. I can hire movers to move my stuff to New York too. We can do this. I just need some time to get things done here. I'm sure you can't be gone too long. Not if you're so important to your organization. I've got time. He licked his lips, then moved in for a kiss. I can stay with you until you've got things ready to go. I could not have that. And then it hit me like a brick. He killed Lucy. He'd admitted to me that he'd planned to run over Lucy, and he had done that. He'd planned on kidnapping Devin too. Thank God he hadn't gotten to do that. All I had to do was call the cops and get them to come and pick him up. I've got to feed my dog. Wait here and I'll bring you something to drink. You like wine? No. He laughed. You got anything stronger than that? No. But I can order something. Wait here. I'll be right back. I grabbed the television remote and handed it to him. Find something to watch while you wait. It wasn't easy not to run to the kitchen, but somehow I managed. I couldn't act like I had a plan to get rid of him forever. Making sure he couldn't hear me, I called the local police station, not the emergency number. Precinct 12, how can I help you? I need to talk to one of the officers. I've got something you guys should know. I'll transfer you to Detective Stevens. Thanks. Moments later, a woman answered, This is Detective Stevens. Hello. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the case of Lucy Brown. It was about 2 years ago. I am not familiar with that case. But do you have information on it? I do. Is there a way you can look it up and give the information I give you to whoever needs it? Yes, I can do that. What's your name? Jenna? I stopped. I mean, my name is Greta Simpson. I know who killed Lucy Brown. He's sitting in my living room right now. All you guys have to do is come and get him. It's not that easy. See, anyone can say that someone did something. We need hard evidence before we can make an arrest. Also, a judge has to sign a warrant. We can't just pick someone up and put them in jail without having proof of a crime. Surely you can understand that. So, what I say alone won't get him put away. With my plan deflated, I felt helpless. I mean, you can give me your statement and we can start there. You'll have to come down to the station to do that. When can you be here? Not right now. Like I said, the man is sitting in my living room. Are you in danger? Is he threatening you in any way? Does he have a weapon? No. I had nothing. Well, then there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to leave to come and talk to me here at the station. You know what? I'll come down there when I can. Thanks. I ended the call, thoroughly pissed. And then the doorbell rang, and my anger turned to fear. Shit. I hurried to the living room, where Tobias was getting up. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to answer the door, is what I'm doing." "No. It's just that pesky kid from next door. He's all infatuated with my new puppy. He's a real pain in the neck." The doorbell rang again, and I felt like I might pass out. If we ignore him, he'll go away. I hoped he would anyway. "Why don't you just tell the kid's parents to keep him away from here?" He sat back down, turning the television up. "They don't tell him no about anything, so he's spoiled rotten." I took a seat too, worrying about what I should do next. I couldn't just let Tobias hang out at my place. My phone vibrated in my back pocket, and I knew it was Devin texting me. "Oh, I forgot to order the liquor. I'll go to my computer and do that real quick. They'll have it delivered in no time. Be right back." He nodded as he watched the television. "You do that." As soon as I got out of the room, I texted Devin back, "Hey buddy. Sorry for not answering the door. I'm not feeling well right now. I'll let you know when I'm feeling better. I fed Cuddles already, so don't worry. I'll talk to you soon." I ordered the liquor from the computer in my office, then was about to leave when my phone rang. It was Benjamin. "Hi. Devin said you're not feeling well. I'm going to come over to check you out." "No." I shouted. "I mean no. I'll be okay. It's just woman issues. You know. Cramps." "Jenna, you don't sound right." "I know. These cramps are awful. I'm so out of it." I looked out the window that faced the front of the house, and didn't see any car in the driveway. I had no idea where Tobias had parked his car, and moved around from room to room until I saw it parked on the side of the house near the gate to the backyard. He hid it. But why? Looking harder at it, I noticed a dent in the hood of the black Cadillac. Something Benjamin had said to me came back into my mind. Someone killed my wife. She was hit on purpose. I know she was.
Chapter 19. Benjamin.
Having cramps didn't seem like a good enough reason for Jenna not to let Devin in to feed the dog. "I can make some chamomile tea and bring it over if you don't already have some. I drink it to help reduce anxiety after a particularly hard day at the But it helps with cramps too. Having a doctor living next door to you is something you should take advantage of, Jenna." "I've got some. I'll make myself a cup. Thanks for bringing that up. I forgot about that helping with cramps. I'm just really bushed right now," she said, sounding sort of distracted. "Well, if you decide you want me to give you a back rub, all you have to do is ask, and I'll be right over there to administer the treatment. Devin won't have a clue that it's more pleasure than work for me. If I need one, I'll call you. For now, I just want to sleep." "Oh, so you're in bed?" I asked. "Yes. I'm in bed. I was dozing off and on. I guess that's why I didn't hear the doorbell ring. Well, I'll let you get some rest. But really, call if you need anything at all. That's what boyfriends are for, you know." "Yeah. Okay. Thanks." She ended the call without saying anything else. I sat there for a moment, wondering if she was being honest with me or not. Devin walked into the living room with a pout on his lips. "Man, I just want to see Cuddles." "Well, she's not feeling well, buddy. You've got to understand these things. Sometimes it's hard to be a woman." She told me that she's been in bed. That's why she didn't hear the doorbell when you rang it. You know, she gave us the code to the lock on her door. I could go over and play with Cuddles without bothering her. He smiled at me, trying to get me to say that it was a good idea. No way. She's told both of us that she's not feeling well. We're not going to invade her privacy just so that you can see that dog. Sorry, but that ain't happening, pal. Aw man, he said with a pout. But I want to see Cuddles so bad, Dad. I'm not bugging her anymore. She needs to rest. Getting up off the sofa, I went to the kitchen. What would you like for dinner? I really don't care. Come on, Dad. Just ask her if we can go over and get Cuddles and bring him over here so that she doesn't have to worry about him while she's not feeling well. Looking through the pantry, I thought that might actually be helpful to her. Okay. I'll call her to ask her about that. She might want us to do that for her. That way she can rest and not worry about what the dog might be doing while she's sleeping. With a happy expression, he jumped up and down with joy. Thanks, Dad. I called her again, but this time the phone rang and rang until it went to voicemail. Not wanting to leave a message, I hung up. Looks like she's already asleep. Sorry. Leave her a text, telling her that we're coming over and picking up Cuddles. That way she'll know why he's gone when she wakes up. It wasn't a bad idea. Okay. I'll shoot her a text and then we'll go over there. I sent the short text, telling her what we were planning to do, and my phone rang immediately. Before I got a chance to say anything, she said, "No. It's okay. Cuddles is sleeping on the bed with me." "Oh, he's on the bed with you?" I asked as I looked at Devin. "Okay." Devin was just worried about him. "We'll leave you alone now. Sorry for waking you up." Devin shouted, "Jenna, we can come to get him so that you don't have to worry about him. I'll keep him all night." "Your dad won't like that." "It's okay, Devin. The puppy is just fine. You should get to your homework. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye now." "Man, she's being so stingy with Cuddles for some reason," Devin lamented as he sulked away to do his homework. "I think she just wants to be left alone to rest. We need to respect her wishes, Devin. So you never told me what you want to eat for dinner." "I'm not even hungry." He put the books on the dining room table, then sat in a chair with a heavy thud. "I've got math homework. I don't even want to do it. The whole thing about Cuddles is that I spend time with him as a reward, and then I do my homework." "A reward?" I asked, pulling out a box of oatmeal. "What do you say to breakfast for dinner?" I say whatever. And yeah. Giving myself rewards helps me push myself to do certain things. Things like homework. I hate homework. Why did teachers ever come up with this? I really don't know. To be honest, I've never thought it was fair to make a kid work for 8 hours a day and then send them home with more work. No one would put up with that at a real job. You get paid for the time you work. Filling a pot with water, I threw in a pinch of salt and then waited for it to boil. "You're a doctor, Dad. Can't you do something about ending homework? Can't you write a paper saying that it's bad for kids or something like that?" I wish it was that simple, son. Unfortunately, doctors are not in charge of teachers. But what a wonderful world it would be if doctors ruled the earth. "I wouldn't go that far," he said with a grin. "But ending homework would be like a superpower. Everyone would love whoever could make that happen. That person would be every kid's hero for sure." Okay, no more complaining and let's just get this homework done, shall we? I poured the oatmeal into the pot of boiling water, then stirred it. "So, what have we got this evening?" "Subtraction." He sighed heavily. "I really hate subtraction." "It's easy. Come on." "What's the first problem?" Putting a lid on the oatmeal, I let it simmer as I went to sit down and help Devin. He pointed at the sheet of paper the teacher had sent home with him. 16 minus 10. "Mrs. Beckham said that we have to show our work, so you can't just tell me the answer." "Yeah, I'm aware of how teachers feel about showing all the work. And I'm not going to rob you of an education by simply telling you the right answer. So what will you do first?" "We're supposed to move from the end numbers to the beginning numbers. The last numbers are 6 and 0, so that means the answer to them is 6. He wrote that down. "And then what will you do?" "Well, then I take the first numbers and minus them. And 1 minus 1 is 0. He wrote a 0 in front of the 6. "So what's this number called?" "It's just 6. You don't have to write the 0. But she said to show all the work, he said. And that is all of it. So, I think I should leave the 0 there. I guess, if that's how she told you to do it, then leave it there. But in real life, you don't leave the 0. Just so you know. Well, I wonder if she doesn't want me to leave it then. Man, I don't know what to do, Dad. She didn't say what to do if this happened. Man. If I miss the first problem, that's gonna look bad. I'm sure that it will be fine if you don't put the 0. But what if it's not? Then leave it. And if she counts it wrong, then what? I wanted to kick his teacher in the shins for not explaining all the rules of math to her students. Should I send your teacher a text to ask if you should leave the 0 or not? What? He shrieked as he shook his head. No way. She'll know that I didn't listen in class if you do that. So she did tell you what to do when this happens. Rolling my eyes, I went on. Then you had better rack your brain to remember what she said about the 0 in front thing. I'm gonna erase it. He turned the pencil upside down and got rid of the 0. Okay, next problem. 27 minus 18. His brows shot up as his eyes went wide. Oh no. I've got to borrow. Why did she give us the hardest problems for homework? Taking the bowls of oatmeal to the table, I sat next to him. It's not hard. All you have to do is draw one line through the 2 and put a 1 there. Put it where? He asked, looking puzzled. Devin, this is not the first time you've had to do a math problem that has borrowing in it. Now stop acting so silly and just do the work. I get the impression that you're trying to play me, so that I'll do the work for you. Which I will not do. No, Dad. I really don't get it. He drew a line through the 2, then put the number 1 right over it. Which wasn't the right way to do it. See, it's all messy now. And she said that we can't make it messy. But how can I not make it look like this? I erased the mess and wrote it down the right way. There. But that is the only thing I'm going to do for you. Now you work the problem out by yourself. I won't help you anymore. Thanks for showing me how to do this, Dad, he said with a smile. Okay, so I have a 1 where the 2 was, and then what do I do? You take the 1 you took from the 2 and put it in front of the 7, making it what? I took a bite of oatmeal, while he looked cluelessly at the paper. He drew a 1 in front of the 7, but still didn't seem to understand. So now I take 18 away from 17. That's not going to work. It can't be done. It can be done. But that's not what you're going to do. You're only working with the number 8. So you're going to take 8 from 17. I took another bite. You should eat some of the oatmeal I gave you. Maybe it'll stimulate your brain into thinking a little bit harder. He wrote 17 minus 8 next to the original problem and stared at it. It's still an 8 on the bottom and a 7 on the top. I don't know what to do. No. It's an 8 on the bottom and a 17 on the top. He looked at me with drooping eyes that told me he was in way over his head. Dad, I don't get it. I really don't. He was tired, and I could see that. Devin, hold up one finger. He did as I said. Okay, why am I doing this? So we're going to start with the number after 8. You're going to call that one finger you have up 9. Okay? 9. Okay, hold up the next finger and call it the next number. He pulled up the next finger. You mean call it 10? Yes. And the next finger. 11. Yes. Keep going until you get to 17. He kept going, then stopped and looked at me. Now what? How many fingers are you holding up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He looked at me with a bewildered expression. So what do I do now? You write the number 9 as the answer to 17 minus 8 is what you do now. He did as I said, then looked at the first numbers. Oh no. 1 minus 1 again. Oh man. Just do what you did with the last problem and leave that 0 off. You're actually doing really well, Devin. Don't let this get the best of you. Okay. 2 down and only like 1,000 more to go. Hunched over the paper, he scribbled and whimpered, but he got the rest of them done before putting his pencil down, rubbing his eyes, and then pulling the bowl of oatmeal toward him. I really hate homework. I know you do. But you got it done anyway. I'm proud of you, son. It's not easy to do something you don't want to do, but you did it anyway. You're going to grow up to be a great man someday. Like you are, Dad? He took a heaping spoonful and opened his mouth as wide as he could to put the bite inside. Just like me, buddy. You're going to do great things with your life. I know you will. Do you think that Mom can see me from heaven? I do think that she can see you. Do you think she's proud of me too? I know that she is. I ran my hand over his head. She will always love you, and she will always be proud of you, Devin. Never think any other way. Every step you take, your mom is right there with you. She was your angel here on earth, and now she's your angel in heaven. I feel lucky. You are lucky, son. Very lucky. And your mom and I were very lucky to get to have you in our lives. You were a special gift for us. I thought about the fact that he didn't know that he was adopted, and wondered if keeping that from him was fair. Of course, sitting at the dinner table without having planned out anything, telling him on the spur of the moment, wasn't acceptable. But I had to wonder whether there would ever be an acceptable time to tell him that he was left in a bathroom stall at the hospital. You're a good dad, he said, then scooped up another huge spoonful of oatmeal. I'm lucky to have you too. You're a gift to me too. He smiled before taking the bite. I'm glad you think of me that way, buddy. I knew that his mother and I were gifts to him. Had it not been for us, who knows how his life might have been. We all got lucky that 4th day of May, 7 years ago. Maybe Jenna was right about not hating the woman who gave us such a special gift when she left him behind. Maybe Devin was always meant to be ours.
Chapter 20. Jenna.
The delivery person rang the bell and left the bag from the liquor store on the porch. I went to get it and wished I had some sleeping pills I could spike Tobias' drink with so that I could knock him out. I'll make you a drink and bring it to you, I called out as I took the bag and went to the kitchen. Pouring some Remy Martin over a couple of ice cubes in a large glass tumbler, I was reminded of the time I'd spent being Tobias' girl. Although the times had been hard for the most part, the man always seemed to be able to find himself some Remy to keep him warm. I took it to him in the living room, but he wasn't sitting on the sofa anymore. Tobias? I heard something and turned to see him coming back into the room. He had something in his hand and a grim look on his face. I found this in your bedroom, Greta. He held it out to me. As I took the picture in my hand, the room began to swim, and my knees gave out as I sunk to a sitting position on the sofa, trying to hide the fact that I was completely freaking out. What were you doing in my bedroom? I wanted to look around. I do plan on sharing a bed with you, baby. That's not what I had in mind, Tobias. I mean, not right away. I've got guest rooms. You can take your pick of any of them. I turned the picture face down on the couch in front of me, handing the drink to Tobias. He sat it on the coffee table, not bothering to even take a sip. Who is that little boy in the picture? A kid I used to babysit. And you have a picture of him next to your bed, because he and I had a real bond. But he's older now, I said, trying to throw him off the track he was undoubtedly on. What was the kid's name? I knew I couldn't tell him the truth. Randy. Is that right? He sat down, turning to face me as he shook his head and picked up the picture. See, the thing is that this boy looks a hell of a lot like our son. The one Lucy and Benjamin Brown took. But why would you have a picture of him? And why would you be telling me that this kid's name is Randy when our son's name is Devin? That boy is from California. I wasn't going to tell him a damn thing about where our son really was. So, you think that our son is in California and that his name is Randy? He grinned knowingly at me. I don't think that you think that at all. But I do think that you've been looking for our son, the same way I have. And I think that you've found him. So where's Devin Brown? I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't going to help him get to our son. The kid in the picture is our son. You found him. So what's the deal? He picked up the drink and sipped it as he looked at me, waiting patiently for my answer. You know, we can leave for New York as early as tomorrow if you'd like. I can hire someone to pack my things. We can hop in my car and take off even as soon as tonight if you want. I had to get him the hell out of here. Laughing, he only shook his head. You have found our son. And you're getting to spend time with him. Yet, you don't want to let me in on that? Why not? Well, it was you who abandoned him, so why would I think you would even want to spend time with him? My hands began to shake, as fear of what he would do began to seep in. Tobias could be a dangerous man when he needed to be. He could be ruthless. And he was, above all, a man who thought of no one but himself. But you get to spend time with him. It's not fair. Like it was fair to me when you dumped my baby. Suddenly fear was in the distance and pure anger was up front. I stood, fists at my side. You will not bother that boy. He's in good hands. He's always been in good hands. Neither of us will go into his life and mess things up for him. His father has had to raise him alone, thanks to you, Tobias. I am his father. He stood up too, towering over me. I did what I thought was right for our son at the time. And now that things are chill for me, I can take him back. That's not going to happen. I wasn't going to back down. You've killed a person, Tobias. You have nothing to give that boy. You're going to go to prison. No one knows that I killed that woman, Greta. No one but you. And if you tell, you know what will happen to you. If I don't get you, one of my homies will. I'm not afraid of you, or any of the thugs you hang with. Even if I was, I still wouldn't hand that boy over to you. I'll do whatever you want, Tobias. As long as it means that we get away from him, and leave him alone. It was going to nearly kill me to walk out of Devin's life, again. But if it meant that he'd be safe, at least until Tobias was in prison, then I would do whatever I had to do. You are not in charge here, he said with authority. Neither are you. I wasn't the same girl he'd pushed around before. He's taken care of. Much better than we could have ever done for him. I won't let you or anyone hurt our son. Not ever. His father is the one in charge. You don't want me to alert him of your presence, I can promise you that. You took his wife's life. You took the life of the mother of his child. You are his biggest enemy. You will always be that to him. He's a doctor, he scoffed. He saves lives, he doesn't take them. And I've got this. He pulled out a small gun that had been tucked into the back of his pants. And I'm not afraid to use it. Look, it doesn't have to be this dramatic. We can just leave. You and me, Tobias. I will be much more help to you than I was in the past. I can make money. I never could do that before. Like I need your money. He took another drink, then plopped down on the sofa. I sat down too, trying to de-escalate the tense situation. You're driving a car with a big dent on it. If you had money, you would have a new car, or at least, that dent fixed. There's no reason to put on airs with me, Tobias. What's really going on with your life? Just what I said. I've got a killer gig in New York. I mean, a real killer gig. You get what I'm saying? You're a hitman? It was just a guess, but that's all I could think of since he kept saying the word killer. He looked around as if anyone else was there. Hush. You don't want anyone to hear you saying that. But yeah. I make bank by taking out the trash for my homies back in New York. I'm sorry. I just can't believe you, Tobias. Not when you're driving that dented car. Do you even have a place there? Or is that a lie too? I am not lying, he said angrily. I'm not saying that you weren't offered a job as a hitman. But I am saying that you have not done a hit yet. You are not rolling in the dough yet. Well, you might be right about that. But I have the job, and I'm just waiting for them to tell me who I have to snuff. I can do it. Don't think that I can't. Oh, I know you can. Was that part of the plan, Tobias? Shrugging, he said, I wanted the kid. But if I couldn't have him, then why should they get to have him? You are the most selfish person I have ever known. I am not. But he's ours. And he should be with us. But you left him in a bathroom. God knows what could have happened to him. But God made sure our son was okay. He was better than just okay. Two good people took him in, made him their own. He doesn't even know that he was adopted. He doesn't know that he was abandoned. I want it to stay that way too. And so should you. You know a lot about him. How close are you to, he asked, then cocked one brow. How close are you to Benjamin Brown? Only close enough to know certain things about the boy. His face lit up. Where are they now? Do they come here often? Can you make a phone call and get our son over here? No. There was no way I would deliver Devin to the man who had dumped him as if he were nothing more than a piece of trash. You killed that child's mother, Tobias. For once in your life, take responsibility for your actions. There are consequences that you need to suffer for what you've done. Not only did you take his natural mother away from him, but you also took the mother who raised him. And now, you want to take the only father he's ever known away too. For what? What can you do to make that boy happy? I'll tell you what you can do for him. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Let this go. Let him go. For his own good, let him go. Glaring at me, he asked, and what about you, Greta? Will you actually let him go? Or will you continue talking to him, keeping me out of it? My bet is that you will never stop contacting him. If you're going to have him, then I am too. For his sake, I will stop all contact with him. If that's what it will take to keep you from him, then I will do that. I love him. I actually love him. Sometimes, when you're a real parent, you do things that will hurt you in order to do what's best for your child. So I will walk away and never look back. If that's what I must do. I'm not going to just walk away. I didn't come here to find him. I came here to find you. But now that I see what you've been up to and have accomplished, I want in. And I get what I want. You know that. You think that I'm going to allow that? His short burst of laughter told me that he thought me to be as helpless as I was back then. You can't do shit to me, Greta. Even your threats are as shallow as you are. It's not smart to underestimate me. For now, I'm willing to go away with you. I know you don't have anywhere to go, so I'll get us a place. New York or wherever you want is fine with me. But if you continue to think that you're going to make that boy a part of this package, then the deal is off, and I'll become your enemy. How do I know that you haven't already become that, Greta? He wasn't wrong for thinking that I wasn't on his side. But I had to make him think that I was. I took his hand in mine and put on an act of epic proportions. Tobias, we've shared a lot. You took me in when I had nowhere else to go. You taught me the ways of the world. I had no one, and you became my someone. If it weren't for you, I don't know what might have happened to me. I'd gone from one foster home to another. You stopped all that for me. Yes, things weren't always the best. But you never left me behind. You always made sure I was taken care of. But you blame me for leaving our son behind. And you will always hate me for doing that. Now I can fix it. His dark eyes searched mine as if looking for an elusive answer. Why won't you let me fix it, Greta? He's better off where he is. I know that for a fact. You've got this great home, Greta. You're making money. You and I could live right here. We could raise our son together the way it was meant to be. If I thought for 1 second that we would be what's best for him, then I would agree with you. But he belongs with the man who raised him. They love each other. They've made lifelong bonds. We can't steal that from our son. We can't ever give him anything better than what he already has. We need to just get used to that fact. He's got a great future ahead of him. If you do what you want, it will destroy that child. I could not let that happen to Devin. Hurt filled his dark eyes. So, you think that guy is a better father than I could be? I'm not saying that you can't be a good father. I honestly didn't think he could be a good father to any child, but I wasn't going to get into that with him. I am saying that he already has a man in his life who is good to him and loves him. And he thinks that man is his real father. Finding out anything differently will tear him apart. And it will hurt the man who has taken him as his own too. Neither of them deserve that. If you look into your soul, surely you can find something inside of you that will change your mind about what's best for our son. I have to get Tobias as far away from here as I can, and I've got to do it fast.
Chapter 21. Benjamin.
After dinner, Devin went to his bedroom, and I went to the living room to watch some television. When he came into the living room with a blank expression, I asked, "What's up, buddy?" I was looking out my window. And even though it's dark outside, I saw something by the backyard gate at Jenna's. I don't know what it is because the trees are in the way. But I got a bad feeling, Dad. Can we go check it out? Please? Although I was curious too, I didn't want to disrespect her privacy. I'm sure that if she wanted us to know anything, she would have told us. We can't go snooping around her home, Devin. It's not right. Would you want someone to do that to us? Well, no. He sighed and his chest caved in. You're right, I guess. It's just that everything feels so weird. She's never acted like this before. She'd said she was having women's issues, so I chalked her mood up to hormones. You know, women have a point in each month where they're just not really themselves. Why? He asked as he stared at me. Because their hormones are a bit out of whack. I'm sure that's all this is. She's tired and maybe somewhat irritable and needs some space and time. We have to give her that. So whatever is over at her place is her business and not ours. Got it? Nodding, he slunk out of the room, shoulders drooping and head hanging. I'm going back to my room. I'll be right here watching television. Flipping through the channels, I couldn't really home in on anything that interested me. Mostly because my mind was on Jenna. Devin was right, she hadn't been acting like herself. I wasn't sure if she was just avoiding me because she was having second thoughts about us or what the deal was. Devin came running back into the living room, nearly out of breath. A delivery truck just left her house. It said Spots Liquor on the side of it. So she ordered something to drink. Jenna orders a lot of things online, so that's not out of the ordinary. But she said she wasn't feeling well. So why would she order something right now? He asked. He seemed set on finding out what was going on with her. Maybe she ordered it before she began feeling bad, I said. I don't know. But I do know this is none of our business, Devin. She's our friend, Dad. Look, she just got a delivery from a liquor store. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing weird about that. She may have been restocking her wine chiller, is all. Who cares? Me and you shouldn't care. Maybe you should hit the shower, bud. You're kind of overreacting about things. You need to chill, is what I'm getting at. I just think that it's weird for her to be getting any kind of delivery if she's not feeling well. And I'm worried about her. She said she will call if she needs anything. I believe her. Leaning back, I tried to look relaxed so that Devin might think to do the same thing. Just relax. She'll be back to herself by tomorrow, I'm sure. I hope so. He turned and left, looking as down in the dumps as he'd been when he'd left the last time. Continuing my search for something to watch, my mind kept slipping away from me, wondering what Jenna was actually doing. I knew it wasn't any of my business. But I couldn't seem to help myself as I put the remote down and got off the sofa, making my way to the front door. Just a quick peek to see if things look quiet over there, that's all. I felt a little bit like a stalker as I made my way across the yard in the dark of night, then into the trees that separated our homes. I took the path that was now well worn, and when I emerged, I saw that the light in her bedroom was on. Her shadow moved around inside. She didn't look like she was feeling bad, as she moved rather quickly. Back and forth she went, doing something. As I watched, I noticed a light come on in another room in the house from the corner of my eye. A room that wasn't anywhere near the room Jenna was still in. What the hell is going on? I should have just pulled out my cell phone and called to ask what she was doing. Instead, I went back to my place, straight to my bedroom, and grabbed my binoculars. Okay, I'm like a full-on stalker now. I went back out the front door, binoculars hanging around my neck, anxiety stirring inside me. When I got to where I could see her house again, I noticed the light that had been on was now off, but her bedroom light was still on, and she was still moving around inside. Pulling the binoculars up to my eyes, I searched the entire length of the house, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Man, I need to be able to see in the dark. Something clicked in my head, and I remembered something I'd gotten as a gift a few years back. So I went back to my house to find the gift that I'd never even taken out of the package. I hadn't ever thought I would find a use for night vision binoculars. But now I did have a use for them. I had to look around for a bit before I found them, hidden in the very back of my closet. Bound in thick plastic, I had to first find some scissors to get the package open. And then I turned the lights out in my bedroom to try them out. Wow. I could see the bed clearly, even though the room was pitch black. Cool. As I walked out of my bedroom, I noticed that the door to Devin's room was closed. I stepped back into my room, closing the door. If Devin saw me like this, he would definitely ask me what I was doing. I couldn't tell him that I was going to spy on my new girlfriend. I can't do this. I'd let Devin's silliness rub off on me. So, I put both sets of binoculars up in the closet and went back to the living room to watch television. I had to get a hold of myself. I couldn't be doing dumb shit like that, or the relationship I had with Jenna would end before it even got a chance to begin. The thing was that Jenna wasn't acting like herself at all. So there was some reason for concern. But not enough for me to be spying on her. Looking at my phone on the coffee table, I picked it up, contemplating texting Jenna. I knew she was busy doing something, possibly putting up laundry. So, I decided not to bother her and put the phone back down. Ice cream. That would take my mind off what was going on with Jenna. And it would probably help take Devin's mind off her too. Devin, I'm making bowls of ice cream. You want chocolate or vanilla? I'm getting vanilla. You want some whipped cream on yours? I do. I got to the kitchen, pulled out the containers of ice cream from the freezer and put them on the counter. Getting 2 bowls out of the cabinet, I turned to see where Devin was. Devin? Usually, any mention of ice cream brought him running. So I assumed he hadn't heard me since his bedroom door was closed. Leaving the stuff where it was, I went to let him know what I was doing. I opened his door but didn't see him anywhere. Devin? I figured he had to be in the bathroom attached to his room. So I went and knocked on the door. Devin, you in there, son? I was making some ice cream and wondered if you wanted some too. I heard nothing and opened the door to find the bathroom empty as well. I walked throughout the house, calling out his name over and over before it finally sunk in that he was my son, and he was probably doing the same thing I'd been doing. Spying on Jenna. I could not let him do that. And I really couldn't let Jenna catch him doing that either. So I took off, running out of the house, making my way through the yard and through the trees. Suddenly, I saw something that I hadn't noticed before. Something dark was in front of the gate that led to Jenna's backyard. Moving through the trees, I went toward the back of her property, instead of taking the path that led to the front of her house. The closer I got to the object, the more clear it became that it was a car, parked in front of the gate. But why it was back there was a mystery. Jenna parked her car in the garage. And even if she had company, I wouldn't think they would hide their car. Unless she doesn't want me to know that she's got someone over. Like another man. She hadn't had a soul over since she'd moved in, except me and Devin. We just started a relationship, and now she was seeing someone else. I felt sick. I wanted to run away and forget that I had even seen the hidden car. But I kept moving forward anyway. I had to see everything for some stupid reason. Moving my hand over the car, I saw that it was so well hidden due to its black color. Raised lettering in gold bumped my hand as I ran it over 3 letters. XTS, I muttered. My heart pounded and my mouth went dry. The car was a black Cadillac XTS, just like the one that had hit Lucy. Walking slowly around the car, I came up to the driver's side, my fingers trailing over the side. And then I stopped as I got to the front of the car. It was impossible to see in the darkness, so I ran my hands over the hood. What I felt made my blood run cold. There's a dent. A large dent in the right quadrant of the hood was undeniable as my eyes focused on it. The world seemed to fade away as the past came rushing back to my mind. Benji? She shouted without turning back to look at me. Hurry up. We're already running late. I'm right behind you, Lucy. I pushed the button on my key fob to unlock our SUV that was parked on the other side of the street. The car's open. By the time you have Devin strapped in, I'll be getting into the driver's seat. Devin had been keeping up with his mother's fast pace, but as they approached the road, she reached out, grabbing his hand and holding it as they stepped onto the asphalt surface. From the corner of my eye I saw it, a black car, a Cadillac XTS. The windows were the darkest tint I had ever seen. The car crept along the road that separated the hospital from the park, on the other side of the street. It wasn't a busy street by any means, one of the reasons I had opted to park there most days when we were at work. There were no other cars around at all, but for some reason the black car began to speed up. I heard the engine rev as it moved from the outside lane to the inside lane, the lane Lucy and Devin were in. They were only a few feet from our car when the black Cadillac sped up even more. Lucy! She turned her head just in time to see the car. Throwing Devin as far away from her as she could, she had no time to move. I watched in horror as the car struck her, even as I was in a dead run to get to my stunned son, who had fallen on his butt in the middle of the street. Mom! Something made me look at the Cadillac before it had completely disappeared. The license plate was missing. I moved back, looking to see if there was a license plate on the front of the car. I saw nothing where it should have been. I went to the back of the car, finding nothing there either. This has to be the same car that hit my wife. But why was it there, hidden at Jenna's house? And where was the driver? I wouldn't be spying any longer, as I made long strides to get to the front door. I was going to find out the answers to my questions, whether Jenna wanted to tell me or not. Fury raged inside me as I walked along the side of the house. The sound of the doorbell ringing at her house made me stop and listen. Jenna, it's me, Devin. I need to see you. Please let me in. I can hear you in there. Moving with the speed of a jaguar, I had to get to my son. Nothing was as it had seemed, and instinct told me that he was in danger. Inside Jenna's home was the last place he needed to be right now. I heard the sound of the door opening. Hi there, came a man's deep voice. You're Devin, huh? Jenna has told me all about you. Please come inside. She's waiting for you. I heard the door close, and my heart nearly burst from my chest. I had to get help before I dealt with whoever was in Jenna's house. I wanted to kick myself for having left my cell phone on the coffee table inside my house. But once I got to it, I called 911 to get the police to where they needed to be. I was sure that my wife's murderer was in the house next door. I didn't know if he was holding Jenna and now my son hostage. But I was about to go inside that house, and I would deal with whatever I found. Lucy, be with our son, keep him out of harm's way, please. I can't lose him too.
Chapter 22. Jenna.
From my bedroom, I heard the sound of the doorbell and hurried to see who was at the door. What I found when I got into the foyer was one of the worst sights I had ever seen. My son and his father, standing and facing each other, both wearing smiles as if nothing was wrong at all. But everything was wrong about the two of them being together. "Devin," I said as calmly as I could. I didn't want to upset him. "Does your father know that you've come over here?" I was sure he did not know his son was at my house. "Not really," he confessed, looking sheepish. "I just wanted to make sure you're okay, Jenna. I didn't know you had company." He looked at the man, having no idea what he was to him. "Tobias said he and you go way back. How come you haven't ever said anything about him before?" I gave Tobias a defiant glare before answering. "He and I haven't seen each other for quite a few years now. His visit was unexpected. And you not feeling well probably made you upset when he came over," Devin said. "I can see that you're upset." He looked at Tobias, his lips forming one thin line. "Maybe you should leave, Tobias. You don't want to upset Jenna." Cuddles began yapping, hearing the sound of Devin's voice but not being able to see him. "You should go see Cuddles. He's in the dining room. Sounds like he's missed you, Devin." "Yeah, I better go say hi. If you want me to take him home for the night, I can do that. Dad won't mind. He already said it was okay." "You know what, you can take him home with you. Grab his bag of food and the package of puppy pads too." Having the puppy gone would make things easier when I left, getting Tobias as far from here as I possibly could. It was more than obvious that I needed to be gone, like now. "Wow." Devin took off running. "Thanks, Jenna. I'll take real good care of him. Don't you worry at all." As soon as he was out of the room, I hissed at Tobias, "You shouldn't have let him in. He's my son. Why would I leave him out on the porch, standing in the dark? Do not call him that. He can't know a thing about us. Not one damn thing. I swear, Tobias, I will not let you hurt him." How is telling him that we're his parents going to hurt him? If you really knew a thing about being a parent or loving someone unconditionally, you wouldn't have to ask that question. He's got a father. And if I don't get that boy home soon, his father is going to be here and things won't go well after that happens. I'm trying to save you here, Tobias. Just shut up and let me do that. "Jenna, I can't find the puppy pads," Devin called out from the kitchen. "I'll come to get them for you." Glaring at Tobias, I snapped, "Why don't you get in your car and pull out to the road? I'll be right behind you as soon as I walk Devin back home. I'm already packed, and all I've got to do is toss my things into the car." "Nah, I'll wait." The man was infuriating. I stomped off, then slowed my roll, not wanting Devin to see me angry. "The pads are in the pantry. I got a new package and put them there instead of under the sink the way I've been doing. Sorry, I forgot that I did that." "Oh," Devin said. "No wonder I couldn't find them." He held Cuddles close to his chest. "Did he leave?" "No. He's about to, though." "And then you'll go to bed and get some rest?" he asked. "You look so bad, Jenna. I'm worried about you. Dad should come and check you out." I was stressed out to the max. "I'll be okay. I just need to rest." I put the dog food and puppy pads in a bag, then looked at Devin and felt like I might just start bawling. I didn't want to leave him again. I didn't want our friendship to end. I just found him, and the love I had for him was nothing like I had ever experienced. And I knew he wouldn't understand why I had to leave. The puppy started whining the way he did when he had to use the bathroom, and Devin's eyes grew wide. "Oh man, he's gotta poop. I'll take him out back before we go." He darted off, going through the house and out the back door. I went to see where Tobias was and found him walking outside, following Devin. "No." I shouted at him. But he just ignored me and went outside anyway. Damn that man. I rushed behind them too. I couldn't leave him alone with Devin. There was no telling what he might say to the boy. So where do you live, Devin? Tobias asked. Next door. The way Tobias looked at me made chills run down my spine. Right next door, huh? How lucky is that? How'd you manage to snag a house right next to his, Jenna? Aren't you supposed to be getting ready to go, Tobias? Crossing my arms over my chest, my body was cold, not from the night air but from pure stress. I was in over my head and knew it. I had no control over Tobias at all. And he wasn't watching what he was saying at all. About that, he said. I'm thinking that I'll stay the night. You know, maybe you can see if Devin wants to stay over too. We could have some dinner together, and then maybe watch a movie. The boy's choice. His father doesn't let him stay over. Devin nodded, as he waited for the pup to do its business. Yeah, Dad won't let me stay over. And he's going to be mad that I left the house without telling him as it is. Plus, Jenna looks tired. She needs her rest. I don't think you should stay over either, Tobias. We should both leave. Tobias looked at me with a grin. I don't think so. I'm good right where I am. He was so not good where he was at. And I was losing more and more ground with each passing minute. It'll be okay, Devin. Just take Cuddles and go home. Devin looked at me, and then at Tobias. I'll do that, Jenna. Should Dad come over to check on you? No, I said quickly. Oh yeah, your dad's a doctor, isn't he? Tobias asked Devin. Maybe he should come over to check on her. The way he put one hand behind his back told me he'd had a horrific idea. No, I said sternly. Don't ask your father to come here, Devin. Take Cuddles and go home. Don't come back over tonight either. You know what? Tobias said as he took me by the arm. You just wait here, Devin. Me and Jenna got something to talk about. Don't leave. Not just yet. He pulled me to go inside with him, and I didn't fight him about it either. I didn't want Devin to get upset. But as soon as we were inside, I pushed Tobias as hard as I could. You need to go. I'm done with this crap. You're not going to ruin that child. You're right. I'm not going to ruin him. I am going to tell him the truth, though. And you are going to stand right beside me when I tell him that we're his parents. I'm going to tell him that we're going to take him and that puppy, and we're going to leave here together, as a family. And we're going to do that as soon as I'm done telling him what he is to us. Our son. Ours. Not the man who he thinks is his father. I am his father. No one else. And he needs to forget about that man, and the woman he thought was his mother too. We are his parents. It's always been that way, and it will always be that way. He was set on breaking that poor boy. He thought of no one but himself. And I had no other choice. Okay. Dropping my head, I knew there would never be any reasoning with the man. But I need to put the bags in my car first. That way, all we'll have to do after we tell him is get in my car and leave. You can just leave your car here. He interrupted. I will tell him. Not you. You've had plenty of time to tell him the truth, but you haven't done that yet. So I can't trust you to tell him anything. Okay. After you tell him, then we can get into my car and leave. That way it will all go fast. Don't think for a second that his father won't come looking for him. You need to call that man and tell him that Devin is here, and that you will take him home in a bit. That way, he won't come over here looking for him. Okay? I wasn't going to argue with him over a thing. I'll do that. For now, let him take care of the puppy on his own. Stay inside is what I'm saying. I don't want you to tell him anything until I'm with you. He's not going to take it the way you might think. He's going to be upset. And he might even try to run out of here to get back to his father. Stop calling that man his father. He might try to run back to Benjamin. So just stay away from Devin until I come back. Wait in the living room. Please. I'm giving you what you want. Please just let me handle Devin. He trusts me. Reluctantly, Tobias nodded and walked toward the living room. I went to my bedroom, hurrying as fast as I could. While making my way to my room, I sent Benjamin a text telling him that Devin was here, but nothing more than that. I made one phone call before taking one of the packed suitcases and laying it on the bed to look through it. I had to make sure something was there. Something I would need, since Tobias was set on telling Devin about us. Had I known that Tobias would find me here, I would never have come. I wouldn't have bought the house. I wouldn't have tracked Devin down. I wouldn't have done any of it. But what was done was done. I couldn't travel back in time to change things. I had to deal with what was in front of me now. Tobias was going to tell Devin that we were his parents. He thought that we could be a family. I recalled wanting that very much many years ago. I had begged Tobias to take me back to Dallas so that I could try to find our baby. I had pleaded with him for days and then months on end to just take me back to Dallas. He could even just drop me off at the hospital where he'd left our son. I would do all the rest. He wouldn't have to do a single thing. He had refused me. He'd taken me further into Mexico to make sure I couldn't find a way to get back to Dallas. He denied my basic right to be able to keep my baby. It broke me in ways I didn't know were possible. And I'd stayed broken for a good while. It was only the thought of finding my son that had brought me out of that pile of rubble Tobias had made of me. Just finding my son, making sure he was okay and loved, that thought had pulled me up. Smiling, I thought about the day I found out that Lucy and Benjamin Brown had adopted my son before he was even a year old. My heart filled with joy when I'd read the news on my computer screen. I'd kept up with them as much as I could through social media. Spying on the happy family, I felt like I knew them all. And then Lucy was killed. And now I knew it was Tobias who'd killed her. My plans had changed. I wasn't happy anymore with just knowing that my son had a father and was cared for and loved. I had to find a place to live as close to them as I could get. I had to butt into their lives. And now, it would be me who would ruin everything for both of them. I could try to blame Tobias for what was about to happen. But it was me who'd found our son. It was me who was to blame for what was about to happen. Only me. It was me who had brought Tobias here. Although I hadn't meant to do it, it had happened just the same. I had brought danger to my son. It was black and white, no gray areas at all. It was me who had done this to my son. Closing the suitcase, I sat on the bed for a moment, trying to compose myself. There would be no going back from what was about to happen. The pieces were about to fall, and I would have no way of picking them up. Life could get messy. I knew that. Things had gone well for a short amount of time. But now, everything was about to be over. Benjamin would have to pick up the pieces. He would have to learn to deal with it. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but Benjamin was smart and he would figure things out. He had to. He had to move on. He had to survive this ordeal I'd brought to him and his family. That numb feeling began to seep back in, comforting me in a way only the numbness could. I could do whatever I had to do when I felt nothing. I could do things I had never thought I could when I was numb. Not a single part of me wanted to do what I was about to do. But it had to be done. Tobias wasn't going to back down. He was going to have his way. He always got his way. When I stepped into the living room, I saw it was empty. I went out the back door, finding Tobias outside with Devin. Devin held Cuddles close to his chest, looking at Tobias with wide eyes full of fear. "I am so sorry, Devin."
Chapter 23. Benjamin.
Still no sound of sirens coming to the rescue. Anxiety wouldn't let me stand still and wait for help to come when I heard my son's voice coming from Jenna's backyard. Oh, you came back outside, Tobias. Cuddles just got done pooping. I'm going to bag it up, and then I'll take him and go home. Before you do that, I've got something to tell you, the man I'd heard talking to Devon said. I told you that Jenna and I go way back, but there's more to that. See, we're married. You're what? Married, the man said. Oh? I didn't know that she was married. She and my dad sort of have a thing going, Devon said. I had no idea he knew about the thing Jenna and I had going, so I was surprised. I crept quietly into my own backyard. An 8-foot privacy fence separated our yards. I had tried to get into Jenna's yard through the gate, but the black Cadillac was parked too close to it, ruling out that option. So I looked for something I could stand on to get over the tall wooden fence. Well, that's over now, the man said. She and I are getting back together, and we're leaving here tonight. No. Devon shouted. She can't leave. Oh, she is leaving, the man said. And so are you. Stunned, I froze in place. He's taking my son? There was no way in hell that I was going to let anyone take my son from me. It was all coming together now. The person who had hit my wife with his car must have been Devon's birth father. And the man had said that he and Jenna were married. So that had to mean that she was Devon's birth mother. Dear God, what kind of fool have I been? I'd fallen for the woman who was there only to rob me of my son. I'd been right all along. She was enticing Devon. And she had been enticing me too. She denied doing it, but that was what had happened. She had always planned on taking him away from me. Fury wasn't even close to what I felt as I grabbed a chair, carrying it to the fence so that no one would hear me coming. Tobias, stop, I heard Jenna say. Oh good, you're here, the man said. Devon, you should know that this woman's name is not Jenna. Her name is Greta. What? Devon asked with shock in his voice. I need to go home. Yes, you do need to go home, Devon, Jenna agreed. The man said, you know he can't do that, Greta. He's coming with us. I put the chair against the fence, then climbed on top of it. I wasn't going to let anyone take my son. I didn't care if they were his birth parents. They weren't taking him away from me. I'd given him a safe home. I'd given him a happy life. I was his father in all ways. That was how Devon thought. That was how I thought. And that was the way it was. Devon, I need you to take Cuddles and go out the gate, Jenna said. My car's blocking it, the man said as he chuckled as if that was a big joke. To leave, he's going to have to go through the house and out the front door. And he's got to get through me to do that. I think we both know that he can't get through me. She seemed to be ignoring the man as she said, by the shed at the very back of the fence, there's a ladder. Use it to climb over the fence, and then you can get into your backyard. Go now. Do it. Take Cuddles. Jenna, I can't leave you, Devon said, his voice trembling with fear. You can do it, Devon. Now go, she ordered him sternly. I'd never heard her say a stern word to him, but she was set on getting him out of there. I realized that meant that she might not have been planning on taking him from me at all. But none of that mattered right now. For now, there was a real threat that my son was about to be taken. And I had to do more than wait behind that fence. Now that I knew where Devon would be coming over the fence, I picked up the chair and ran with it to the very back corner of the fence where I could meet him and help him over. He's gonna hurt you, Jenna. Devon cried out. But his voice moved, so I knew he was running to the back. You better tell him to stop running, Greta. If I can't have him, no one can, the man said grimly. Put the gun down, Jenna told the man. Now, Tobias. Put that gun down. I finally heard sound of sirens getting closer. My heart nearly burst out of my chest, and I couldn't hold back anymore. As I sat the chair down, propping it against the fence, I shouted, Devon, hurry to me, son. I'm coming, Dad. He's got a gun. Just then, Devon's head popped up over the top of the fence. Dad, take Cuddles. I hopped up on the chair and reached over, grabbing my son and tossing him over my shoulder. I've got you. Are you okay? Yeah, Dad. I jumped off the chair, holding Devin close to me. He didn't get you. I carried him all the way into our home through the back door before I put his feet on the floor and turned him around so that I could make sure that he hadn't been shot. Tears streamed down his face. Dad, I think he shot Jenna. The police are there now. They can deal with whatever has happened over there. You're safe. That's all that matters. Dad, why did that man want to take me away? Why did he say that Jenna's name is something else? Why did he say they are married? Are they married? I honestly don't know, Devin. All that matters is that you're okay. You're safe. With me. I hugged him tightly, tears pouring now that I had him safe in my arms. My gosh, son, my gosh. You're smushing cuddles, Dad. I'm okay. We've got to go and see if Jenna is okay. Come on. Dad, we've got to tell the police what happened. They've got to take that man to jail. He was right about that. We had to let the police know what the man had been planning. Kidnapping. Murder even. You're right. Put the puppy down and let's go over there. I want you to answer any questions the police have for you. Be honest too. Even if it means that Jenna will get into trouble. She didn't say anything bad to me, Dad. She saved me from that man. Well, you just answer things truthfully. Don't let your feelings for her get in your way. And I'll do the same. You love her too, Dad. I know you do. I wasn't going to admit that. I wasn't sure that I did love her. I wasn't sure she deserved either of our love anyway. We walked through the path in the trees between our houses that Jenna had cleared the first day she'd moved in. Red and blue lights flashed, casting their shadows on the home Jenna had moved into not long ago. Hold on, one of the police officers said. This is a crime scene. No one can be here. My son was part of what went on here, I said. And I was the one who called you to come. The woman who lives here, Greta Simpson, is the one who called. She said there was a shooting. He said her name was really Greta, Dad, Devin said. But she couldn't have called them to tell them there was shooting. It just happened, and I heard the sirens coming before that. She was going to shoot him, I murmured. Can I ask who was shot? The intruder. Sighing, I felt relief. So she's okay then? The homeowner? She's okay. Shaken. But she's not injured. She's being questioned right now. Devin nudged me. Dad, we need to be with her. My son was with them when all this happened. I'm sure whoever is questioning Jenna will want to ask my son some questions too. And he's not answering anything without me right beside him. Jenna? The officer asked. Who's that? Greta, I said. We thought her name was Jenna. Seems we were mistaken. I'll be right back. Stay here. Dad, what's going on? Devin asked with wide eyes. I feel like I'm being left out. You know what, buddy? We're going to have a heart-to-heart talk after we talk to the police. The time has come for me to tell you some things. Before he could ask anything more, the officer we'd been talking to shouted to us from the porch of Jenna's house. Come inside. They want to talk to you both. Taking Devin inside, I was wary of what was about to happen. The officer led us into the living room, where Jenna sat on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. She looked like hell, red-rimmed eyes looked into mine. I'm so sorry, Benjamin. My heart broke right then and there. It's going to be okay. All of it will be okay. I'm just glad you're all right. We thought. I couldn't finish what I was going to say. But Devin could as he bolted over to her, throwing his arms around her and hugging her. We thought he shot you. She shot him, the officer who stood nearby said. He's not going to bother anyone anymore. So he's? I tried to ask without saying too much. No longer with us, the office confirmed. The shot was fatal. And now, we need to clear this young lady of any wrongdoing. It seems that she made the call to 911 prior to the shooting, which means the shooting was premeditated. I can clear things up for you real quick, officer, I said, taking a seat next to Jenna as Devon had taken up residence on her lap, refusing to unwrap his arms from around her neck. I ran my arm around her shoulders, pulling her close to me. That man had a gun aimed at my son. She shot him before he could shoot my son. She's a hero, is what she is. And the fact that she called you guys before dealing with that man means she was pretty sure someone was going to get shot. She just wasn't sure who would be doing the shooting at that time. Thank God it was her. I kissed her cheek and she looked at me with sad eyes. I sure am glad you didn't get rid of that gun after all, baby. The officer looked at me. Are you and she a? I nodded. Yeah, we're a thing. Laying her head on my shoulder, she whispered, We'll see if you still feel that way about me once I tell you the truth about who I am, Benjamin. It seemed the officer already knew what she had to tell me and excused himself. I'll let you talk. Should I take the boy with me to give you two some privacy? I shook my head. No. He needs to hear this too. It was time to come clean with my son. Once and for all. Jenna pulled her head off my shoulder and looked into Devon's eyes. No matter what I say, I want you to know that I love you, and I always have, Devon. He looked at her with curiosity. Is your name not really Jenna? Is it Greta? It is Greta. Now, I'm going to tell you about a 17-year-old girl named Greta, and what happened to her. And then I want your father to tell you about a doctor and his wife, and what happened to them 7 years ago. Okay? Okay, Devon said. First though, who was that man Tobias? She looked at me and I nodded, then she looked at Devon, still sitting on her lap. He and I were once a couple. We were never married. But he and I made a baby together. As you can see, he was not a very nice man. Not at all, Devon agreed. I didn't always see that about him, though. But I was young when we met. 15. And when I was 17, it was the 4th day in the month of May when I had our baby boy. Now, I didn't know that Tobias had plans that he'd never told me. See, I thought he was taking me to the hospital to have our baby. Instead, he stopped underneath a bridge near the hospital, and I had that baby boy right in the backseat of his car. Afterward, he drove us to the hospital. He wrapped the baby in the blue blanket I'd picked out for him, then picked that baby boy up and carried him inside the hospital, telling me he would be right back with a wheelchair to take me inside too. Only he came back without the baby, and he got into the car and drove away with me in it. He took me far away so that I couldn't get back to that baby. And now your father can tell you about what happened on the 4th day of May, for him and your mama. The lump in my throat made it impossible for me to talk. My heart ached for her and what she'd been through. And I told her how much I hated Devon's birth mother. How wrong I had been to have judged someone I didn't know a thing about. Clearing my throat, I began my side of the story. On the 4th day of May, 7 years ago, a woman who worked at the same hospital where your mom and I worked came out of the ladies' bathroom with a little blue bundle in her arms. Your mother quickly took that bundle, holding it in her arms, and she never let it go. Inside that blue baby blanket lay a small newborn boy. Me, Devon said. It was me. He sobbed, then lay his head on Jenna's chest. He took me away from you, and left me for someone else to find. Jenna ran her hand over his head. An angel found you, Devon. Just the way I prayed one would. That is all I did as Tobias drove away with me. I prayed non-stop that an angel would find you and make you her own child. You became our son the day you were born, Devon, I said. And you will always be our son. And now you can be her son too. If you want that. Pulling his head off her chest, he looked into the eyes of the mother he'd never known. I want that very much. Is that okay with you, Mom? By the way that she lost it, bawling her eyes out as she held Devon tightly to her, I assumed that was a yes. Oh shit. Now I'm crying too.
Epilogue. Jenna. 1 year later.
Reading the marriage license, I smiled as I looked at my new name. Legal at last. Jenna Brown lived, leaving Greta Simpson a thing of the past. Benjamin couldn't get used to calling me Greta, and I was done being that girl anyway. So when we got married, I was able to change my entire name, and I did just that. Mom, I'm gonna go ride horses with Cash's kids if that's okay with you, Devin said as he rushed through the kitchen where I was making lunch. Be back in an hour to eat lunch. I'm making turkey salad sandwiches. They'll be ready by then. I'll be back by then. Thanks, Mom. The screen door slammed as he went out to meet the other kids who lived on the ranch where we'd moved. Benjamin had taken over for the retiring doctor in his hometown of Carthage, Texas. We'd moved into one of the guest houses on the ranch the Gentry brothers owned. It was temporary, just until we found a house of our own. But Devin loved the other kids being around, so we weren't looking for our own place too hard. The sound of the screen opening and closing without being slammed told me that my husband had come home for lunch. Honey, I'm home, Benjamin called out. What's for lunch? I held up the paper that had come in the mail that morning. Turkey salad, and guess what came in today? He took the paper out of my hand, leaving a kiss on my cheek. Is that our marriage license? It is. I danced over to the stove to get the eggs that had been boiling. I am officially Jenna Brown. Now, I can take that paper to the driver's license office to get my name changed on my license. I cannot wait. I was more than excited. This calls for a celebration. He came and scooped me up, then carried me to the dining room table where he took a seat, holding me on his lap. You pick the place, and I'll take you out for a nice dinner. Anywhere you want. Cash will let me use the ranch's private plane, so I do mean anywhere you want to go. Wow. I had no idea where I would want to go. And I've got how long to decide this? Not long. We'll need to make reservations. So you'd better hurry and pick some place. You spoil me, Dr. Brown. I like spoiling you, Mrs. Brown. He kissed me softly. I'm glad you said yes that day last May on our son's birthday. Biting my lower lip that throbbed from his kiss, I couldn't take my eyes off his. We made that boy's 8th birthday, didn't we? We sure did. I have never seen him so happy in his entire life. That day and the day we got married, he was over the moon. I think only one thing might make him even happier than he was on those days. Yeah? I asked. What's that? I'm going to let you wonder about that for a bit. For now, you need to think about where you want me to take you tonight. You love pasta. Yes, I do. But I wanted something special to commemorate finally holding our marriage license in our hands. You like steak? I do like steak. But this is all about you, baby. He kissed me again. All about you. No. I didn't want it to be all about me. It's about us, Benji. You and me, and how we've come together to make a family. So this dinner should be something we both want. His dark eyes danced. I've been wondering if there's something else we might both want. You've got something on your mind. It's obvious. Just tell me what it is. I'd like it if you came up with the idea too. Well, I'm not a mind reader. So, you're going to have to say what you're thinking. Come on. Out with it. His hand moved down my arm. Our fingers tangled up for a moment before he let my hand go, moving his hand to rest on my stomach. Getting a clue yet? The way my stomach tingled told me that I might have an idea of what he wanted. But did I want that too? There were a lot of bad memories from the first time I'd done that. Would all that come flooding back to me if I did it again? We'd moved fast in the last year. I'd sold my home. He'd sold his. We'd moved to Carthage, leaving Dallas far behind us. My past was no longer a secret. My son was no longer a secret. Our future looked bright. Benjamin was already well respected by the community, and Devin fit right in, making fast friends at his new school. And I had finally made friends too. With everything going so well, did I want to do something that might stir up old memories, Painful memories? You seem a little concerned, he whispered in my ear. There's no need to feel that way, baby. I love you. I will never hurt you. You know that. I believe you. Even though I felt safe and secure with Benjamin, it was hard to believe that my life now was like some sort of fairy tale after the shit show it had always been. It's just that everything is going so well, and I don't want to do anything to mess that up. His eyes met mine, fearlessness filling them. You are not the same person you were back then. You changed that all on your own. You're strong. You're fearless. You are the new version of yourself. That girl can't come back. Not when you are the master of your own fate. Which you most definitely are. So, what do you say? He rubbed my tummy. Wanna have my baby? Is he right about me? Have I really become someone who I never thought I could be? Benjamin. 9 months later. He's here, Devin. I took my son's hand, leading him out of the waiting room and into his mother's hospital room. My throat feels like something's in it, Dad. His grip on my hand was tight, and I could feel the tension there. You're emotional, is all. That's normal. Did you decide on a name yet? Looking up at me with wide eyes, he said, I can't believe you guys are going to let me name him. Why wouldn't we let you name him? He's your baby brother. We trust you to name him something great. I'm just a kid, Dad. You're so much more than just a kid, son. I pushed the door open. Jenna held the baby, her eyes on Devin as we came in. He's been waiting for his big brother to show up. He's wondering what his name is. Have you decided yet, son? Devin peered at the baby in his mother's arms. Did I look like that when I was born? Jenna and I smiled at each other and nodded as we both said, You did. Devin's eyes met his mother's. Mom, my heart is pounding. I can't help but think about how you felt when I was taken from you. I'm not thinking about that right now. I've got you now. And that's what matters the most. Want to hold him while you think about what his name will be. He's so little. What if I drop him? I helped Devin take the seat next to the bed. I'll help you to be sure you don't drop him. Okay, if you guys are sure about this. He held out his arms, and I took the baby from Jenna, placing him in his brother's arms. His eyes are brown like mine. He looked at me. And yours are the same too, Dad. Yes, they are. I sat on the bed, taking Jenna's hand as we watched our sons together for the very first time. I've got 3 handsome men in my life now. You can imagine how proud I am of all of you. She ran her hand over my cheek. Thank you for helping me bring him into the world, my sweetheart. It was a pleasure. I kissed her on the forehead. Thank you for being you, baby. Can he see me? Devin asked. I mean, he's looking at me. But can he really see me yet? I think so, I said. A baby's vision might be somewhat blurry when they're first born, but he sees you. He knows your voice. He's heard it while he was growing in your mother's womb. He knows you, Devin. And he's excited to see you for the first time. Devin looked at his finger that the baby had grabbed hold of. He's got a good grip. He's going to be a strong boy just like you, Jenna said as she smiled at them. My 2 boys. My gosh, I had no idea I would feel this way. It's kind of overwhelming. I am so happy. I didn't know I could even be this happy. Me too, I agreed. Man, this is surreal. We've got 2 sons, Jenna. 2 of them. Devin looked at me with watery eyes. Dad, is it wrong of me to be thinking of my mom, the one I lost right now? I don't think it's ever wrong for you to think about your mother, Devin. I looked at Jenna, who nodded. She added, She was your mother, Devin. She loved you unconditionally. She will always be your mother. And I'm sure she's right here with you, with all of us, right now. She is and always will be our angel. She squeezed my hand as a tear fell down her cheek. I couldn't imagine how hard it was for Jenna to think about another woman, a woman who had once been my wife, as a mother to her son. A woman who had lived the life Jenna was supposed to have lived. At least Jenna had gotten the chance to live the life that was meant for her. It was a shame that Lucy had to die for Jenna to find her way back to what she'd lost. Life wasn't always fair, and neither was death. But the one thing I knew for certain was that none of it was up to us. Our lives and deaths were in God's hands. It wasn't for us to understand why or how things went the way they did. We were just supposed to go along for the ride and make the best out of what life handed to us. It hadn't always been easy. And there was no guarantee that it would stay as easy as it had become. But it was life, and we could spend it together. At least for now we could. Jenna and I had made a family together. A happy family. A stable family. And a family who loved each other with everything in our hearts. We accepted each other without any conditions. Jenna accepted the fact that Lucy had been the center of my world and Devon's while she was here on Earth. But not only did she accept that fact, she cherished it. She loved Lucy for what she'd done for her son. She loved me for what I'd done for him too. And together, we found more love than either of us had ever known. Jenna and I didn't have to get married to share Devon. We got married to share our love, not his. And our love had brought forth another child. Devon looked at the baby. I miss her a lot. I think about her a lot too. I even dream about her. And in the dreams I've had since I found out that I was getting a brother or a sister, she's been there a lot more. Like she wants to be more a part of our family. And I would like that too. He looked at Jenna. Would you like that, Mom? Why wouldn't I like that, Devon? She asked him. I think of her a lot too, you know. So, what are you thinking about, son? Well, I was just thinking that we could do more to remember her is all. I smiled as an idea rose up in my mind. You know what we can do to keep her memory alive? Jenna looked at me with raised brows. You've got an idea, don't you? I do have an idea. With the financial help of the Gentry brothers, I think we could make a foundation in Lucy Brown's name. A foundation for young mothers who are pregnant and in need of help. I love that idea, Jenna gushed. What do you think, Devon? I like that idea too. I think Mom would have liked that too. She was a great mom. She sure was, I agreed. Selfless, giving, loving, and faithful to the core. We could help a lot of young women if we did something like that, Jenna said with a smile. It's not easy being young and having so much that you don't understand. Not knowing what rights you have. Not knowing where to turn for help. This is going to be great. I agree. I looked at Devon. So, have you figured out his name yet? Nodding, he smiled at his baby brother. I will teach you everything my first mom taught me. Good manners. How to tie your shoes. How to eat spaghetti the proper way. You have to use a spoon and a fork. Oh, and how to hang up your own clothes so that our mom doesn't have to do all the work around the house. You're gonna learn a lot, little man. But mostly, I'm going to teach you how to love with all your heart, the way all of my parents have taught me to do, luscious Benjamin Brown. Devon looked up at me with sparkling eyes and a huge smile. I'm gonna call him Lucy for short. He looked at Jenna. Is that okay with you, Mom? Tears rolled down her cheeks as she nodded. It's more than okay with me, Devon. I think that is a beautiful tribute to the woman who became your mother when she didn't have to be. And to the man who became your father when he didn't have to be. I am so proud of who you have become, Devon. And there is no one to attribute that to other than the mother and father who raised you. I sat there, looking at my family, and I knew we'd done it. Against the odds, we had found what so few people find. Our happily ever after.
The end.
Sneak peek for nightclub surprise, a bad boy billionaire romance. Chapter 1. August.
Smoke loomed over the distant hills. The fires had been burning in Big Bear for 3 days. My office in downtown Los Angeles would be safe, or that's what the authorities preferred us to believe. My home in Hidden Hills, a suburb of LA, was okay too, for the time being anyway. Moving away from the window and trying to get the scene of wildfires out of my mind, I headed toward my desk when my cell rang. My sister's name flashed across the screen of my iPhone. "And how can I help you today, big sister?" Layla had 6 children, a husband who worked out of town most of the time, and a career as a hairdresser to the stars that kept her more than busy. So she turned to me more often than not for help with the herd of kids she and her husband had. "Now what makes you think I need your help, August?" Sarcasm laced her voice. "Maybe I'm just calling to say hello and ask how your day is going." "Sure you are." A light chuckle punctuated the sentence. "And my day has been relatively uneventful. Thankfully. Thanks so much for asking. And I assume your day is going about the way it usually does. Hectic." "Right you are. I don't suppose you'd like to go to the California Science Center to pick up your nephew for me? Gino's grounded from using the car you so generously gave him for his 16th birthday last week." "Already?" Plopping into my office chair, I brushed my hand through my hair. The kid had promised me he'd be cool with the brand spanking new Chevy Camaro. What did he do? He took it out after curfew. Snuck out sometime in the wee hours of the morning and came back around 7 in the morning, pretending to have gone out to get us all some donuts. Except the fool forgot to actually buy any donuts, letting me and his father know he'd been out and up to no good. She sighed heavily. He's only the 3rd oldest, August. I've got 3 more to get through the troublesome teens. My future is looking dimmer and dimmer with each passing day. Come on, you're Mother of the Year every year and you know it. Getting up, I headed to the door to leave. If I knew anything, it was that my sister had left this to the last minute, and the kid was most likely already waiting to be picked up. I'll head out now. Thank you, dear brother. I've got to do a dye job on Miss Perfect today, and I'm not looking forward to it. She sighed again, a thing she did far too much. You don't even have to work, Layla. Your husband's job would keep you guys more than comfortable. So why push yourself so hard? You've got 6, count them, 6 kids to worry about. The key fob in hand, I pushed the button to let myself into my BMW. August, I've told you this a million times, but here it goes, 1,000,001. I work to get away from the mother and wife role for a few hours each day. I know you don't get it. But that's because you're single and kid-free. She paused for a moment, the phone clearly leaving her ear. I've got to go. Her entourage has arrived, and the queen bee will soon be following, after the spritzing of the air with lilac oils and the spreading of rose petals occurs, of course. Of course, I echoed. I'll talk with Gino while I take him home. Give him the wise old uncle lecture. Good. Give that boy hell, little brother. Bye now. And thanks. Bye. I ended the call and started up the car. Traffic was light at 1 in the afternoon as I made my way to the science center. When I got there and headed inside, I found Gino still working. Hey, Uncle August. Cool, Mum sent you to get me. Yeah, she did, you rebel without applause. My fist connected with his scrawny bicep, making him wince. That wasn't even hard, Wimpy. So, what has you working on a school day, and when do you get off? I'm on a 4-day school week, did you forget that, UNC? No school on Fridays for me. And I get off in a half hour. He shrugged. Can you wait around for me? I guess so. Looking around, I saw all kinds of things that might interest me. I'll check the place out. I've never been here before. It looks cool. Yeah, it is. Lots of tour groups come through the place. Lots of field trips come through here with kids of all ages. He grabbed his broom and got back to work as I walked away. The Space Shuttle Endeavour hung from the rafters nearby, capturing my attention. It seemed to be taking lots of people's attention, as several groups surrounded it, leaving minimal room to see it, even with its giant stature. Standing behind a group of little kids, I spotted one little boy who seemed familiar. Not sure why, since I didn't even know any little kids, but something about him drew my attention more than the giant airship above us. He giggled along with a couple of other boys. Then he turned toward me, and I saw that his eyes were hazel, just like mine. And his hair was the same shade of brown too. That's freaky. Mum, his excited little voice shouted as someone moved past me. Our arms brushed for just a split second, but the electric current that came along with that touch pulsed all the way through my body. Callum, the curvy redhead who'd just shocked my system with a simple touch, called out to the kid. She picked him up, hugging him, and all I could do was look at her spectacular body. Hubba hubba. I didn't think you was comin', Mama, the boy said as he clung to her. I wouldn't miss your first ever field trip. She put him down, taking his hand, then turning to the side to look up at the space shuttle. Her profile was pretty, her nose turned up a bit at the end. Her pink lips were on the plump side. The way the blue jeans hugged her curvy hips and the light beige sweater clung to her body enchanted me, which thumped inside my slacks. She turned all the way around, taking in everything that surrounded us, and I finally saw her entire face. Tawny Matthews. My pulse raced, my body heated. The feeling was familiar. It was the same way she'd always affected me, from the moment she went from a gangly little girl to a curvy teen dream. But there was more than mere attraction with this one. Tawny had a place in my heart she'd stolen long ago. Like a time warp had opened up, my mind left where I was to head back to where I'd been 7 years earlier. A full moon hung low in the night sky as I looked out the back door window of my parents' home, a home I'd be leaving in the morning. Destination San Diego. Marine boot camp. After graduating early from college with a degree in engineering, I'd enlisted with the Marines to do my part in the ongoing war. At 21, I was heading into danger for the first time in my life. The midnight hour was at hand, but sleep was not. I'd headed to the kitchen in search of a glass of milk, hoping that would help me relax and get some sleep before I had to leave for San Diego at 6 a.m. The moon captured my attention first though, drawing me to the window. And out that window, I spied another thing that would keep me from the glass of milk. The girl next door was outside, lying back in a lounge chair. We didn't have privacy fences in our neighborhood, just short chain-link ones. The small town of Sebastopol, California, wasn't the kind of place where you hid from your neighbors. And one of my neighbors was Tawny Matthews, a recent high school graduate who'd turned 18 only a few weeks ago, if I recalled correctly. And she had her eyes on the sky, doing a little moon gazing. Music floated on the breeze as I opened the back door. The sounds were light, airy, and romantic. Something inside of me stirred. Tawny was pretty, I'd always thought so. We'd lived next door to each other forever. When we were really young, we'd played together in our backyards. When we were both little kids, we used to love tossing a beach ball back and forth over that chain-link fence that separated our yards. But once I left grade school for junior high, she and I lost that friendship we'd had. Puberty had started having its way with me, while Tawny was still a kid with pigtails who played with dolls. My attention went to the girls my age and older, the more mature ones. Tawny got left behind, a thing I hadn't really noticed until she started sprouting up and growing the female parts that took my interest. But we were 4 years apart, and she was too young for me then. A senior in high school, definitely couldn't be with a girl in the 8th grade, after all. But that didn't stop me noticing how attractive she'd become. So, I'd kept my distance from her on purpose. But now that she'd turned 18, she wasn't so young anymore. Like a moth to a flame, I was drawn to her. I stepped out into the night. Hey. She smiled at me. Hey. Shoving my hands into the pockets of my jeans, I rocked back and forth on my bare feet. You're up late. She chewed her lower lip as she looked me up and down with her pretty green eyes. My t-shirt was black and tight, hugging my pecs and biceps. I'd worked hard to get my body into excellent shape, so boot camp wouldn't completely kick my ass. So are you. The way she eyed me made me think that she might be more interested in me than I'd ever known. You want some company? Plump pink lips pulled up to one side. Why, you want some? Everything about her told me she was into me, so I headed through the gate that separated our yards, taking the lounge chair next to hers. I do want some. I'm heading out to boot camp in the morning, and my mind's a mess about it. Her lips formed a straight line as she looked into my eyes. So, you're really going then? With a nod I went on, I'm not afraid to fight in this war. But I am afraid I'll never see home again. With my words, she glanced up at the rising moon. If it helps at all, I think you're a hero, August. I'm no hero. Not yet, anyway. But thanks. Thinking about what lay ahead of me put me in a mood for some midnight confessions, so I told her. And I should tell you, since I might never see you again, that I think you're beautiful. I've thought so ever since you turned 15. You and I were too far apart in age to ever do anything about that, though. She sat up, looking me right in the eyes as she smiled. Okay, if we're being honest, then I can tell you that I've always thought you were smoking hot. A tantalizing idea popped into my head. Well, I may never make it back, Tawny. She already seemed to be on board. My parents aren't home. I'm here alone, August. Something compelled me to make sure she knew how things had to be with us before we took this step. It would be a one-night thing. You understand that, don't you? It would be an honor to share myself with a real hero. Whoa, what? Heat coursed through me. To think that after I'd wanted Tawny for years and would get to be, he first had me on fire. All she did was nod as she got up, taking my hand in hers before leading me into her empty house.
Chapter 2. Tawny.
Not in a zillion years did I expect to look around the California Science Center in Los Angeles and find the man that had been my first to be looking right at me. His hazel eyes clung to mine, much the same way the expensive-looking black suit clung to his body, which was even more muscular than it had been 7 years earlier. Those chiseled features, the sharp nose, and those high cheekbones offset by lips that looked soft and inviting took my complete attention as my heart raced. My hands fisted at my sides, yearning to run them through his thick, wavy chestnut-brown hair once again. My feet moved without me telling them to, carrying me to the man who'd given me so much. I'd always been drawn to him, even when we were just two neighborhood kids hanging out after school. I guess some things never change. August Harlow. Our bodies slammed together as I threw my arms around him. He hugged me tightly, picking me up so my feet left the ground. I thought I might never get to see you again. His hold on me loosened as he placed my feet back on the floor. His hazel eyes sparkled, just the way I remembered them doing all those years ago when he'd first kissed me. I have to say the same thing about you, Tawny Matthews. He let me go entirely and I felt the loss right away. Being in his arms felt like being home again. Let me get a look at you. You've grown up, haven't you? And filled out perfectly. Just as my core began to pulse, August's compliment had me wanting to jump his bones right then and there. A tug on the bottom of my sweater had me looking down. Hazel eyes shone up at me and I ran my hand through my son's silky chestnut hair. Mama, who's that? This man used to be my next-door neighbor, Callum. I looked back at August. I'd like you to meet August Harlow. August extended his hand, which I found to be a funny thing to do to a 6-year-old. Hi, Callum. It's nice to meet you. Callum let him shake his hand but ran his other arm around my leg, clinging to me. Then he buried his face in the side of my leg, and I rested my hand on his little shoulder. He tends to be on the shy side until he gets to know someone. August's eyes met mine again. So you got married? No, I said quickly and didn't offer any more information about that. Do you live in LA now? Yeah. And you? August asked as he shoved his hands into the pockets of his slacks, rocking back and forth on his feet the same way he did the night he changed my life. We've just moved here. I watched August as he eyed my son but didn't ask a thing about who his father was. I left Sebastopol a few months ago, just before school started. Callum's in 1st grade now. I didn't want to make him change schools in the middle of the year once the new job I came here for starts. August pulled his eyes off Callum to look at me. And what job would that be? I'm a nurse. I got on with Cedars-Sinai in the maternity ward. But the job doesn't start for a few more months. Callum's class was moving on and he looked back at them, then at me. Go ahead, baby. Go with your class. I'll catch up, don't worry. "'Kay, Mama," he said, then took off like a flash to catch up with his friends. Kyle and Jasper were a couple of little boys that he talked about non-stop each day when I picked him up from school. "You're a nurse?" August asked as his dark brows rose. "Yeah. I worked in San Francisco after I graduated and got my RN. The drive was a real killer, an hour there and an hour back home. Mum watched Callum for me as I had to work the night shift. At Cedars I'll get the day shift and weekends off. Callum will be in school all day while I work, and he'll only have to stay at daycare for a couple of hours before I get off. Things will be a lot better with the new job." Color me impressed. He looked me over without an ounce of shame in his game. "You and I should have dinner sometime. Catch up." I agreed wholeheartedly and reached out my hand. "Give me your cell and I'll put my number in your contacts. I'd love to catch up with you, August Harlow." As I typed in my number, my mind skipped back 7 years to that fateful night. Alone at home with my parents in Napa Valley for the weekend, I found myself looking out my bedroom window at the full moon that night. It called me to sit outside and do a bit of moonbathing. Sitting outside in one of the lounge chairs in the backyard, I had no idea the attractive guy next door would be joining me soon. "Just the Way You Are" by Bruno Mars played on my cell, keeping me company until the sound of the back door opening at the house next to ours took my attention. I turned the volume down as my hunky neighbor stepped outside, his eyes on the moon before landing on me. August Harlow and I had a 4-year age difference that separated us, but that had never stopped me from having a huge crush on him. As he started making small talk, I got the feeling that he knew I'd turned 18 a few weeks back and that it mattered to him. We'd played together when we were kids. But junior high had taken him away from being my friend anymore. He was always going after he left our grade school to go to what I had called the big kids school. I felt like he'd left me behind. But after my body changed, I had caught him looking at me from time to time, on the school bus, and in my backyard from his upstairs bedroom window. I'd fantasize about him coming over, asking me out on a date. But fantasy was all I thought I'd ever have. In no time at all, my insides were on fire for him. Hell, they'd been smoldering for years. Equipped with the knowledge that he'd be leaving the next day to go to boot camp before heading to war, I lost every inhibition I'd ever had. A part of me I never knew existed came alive inside of me, and suddenly I was taking the guy's hand and leading him into my parents' home. "Mum," the sound of my son's voice tore me from my memory. Back to the reality that stood in front of me. August's hazel eyes peered into mine. He was real and right in front of me. The man I thought I'd never get to feel again stood 2 feet away from me. By some miracle, I had another chance with him.
Chapter 3. August.
My nephew Gino left work starving to death, so we stopped to eat before I took him home. I spotted my sister's car in the drive, so I got out and headed inside to have a little chat with her about the day's activities and my chance meeting with Tawny. Seeing Tawny and her son had raised a lot of questions in my mind, and I needed to talk it out with someone. Layla and I have always been close, and she's been my sounding board for most of my life. We walked into the kitchen, and were met by the rest of her brood of children. "Mum, I don't like spaghetti the way you cook it," her oldest Gina griped. "Then cook it yourself, Gina." "Damn," Layla complained, as she slammed a monster-sized package of pasta on the granite countertop. "Hi," I called out to get my sister to look at me. Her eyes ran over the kids who filled the kitchen before landing on me. "Hey you." She looked at her oldest daughter as she went to the wine chiller, grabbing a bottle and 2 glasses. "You're on dinner tonight, my darling daughter." "I'll help," the youngest of the bunch, 10-year-old Jacob, shouted as he raised his hand as if he was in school. "Great," came Gina's sarcastic reply. Layla walked past me, jerking her head as a gesture for me to follow her. "Come on, little brother." Leaving the noisy kitchen, I followed my sister to the patio out back. She popped the cork on the bottle and filled her glass to the very top, before only filling mine halfway. Feeling stingy, sis? I asked as I took a seat on the other side of the small table that sat between two chairs. My sister purposely put only 2 chairs and the little table on this particular patio, to discourage the children from bothering her out there. No, you're driving so you only get half a glass. She sat down with a long sigh, then took a dainty sip of her wine. Oh, this is delicious. A hearty gulp followed and then she sat back and looked relaxed. So what's up? You remember the Matthews from next door back home, right? I asked, then took a drink of the wine, finding it a bit on the bitter side. It seemed my sister could find any wine delicious. Sure, there were the parents and that one kid. A girl. Tawny. Another long drink took her to half a glass already. What about them? Well, I saw Tawny today when I went to the science center to pick up Gino. I stopped as I contemplated Layla's role in my chance meeting with the young lady I'd thought of often since our one night together. Thanks for asking me to go pick him up, by the way. If I hadn't been there at that exact time, I'd never have seen her. And man, did I enjoy seeing her. She's too young for you, Romeo, Layla informed me with a snippy attitude. Always the older, wiser sister. No, she wasn't. The wine, although bitter, called to me, and I took another sip. Nope, still bitter. Layla's dark brows raised. Wasn't? Don't you mean to say isn't? She wasn't and she isn't now either, I clarified. You see, the night before I left for boot camp, there was a full moon. I went outside to look at it when I couldn't sleep, and there I found Tawny. One thing led to another, and bada bing bada boom, I ended up with her. The fact that you were her first then left her is, well, it's a messed up thing to do is what that is. Yeah, I know. I looked up at the sky at the low-hanging sun, evening was setting in. She's got a son. He's in 1st grade. How old is a kid when they're in that grade, Layla? 6, she said without missing a beat. She had so many kids, she didn't even have to stop to think about that. 6? I asked as I thought about the kid's age. Are you sure they're not like 4 or something? The boy was pretty small. I thought he had to be about 4. Kids are little August. But if he's in 1st grade, then he's 6 or 7. She drained her glass then promptly refilled it. If the kid was 6, and Tawny and I had been together approximately 7 years ago, then could he be? It was 7 years ago that she and I were together. Do you think he could be mine? I dunno. Layla looked at the red wine as she swirled it in her glass. She had a special affection for the fermented grape. Does he look like you? He's got brown hair and hazel eyes. I pushed my hand through my own brown locks as I thought about the little boy. And he's adorable, just like me. I grinned at her. Her brows raised. Wow. You didn't just ask Tawny if he's yours? Was she crazy? Hell no. That would have been rude. And the boy was standing right there most of the time. My response to her absurd question had earned me a nod. You're right, especially with the kid standing right there. Is she married though? With a shake of my head I answered, nope. Layla's eyes went wide as a thought must have popped into her head. Is she aware of your billionaire status? Nope. I winked at her. That's not a thing I throw around, sis. Can you imagine what she'd think of me if I just blurted that out? Like, oh, nice to see you again, and by the way, I'm filthy rich now, so there's that. Still, my sister's wheels turned. If she were to discover that information, do you think she'd go after you for child support if the kid's yours? As if I'd merely give the fruit of my loins child support and nothing else. If that boy is mine, I'll gladly support him. Do you think I should call her up and ask her to join me for dinner tonight? Why are you asking me? She looked off to one side as the sound of a door opening took her attention. If it's not important, it can wait. Go back inside, Jenna. She hadn't even looked to see who it was, but somehow she sensed it. Layla shook her head as the door closed. She's my little tattletale. At 14, I thought she'd be done with that crap. But nope, still tattling. And Gina is the one she likes to tell on the most. She's probably out to get Gina because you named them almost the same damn thing, and it pisses her off, I offered as an explanation. Who does that, Layla? Gina and Jenna, were you stoned when you named your fourth child? Or had you simply run out of name ideas by then? The latter. She took a sip. And some of the former, if I'm to be perfectly honest. So back to our conversation before the interruption. I'm way older than Tawny since I'm 3 years older than you. I never really knew her at all. I have no idea if you should ask her out for dinner tonight or not. Maybe she's holding on to some resentment towards you. I know I would. She didn't act mad at all, not 7 years ago, and not when I saw her today. I think taking her for dinner is a good idea, but she might need a babysitter. I thought you might volunteer. It'd give you a chance to see the kid who just might be your nephew. I enticed my sister. The fact was, I wasn't sure if the kid was mine or not. Part of me wanted to jump up and down and shout it to the world that I was a father. But the rational part of me told me to stay calm, that the kid might not be mine. It was easier to make light of it all than to think too hard on that conundrum. Putting the glass down, a smile filled her face. I'm in. You know how I am about kids. She was a nut over kids. You know, one of my business partners has recently become a father. Wouldn't that be crazy if I became one too? Leaning back in her chair, she looked up at the sky. Crazier things have happened, August. But you should really think about this before you ask her out. Say the kid isn't yours. Do you really want to get involved with a single mum? It'd be cruel to Tawny for you to get involved with her and her son when all you're looking for is a quick second round with her. And say he is yours. She's been fine without you for 6 years. Do you really want to take on such a huge responsibility right now? It's hard enough becoming a parent when you've planned for it, never mind becoming a dad overnight, and you've got a lot going on right now with the nightclub opening soon. Maybe you're right. The club had kind of faded to the far reaches of my mind for once, what with Tawny showing up in my life out of the blue. My business partners and I were all busy planning the grand opening of our club, Swank. We had set the opening night for New Year's Eve, which was just a couple of months away. Maybe I should hold off. But man, Tawny was pretty enough 7 years ago when I last saw her, but now she's absolutely gorgeous. I can't stop thinking about her. My advice, my sister said as she got up. Put this off for a bit. See if you're still thinking about her in, let's say, a week. Even if it's not your kid, you should think about how it might be, dating a woman with one. It's not always easy. We moms are weird about bringing men around our kids. It's not always the easiest relationship when you have to share your woman with someone right from the get-go, either. What she said settled in my brain. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll hold off for a week and see how I feel then. If that boy is mine, I think she'd tell me anyway, even if I didn't ask her out. I mean, why wouldn't she? Thinking Tawny would have told me if he was mine, or at the very least told me we should talk, made me think Callum couldn't be mine. No matter how much he looked like me. Maybe Tawny just had a type. Or maybe she was just pining away for me, after our night together. She could have gone out and found a guy with the same color hair and eyes I had, so she could pretend it was me again. And the poor girl found out that not just any man could fulfill her like I could, so she broke up with the dude. I chuckled at my arrogance, but a part of me hoped that was the case. It was better than thinking of the alternative.
End of sneak peek for Nightclub Surprise by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.